technology, cryptocurrency is going to affect any industries.
It will definitely have an impact on all the just visitor.
Secondly, the event is going to be live streamed.
All right.
And we're going to share privately with the members of the World Metaverse Council. We have 300 members around the world, and just to see that this event is not going on to be like immersive, but we are going to live stream like the event, and many international online activities also will watch what we are doing that.
So there are no barriers this year for the Cryptoverse Summit. The world was ours, the world is yours and ours, dear viewers. So how do you think, Benito, that this event is going to be beneficial to the target audience that you just mentioned?
Exactly. So what we are saying is like the Web3 industry is growing rapidly. Okay, and with technology here in the space with the general blockchain technology, the AI, and cryptocurrencies. So everything is moving quite rapidly in the forest. And when we talk about
it's in the fast-paced industry.
Exactly, doing business in the metaverse. So please, we are going to discuss all the sign and the summit.
We can't wait to discover all these and all the content and activities of the Cryptoverse Summit, create actually new opportunities for the younger generation. Would you say that? Whether they are maybe seasoned professionals or just students?
Definitely, more the youngsters, they need to know what are the latest development in this industry. And you know that this industry is creating new jobs, and I think all the youngsters are very interested to use online things, digital things. So I'm like making an appeal to all these youngsters to join us for this event, who join us online. And
it's got to be a way of life now.
Exactly.
So they can't escape it, even if they want to. They can't, literally can't. So I'm sure that they will walk away from there with of knowledge, new knowledge, contacts as well, then maybe ideas that can help propel their careers and businesses.
Yeah, they're going to meet with lots of companies in the Web3 space who are looking for youngsters, right, to recruit them to work in this new space. So,
and what's great about the summit as well, Benito, is it's not only focused on the present, but also the future. So for futuristic event, very ambitious. The blockchain and crypto space is relatively beyond. I'm not saying it's important to nurture and inspire the next generation of trailblazers and pioneers. We might have like new Einstein immersions coming up, like popping up all around the immersions too soon, thanks to your events, thanks to the Cryptoverse Summit 2023. Another thing, who are going to be keynote speakers? Are they keynote speakers? Are they events?
Yes, definitely. So our chief guest will be the Honorable Mike Surriton, the Minister of Financial Services and Governance, and then we are going to have the CEO of the Financial Services Commission, Mr. Vikash Thakur. And we're going to have a representative of the development board, Mr. today, exactly the ED Minister Vinay Kudai, the Director of Financial Services who will be present, and we'll have a means who is represented by Metaji Kopi and Mauritius. And then we are going to have Dr. Shane Thomason, who is the chairperson of the World Metaverse Council, who will be present in Mauritius.
Absolutely amazing.
Expert will join us in Mauritius.
Last but not least, how can someone probably watching us at this very moment online and interested to join the summit buy a ticket?
Yeah, it's very easy. You just need to go to the website of the Cryptoverse Summit, which is the cryptoverse-summit.com, and you can register to book a scene there, and my team will attach you for the invoices, payment, and all that. You'll see it will be cool.
Interesting, actually. Thank you, Benito, for sharing all this information about the summit with us. I'm sure all the participants and also the viewers can't wait to come next week on the 17th of May at the Intercontinental Hotel Mauritius.
Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your kind attention, please. This is probably not the kind of announcements you would be expecting on such an early morning, but there is a car that needs to be moved It is a black Kia with a plate number 5863 AG12. I'll repeat, the plate number is 5863 AG12. Can the owner or the person driving this car have it moved, or in a best case scenario, please hand over the keys, we'll have it moved for you. Thank you very much. It's a black Kia. Thank you.
This thing is at the same time that the Alliance is sponsoring this event for the very simple reason, because the first one was quite a success.
Yeah.
And so with the Alliance, we have a very crypto practice with more and more firms leading into this space.
Okay.
And also Mauritius. Mauritius is one of the rare jurisdictions which is recognized to have a very enhanced legal framework for virtual asset purchases and so on. And this is becoming more and more apparent. And so these put together, I think, is very natural.
And what I would add to that maybe is an excellent opportunity to engage with the global fintech community and probably to showcase your expertise in blockchain and cryptocurrencies.
Simply that will be the case.
But it's great to see as well AG's commitment to innovation and collaboration within the fintech industry. Now, how do you see yourself, AG, benefiting from the Cryptoverse Summit 2023?
Right. Well, this stage, we have a growing crypto practices, and the Cryptoverse Summit in Mauritius is getting more global by the year of treaties that's saying it, but we've seen the number of participants, we've seen the quantity of participants, and also it's a major need, and so it is great and form for AGA to showcase to the world that what is doing into that space, and how whoever firms are interacting with each other. By the way, we still have an indicated panel, where will be top interviewers members from various jurisdictions, and I think that will be separately.
The Cryptoverse Summit will also allow you to connect with key players in the fintech industry to learn also about the latest trends and developments, not only you, but also our viewers, and to share your insights and maybe expertise. And I must say that it's also great opportunities to strengthen your brand awareness, to make it more known and its representation in the global workplace.
Certainly, it is to show to the world what we do here to invest in. We're very great at work that can that has this kind of competence and spread their harvest to do. So here we are feeling unique in that sense.
And that's a very strategic approach to engaging with the fintech industry. Like I mentioned earlier, it's clear that AGA is looking to make the most out of this event. And I'm sure we will
Certainly.
Can international virtual asset service providers apply for licenses in Mauritius?
So absolutely. And since last year, the 7th of February 2022,
Okay.
the Virtual Asset Initiative Token Offering Services Act invite us, as we often call it.
That's it.
Yes,
Yeah.
that came into operation.
Mhm.
So slightly over a year now. These are the comprehensive legal framework that provides full licensing for virtual asset service providers to know and do their business activities in Mauritius. But over and above that, what we have to bear in mind is that the virtual asset, this space is extremely diverse space. You can't just have an act and then it happens.
And it's probably constantly changing as well.
It is evolving. We've all seen new products emerging, like stickled passive coins, NFTs, these platforms, DAO, and decentralized organizations, and etc. So, what is great with Mauritius so far is the dynamic mindset of the financial services commission as well.
Okay.
So we have seen them within that 1 year career with a number of rules to support the rules and guidelines to support the main act. And lastly, that new startup fact that Mauritius is one of the 6 countries in the world to be fully compliant with the recommendations of the Financial Task Force. And when I say fully compliant, it's like partially compliant and fully compliant. But what I'm trying to say here is that we are compliant with all of the 40 recommendations on the Financial Task Force.
Well, that was very informative. And another thing I'd like to mention and to talk about today is there's going to be a panel discussion dedicated to AGA members. So can you tell me more about the team? What you guys going to talk about?
Okay. I think one is it's going to be firstly very revealing. You will see how really recruiting global we are. We're going to have members from Argentina, United States of America. From we've got 2 members from the Kingdom. We'll have a presence from France. We have somebody from Africa. Absolutely, we got somebody from Hong Kong and Mauritius ourselves. So already that I think is
Exciting.
We are. And what we'll be discussing about is will be quite informative because we want to show to give an idea and to the audience how each jurisdiction is moving. And with the product like a virtual asset, you have to know what's happening in other jurisdiction because trees or transfers are doing cross borders and structural are doing cross borders. So you have to know, have a good idea of what is happening across the world, and also to feel confident that there are a network like the Alliance that can provide you this kind of truly global services.
That sounds very interesting, I must say, and it's going to be an informative panel. Well, because people and viewers will learn a lot about the different sectors, the different fields
Certainly.
of this.
Of the space.
Yeah, exactly. And it's great to see that AGA is leveraging their global network of members to provide valuable insights to the fintech industry, to the viewers and to the people that are going to come that day on the 17th of May at Intercontinental Hotel Mauritius. Any message actually to the audience watching us right now, which will be present maybe at the summit?
Well, let's choose the maybe to a certainty. I invite all of you. I think it's going to be a great summit, and let alone our presence there, but there are an alignment of leaders in the market and drivers in the market. But coming back to your panel, I think it's great to come in here and what is happening, have a good idea of what's happening kind of globally, and understanding how various government, because you have to bear in mind that if you're in this space, the policymakers play a very important role in your business and in your life. It's extremely important to understand which country is becoming more friendly, which becoming more style, for example, and how to structure all your business that you may have.
On to keep up with the trends as well.
And to keep up with the trends.
Thank you very much, Ajbin Gopi. It was a pleasure to have you on our show. And I hope to see you again soon at the Cryptoverse Summit.
Definitely.
Have a lovely day.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Couchard, and I'm very happy to share with you all that I will be soon on this beautiful island of Mauritius, because there is the Cryptoverse Summit taking place on 17th of May, which you can join in person, but also online. I'm one of the panelists speaking about blockchain applications, blockchain use cases in all sorts of sectors. And there are many more super interesting discussions, presentations around crypto, blockchain, regulation, and many more topics from speakers from around the world. And I want to encourage you to join, enjoy, learn, and connect. So hope to see you soon.
Hi everyone, my name is Yosuke Yoshida. I'm the co-CEO of Emergo Mia. Nice to meet you everyone. Emergo is the co-founding entity of Cardano, layer 1 blockchain. I will be in the Mauritius Summit. Actually, this is my very first time to be there, and I'm very excited to see all of you. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Now we're going to welcome another powerful lady, a strong lady in the fintech industry, Jessica Neck, the CEO of Mindex Group Companies. Welcome to our panel, Jessica.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here this time.
Happy to have you as well here today with us in the new studio. So how do you find Cesar?
It's incredible. I mean, you know, Portuguese is the capital of the island. And I think with these new buildings, it feels more modern. So it's really nice.
Great, and happy to see and to do strong women in the blockchain and crypto industry, I must say. So to start, can you please give us a brief about Mindex Crypto Companies?
Sure. So Mindex is a digital ecosystem, fully licensed, regulated by the Financial Services Commission of Mauritius, headquartered here.
Yeah.
And what it's building is an ecosystem to create, store, and trade virtual asset and security tokens.
A digital ecosystem.
Exactly. So that a client doesn't need to choose or to make the solution fit them. The ecosystem is here and it can serve them best by choosing a structure that is best for that market.
From my research, I saw that Mindex Group of Companies includes Mindex Digital Custody Limited, the first licensed virtual asset service provider in Mauritius, and also Mindex Limited, the first digital securities exchange of Mauritius. So Jessica co-founded the Mindex Group with the goal of addressing, like you mentioned, financial infrastructure deficiencies in Africa and using blockchain technology to optimize the creation, storing, and trading of assets. So it's great to hear actually about Mindex Group's comprehensive, like I would say, comprehensive offerings in the fintech industry. So what motivated your company to sponsor this event, meaning the Cryptoverse Summit 2023?
So I think we got into the fintech space and the tokenization of asset space quite a while ago. So I don't know, 6-7 years ago, when everybody was looking at just crypto exchanges. And
Well, it was just like starting it.
yes, it had been here for more than 10 years now, but people were more interested in crypto trade, cryptocurrencies. It's only now that I think the bigger reports are coming out that tokenization of real world assets and so utility in blockchain is what's going to survive, and really make a difference. And I think this is what this group has been about from the beginning. So this is of a legal financial group using technology to optimize, to address gaps in the market. So I lived about 4 years in Africa before returning to Mauritius after my studies and work in Europe. And I think what I saw in Africa is that not only the exchanges, the securities exchanges were operating in silo. There was not as much liquidity in the market. It became difficult to fund projects. So they would go into the bigger markets to fund. And the thinking was, what if you bring the advantages of a crypto exchange, of 24/7 trading, of retail trading, of wanted to trade between, within a regulated ecosystem, that could change how we live, how we raise capital for our businesses. That's the thinking.
So that changes our overall perception of everything.
I think it does. I think you see, cryptocurrency is in one use, and it has in some countries in the world become an alternative currency because of the fluctuation of their own currency. So it's so volatile. Some of the African currencies are so volatile that the volatility of some crypto is all better.
Yeah.
So it's crazy to think about. I've been in a couple of panels in the last couple of months with regulators. So one of them was with the SEC of the US, South African regulators, and they invited me as a lawyer. So I've been a fintech lawyer for 19 years.
Oh, wow. How did that feel?
It took 19 years. Yeah. You feel less of a fraud. You feel like, I don't understand a bit more what you're doing. That, you kind of feel a bit feel confident in advising, and I think
When you feel that confidence today, I really have pressure to talk to a powerful and strong lady and have to do what you want and be passionate about what you do. And we can feel that. It's like a mutual sharing today. What's all tonight.
it should be that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I wanted to do. And when I was offered the position to run this group, it felt very much, I felt determined, because I think if we get this right, we could make Mauritius an exchange center for the whole of Africa. And it isn't that we take business from there and do it here. What it means is that Mauritius is on the white list, right? We meet all of FATF recommendations. We have a large number of professionals, English speaking, French speaking, fluently.
Mauritius is add for that.
So the professional qualifications are there.
Yeah.
What if we could be the heartbeat of Africa, the financial sense that we bring the funding into African projects? A financial center, a real one.
They what if you were doing it? And that's what we're going to debate.
Yes. And we've entered the African market already. We hope to be announcing very soon the exciting projects that we're coming. I think we similarly mutual benefit. And so, you've got the assets. We have the ability to be a very credible financial center. We've been for 30 years an IFC of choice. But we've got to prevent it for the next 30 years to be competitive, to really be able to offer the service we have to serve. Now, we're not here to just make money. Money just comes. We have to serve a market that we feel needs it at the moment. So it's a really exciting time to be doing blockchain. And why do I now wish you a bright future in this field? And I think one of the reasons we felt it important to be in this conference is that it is a real conference of public, private sector, international experts, local experts, and you can hear the story of everyone. What are we trying to do? We're trying to show what it can do, how it can make us do things better. This is not just automation. It's the best of all worlds. Correct. I think with blockchain, this cross-border internationalization of everything is here. So you're not trading during office hours, you're trading 24/7. And I think I say this, I think this will benefit women also, because it's going to be fractionalized. We're going to be able to invest for smaller amounts.
I think we should have a proper show to talk about the place of women in this particular industry. That's
Absolutely.
quite interesting.
Absolutely. I would love that.
I would to be in it as well. So I think that could be our next debate. Who knows? That's the best I wish for both of us. So Jessica, the Cryptoverse Summit is an important platform for showcasing. You mentioned that earlier on, your expertise as well in blockchain and digital assets. And like you mentioned in a previous interview, I did my research performing here. There is now a race internationally to create competitive virtual asset ecosystems to attract international players.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Oh, totally. I mean, I think, there just has been an IFC for the region for quite a while.
Yeah.
And there are multiple African countries thinking the same thing. And it's totally normal. And I think Mauritius has pioneered an incredibly good regulation. The Vintus Act, the Virtual Asset and Initial Token Offering Services Act is really good. It's simple. It's an umbrella law. So within it, you can do a lot of things. What the Virtual Asset Act does is that it creates a line of defense through regulated players, right? So it doesn't regulate the asset itself unless you are doing an ITO. Otherwise, it regulates the custodian, the exchange, the asset marketplace, and the broker dealer. So it regulates that middle layer. That so like the course has done very well. Why? When the US
Is the less possibilities?
yes, no, but more than that, now the US is thinking, are we going to regulate? The US has not even defined what a digital asset is. Mauritius has regulated everything. You know, the reason the ICOs came, and there have been many ICOs that have failed, it's because people are trying to find ways around securities law, and it's very difficult. Yeah, very heavy. Mauritius says, I do not want people playing around. If you come here to be regulated. So, and whether you're a security token, you're an ITO, you're going to be regulated, you know. And so this is really exciting. We're going to be able to list not just equity and bonds and contracts, and, you know, it's just an ecosystem way for a lawyer. Such a good playing ground. You can do anything. So I think, you know, I'm embracing this ecosystem that allows us to do in a very secure way anything for our clients.
Yeah, and you're embracing the digital era as well. It's clear that Mindate's group is actively involved in promoting the growth for the fintech industry and leveraging events like the Cryptoverse Summit to do so as well. And do you think, like you just mentioned, Mauritius is becoming a hub for the virtual assets, definitely, and Mauritius is well positioned to become a hub for virtual assets as well, and due to its favorable regulatory framework you mentioned, it's strategically.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can I have your kind attention, please? We shall be starting the official ceremony for this second edition of the Cryptoverse Summit very shortly. In the meantime, here are some housekeeping announcements that would be very grateful if you could abide. You're kindly requested to be seated, please. You're also kindly requested to make sure that your mobile phones and your smartwatches are switched on to silent mode, please, to ensure the smooth running of this opening ceremony. And of course, if you have any queries or require any help, please come see myself or anyone from the organizing team. Would be more than happy to make your day better. Thank you very much for your attention. We shall be starting over the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
We're operating within this ecosystem, so it will be that.
I can't wait to hear you on the D-Day, Jessica, and again, looking forward to hear your speech. So what are the benefits you would say of tokenizing the SaaS?
And so, you know, I use that example a lot, but I think it's a clear one. So let's say you want to buy gold, you've got to buy the gold, you've got to move the gold, you've got to insure it, you've got to keep it in your little safe, and you know it's complicated. You've got to keep it like here. So it's all the risk of moving it and the hassle of it, which sometimes the cost of all of that might reduce any benefit, right? So for the if you look at it that and like that, and let's assume you buy gold, you keep it in the safe of JP Morgan in London, for example, and then you tokenize it, and you're tokenizing the custody certificate of ownership, and then you fractionalize it in little bits of the ground, and anybody can buy it, and anybody can sell it, and it's really quick. So you have a small token like this. You have lots of people who can buy it, so the client base of selling it. So it's liquid, it's very, very liquid. So the same way of doing this with gold, you could do this with any commodities. You can do this with securities. So imagine you're based in Kenya and you want to buy a share in Mauritius. It is complicated. You've got to go through a broker. You've got to wait when the broker is actually working. You've got foreign currency and differences and risks. So it's a lot of red tape that doesn't allow this free trade. Here, your DD, your wallet is there, you can play 24/7. So that's what it is.
So tokenization made simple by you today, because due to the examples you just mentioned, we understood clearly what it was about. Tokenizing assets can provide to you with several benefits, including increased liquidity, fractional ownership as well. And
Ladies and gentlemen, you're kindly requested to be seated, please. We shall be starting straight away. Ladies and gentlemen, you're requested to be seated, please. Mr. Sarwan Singh Parmesar, the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance. Mr. Daneshwarna Thakur, Chief Executive of the Financial Services Commission. Mr. Vinay Gudai, Director of the Financial Services at the Economic Development Board. Dr. Jane Thomason, Chairperson of the World Metaverse Council. Mr. Benito Eliza, the founder and CEO of Wakanda 4.0. Captains of the industry, or local and foreign panelists of the upcoming panel discussions, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen present, as well as those watching us virtually observed. On behalf of Wakanda 4.0, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each and everyone here present for the second Cryptoverse Summit in Mauritius. We have been blessed with a great weather at this wonderful venue today, this morning, and I have no doubts that this summit will be blessed with the same environment. The main objectives of the event include bringing clarity on the legal framework, promoting Mauritius as a safe and robust offshore jurisdiction, promoting Mauritius as a virtual asset-friendly jurisdiction, giving visibility to virtual assets and blockchain projects, and of course, how to account for virtual assets and audit the blockchain. To tell us more, I have the honor and privilege to welcome on stage the organizer of this summit, Mr. Benito Eliza, the founder and CEO of Wakanda 4.0. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Roshan. Right. Mr. Parmesar, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance. Mr. Thakur, Chief Executive of the Financial Services Commission. Mr. Vinay Gudai, Director of the Financial Services of the Economic Development Board. Mr. Ashvin Gopi, Managing Partner of Lex Frontier Law Firm, and the local representative of the Allied Global Alliance, our Bitcoin sponsor. Dr. Jane Thomason, Chairperson of the World Metaverse Council. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, a very good morning to each and every single of you. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the second edition of the Cryptoverse Summit 2023. This is a momentous occasion for the virtual asset and blockchain industry, and Wakanda 4.0 is proud to be hosting it in Mauritius. As many of you know, the virtual asset and blockchain industry is one of the most dynamic and fast-growing industries in the world today. Despite its young age, this sector has seen remarkable growth over the past decade. For new entrants to this industry watching us online around the world and university students, I wish to clarify that we are regrouping experts in blockchain, fintech, AI, DeFi, NFTs, GameFi, technology, metaverse, innovation, and many more during this summit. We have been able to gather 45 speakers for the summit from around 17 countries around the world, comprising of experts in virtual assets, blockchain, compliance, prominent fintech lawyers, crypto entrepreneurs, professional accountants, and metaverse experts. The total market cap of the crypto industry is approximately around USD 1.2 trillion today. And we, players of the industry, are waiting impatiently for the next bull run to happen, hoping to see the star cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, back to its all-time high price of USD 68.7K very soon. The potential of the virtual asset industry is huge. And this summit is here to help explore that potential. We are here to discuss the future of this exciting and dynamic industry and the ways in which we can work together to ensure that it reaches its full potential, and crypto and blockchain are here to stay. We are also here to discuss the challenges that the industry is facing, regulatory issues, security concerns, good governance, and market volatility are all issues that must be addressed if virtual assets is to become a promising mainstream asset class. We have witnessed around the world the crash of some crypto projects, but we also witness a lot of genuine and rewarding projects, which the media does not pick up, unfortunately. I'm on the view that if the project structure and the legal framework is properly set, tested enough for sustainability, we will surely make this industry the future pillar of many economies and improving people's lives. This summit is an opportunity for us to come together to share, discuss, and set the scene for the future of this industry. I am pleased to welcome in this venue not only Mauritius-based knowledge professionals and companies, but also professionals from all over the world, namely from Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia, North and South America, joining us physically and virtually. We will surely have a better understanding of the issues facing the industry and a clear vision for how we can work together to address them. Mauritius has successfully introduced the Vitus Act last year, which is a big milestone for the cryptoverse industry. The Vitus Act 2021 was voted in Parliament in December 2021 and assented by the President of Mauritius on the 7th of February 2022, where it became effective. This would not have been made possible without the visionary and hardworking, driven Minister of Financial Services and Good Governance, the Honorable Kumar Sirotan, and without forgetting the professional team from the Financial Services Commission, which is well represented today with the presence of the Chief Executive and the top management. Mauritius is aiming to be a fintech hub, a crypto-friendly jurisdiction, and wants to attract virtual asset service providers from around the world. We have a specific and comprehensive legal framework in Mauritius for virtual asset service providers and initial token offerings. I'm inviting all virtual asset providers from around the world to consider Mauritius as their preferred jurisdiction to take a crypto license. Mauritius is a well-regulated and robust jurisdiction, and we are looking for serious players in the industry only. Crypto scammers and fraudsters are not welcome in Mauritius. Now, in terms of innovation, Mauritius is again innovating with the introduction of a retail CBDC very soon. The central bank has been working on this project for a couple of years, and we are eagerly waiting for more information on the design structure and the model of the digital rupee. When I joined this industry back in early 2017, I was feeling a bit alone in Mauritius. But over the time, I've met with other stakeholders who have been collaborating to grow the industry and make things happen. Today, I'm happy to see many stakeholders present, supporting the initiative of Wakanda 4.0 to create our own event. And Wakanda 4.0 is taking a firm commitment to organize a Cryptoverse Summit every year. Very important to highlight that the first Vitus licenses have been issued this year by the FSC, and that there are many applications submitted and under process at the FSC level. Many were those who were questioning the role and services of Wakanda 4.0. I want to make it clear that we are not in competition with any stakeholder in the industry. We consider ourselves as a contributor from the private sector in Mauritius. Look at Wakanda 4.0 as a collaborator to grow the crypto industry in Mauritius and Africa. We provide consultancy services, deliver trainings on virtual assets to corporates and individuals. We have created our own virtual asset events and have started our own Web3 media channels. Humble request to everyone, continue to support the initiatives of Wakanda 4.0 to grow the crypto industry in Mauritius and Africa. When the industry grows, everyone will benefit from it. This summit would not have been possible without the help of the sponsors, namely the Allied Global Alliance from the UK, Warwick Group, Adapt IT, DreamQuest, Annex Management Services, Gola Token, Juridis Management Services, Sentia Consulting, Ashton Financial Partners, Global Primex, and Credence Group. Special mentions to Giles Brake, the CEO of the Allied Global Alliance from the UK, and Ashvin Gopi, the managing partner of Lex Frontier Law Firm, local representative of Allied Global Alliance in Mauritius. I am much grateful to ACCA Mauritius for being the second consecutive time the main partner of the event. It is very much appreciated. Thank you also to all our media partners from around the world. It's been 5 months since the Wakanda team has been working on this summit. And I would like to call my young team on stage, please, to personally thank them for the great work they have done during these past 5 months. Shannon. Thank you for your great work. And why I have done this, because all the thank you note, it's always at the end of the event where you have very few people. I wanted to thank my team like in front of everyone. Thank you. Thank you to Communication C for the great work on the PR and communication side. Thank you to Sebastian team on the logistics side. I am confident that together we can ensure that the virtual asset industry and the community continue to grow and move to new heights. With the right support and guidance, I am sure that this industry can become a major asset class, and I am excited to see what the future holds. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today, and and I look forward to an exciting, productive, insightful, and informative summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benito Elza, for your opening speech. And we at Wakanda, we do things differently because we like to stand out. As you're already aware, AGA is the main sponsor for this event today. It is the second consecutive year that AGA is supporting the Cryptoverse Summit in Mauritius. It is important to highlight that AGA has members in over 95 countries around the world, and the local member is none other than barrister Mr. Ashwin Gopi, who is also the managing director of Lex Frontier Law Firm in Mauritius. So let's put our hands together and give our next speaker a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. I think, Benito, you should probably think of rebranding Wakanda 4.0 to Wakanda Forever. Mr. Parmisa, the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance, Mr. Dakou, the Chief Executive of the Financial Services Commission, Mr. Vinay Gudai, the Director of Financial Services at the Economic Development Board, Dr. Jane Thompson, the Chairperson of the World Metaverse Council, and of course, Benito Elza, the CEO and founder of Wakanda 4.0 and the driver behind the Cryptoverse Summit. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, both in presence here and those online. As the Mauritius law firm of the Allied Global member law firm of the Allied Global Alliance, allow me to extend a warm welcome to you all to make this event a fruitful one. For those who have been striving to fly to Mauritius but could not have been able to make it, please note that there is a camera on your Zoom right now that faces the beach and the sun and the sea. It has been put there just to nag you. Okay, no, I'm kidding. We are not that vile. But here's an idea for next time, probably to host it in the metaverse. Why not? There we go. Right. We have one such person who has been toying with the idea of coming with us here in Mauritius, but could not have been able to do so because of his other commitments. He's currently in Athens. And I'm speaking of Mr. Giles Brakes, the CEO of Allied Global Alliance, an extremely dynamic person and very supportive of the Cryptoverse Summit. This is the second time that the Allied Global Alliance is sponsoring the event, and for all the very good reasons. And with that, I would like to welcome Mr. Giles Brakes. He's online, he's with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Right.
Good morning.
I'll just give a brief overview of what the Allied Global Alliance represent. As hinted a little bit earlier by Benito, we are a network of law firm and accounting firm. We have the representative of the accounting firm here in Mauritius with us. We are present in over 95 countries and 300 cities around the world. It's truly global. And there we are. Very good morning to you, Giles. I believe it's like 6 in the morning where you are.
Good morning.
Can
Yes,
you
good
hear
morning,
us?
Ashwin. It is indeed about 6:30 here. I'm not in Athens though. I'm in London, but it's nonetheless a pleasure to be with you, and thank you very much for the opportunity to just say a few words. Am I coming through clearly? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay, Ashwin?
Sorry, yeah, all okay.
Yes, just I would love to have been with you in Mauritius. It's always a fabulous place to visit and do business, of course. As Ashleen has said, Alliot Global Alliance is the main and the Bitcoin sponsor for the second year in a row of the Cryptoverse Summit, when we're very proud and delighted to be the sponsor. And I'm also very pleased for Mauritius that a conference of this caliber is taking place on the island with your supportive legal framework and governance culture. Mauritius is the perfect location for the event, and I have every confidence that the jurisdiction will fulfill its potential as a fintech hub in the future. Anyway, let me give you a little bit of information about us. Alliot Global Alliance is one of the largest global alliances of commercial law and accounting firms in the world. We have some 300 offices across 95 countries with over 7,000 staff providing professional advisory solutions to private companies and international groups and private investors. And on the legal side, we are ranked as a tier 1 law firm network by the illustrious Chambers and Partners. So with the crypto sector being global by nature, Alliot Global Alliance, we think, is the perfect partner for any company in this very dynamic market. We can give you access to not only crypto savvy business lawyers, but also to accountants, tax advisors, and auditors in and across most of the world's jurisdictions in the developed and the developing world. It's also important for you to know that our alliance has a crypto, blockchain, and fintech practice group that brings together specialist advisors who are at the top of their game and who can help you with your cross-border transactions, holding structures, tax structures, and of course advise you on regulatory compliance as it changes around the world. Each of our lawyers and accountants not only know their jurisdiction's legal system or tax regime like the back of their hand, but what really differentiates us is that we all know each other very well through the alliance. We know each other on a personal basis, and we can coordinate anything you might need pretty much anywhere in the world. I believe there are probably very few global consulting firms or networks that can match our level of expertise and, of course, geographic coverage in the crypto area. And I'm sure you're going to see the expertise and diversity of our people shine through on today's panel later this morning. And of course, the other thing that we can boast about is having one of the foremost lawyers in Mauritius in this space. So I'm very pleased to hand back the reins now to Ashleen Gopi of Lex Frontier, who is, of course, as you've heard, the lawyer representative for the Alliance in Mauritius. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I wish you all a very successful conference.
Thank you, Giles. I just realized, of course. It just occurred to me, I think last year you, because in the jurisdiction where you were at that particular time, you sent us a recording. This time you're live with us, live streaming, and hopefully next year you're going to be with us in presence.
Yes, Ashleen, I would love to be there in person. You know that. If only my travel schedule hadn't got in the way, but thank you very much.
Now, springing from where Giles has left us with regards to the crypto practice that we have within the Allied Global Alliance. Now, if there is one motto that is my guiding principle, it's this old African proverb which says that alone you can go fast, but together you go far. And the Allied Global Alliance captures the essence of that. It stands for together as one. Together as one is the value that is entrenched into the fabric of the Allied Global Alliance. It is weaved, in fact, in its logo. And the crypto practice within the Allied Global Alliance cannot be more revealing than that, as you will not probably, but you will see in a moment. where we will have a panel from 7 lawyers from the Allied Global Alliance, ranging from various jurisdictions: Argentina, United States of America, 2 from London. We have a guest from who's with us here from France to share with us her experience in this crypto world. We have a lawyer from Uganda, myself from Mauritius, and we're going to have someone else from Hong Kong. So already it shows you very clearly the span of our involvement into that space. Now, let me put things in perspective. The crypto world, as you all know, it's an extremely noisy place. It's an extremely dynamic place. So not a single day passes where you don't have a breaking news in this world. This morning, some of you may know already that, let's speak about regulations, regulatory. The MiCA, the Market in Crypto Assets, has got the green light go ahead from the EU ministers. And I'm going just to tell you a few things that happened a few days back, just to give you a perspective, an idea of how dynamic this space is. I was exchanging with somebody from Kansas Finance last night about a regulatory framework with regards to Bitcoin's ATM machines. There are concerns and regulatory frameworks which are coming up now. You might have heard about Binance leaving Canada because of stablecoins regulation. Now, this is a takeaway from my dear friends from Financial Services Commissions and also the ETB to find out exactly what is happening there to capture that opportunity. Investment, Milady NFT, just spiked by 60%, following a statement made by Elon Musk. If we look at governance, FTX, it's still making news with Sam Bankman-Fried's connection with the politicians. And legal, about 2 weeks ago, there was a judgment in Hong Kong called Gatecoin, which is unprecedented and quite a breakthrough in Hong Kong, where Hong Kong now, the court realizes that virtual asset is an asset, Bitcoin is an asset within that jurisdiction and is capable of being held in trust. A few weeks back, we had another groundbreaking judgment from California concerning a DAO, VZX, where the Californian court stated that the DAO was, in fact, a partnership. Now, why I'm saying all this is just to tell you that not a single day you will wake up, your knowledge of yesterday will still be valid or will not have to be tested. And this is where the Cryptoverse, the crypto practice within the Allied Global Alliance stands strong, because it is impossible. And that thing that is happening is unprecedented, has never happened in the history of humanity, with such dynamism affecting the whole of the world. And within the crypto practice, within the Allied Global Alliance, we have the opportunity of sharing and updating ourselves on almost a daily basis. But not only that, when it comes to cross-border transaction, you know that you're never alone. When it comes to structuring to sales and purchase of virtual assets, very often it involves more than one jurisdiction. And in that sense, the Allied Global Alliance and its crypto practice, it comes forward as a one-stop shop. Mauritius now, I will not be complete if I don't say a few things about my island, my beloved country. As we stand here, we have to realize something. I was in Dubai 2 weeks earlier. And of course, Dubai is a jurisdiction that sells itself. But something quite apparent came up is that Mauritius, as a jurisdiction, we have no reason to shy away. We are one of the top most jurisdictions. If you think that in Mauritius, you're having or you're experiencing some sort of difficulties at times, with the regulators' understanding or your business and etc., trust me, it's around the world, and that includes even Dubai. What we are as a jurisdiction, we are a jurisdiction which is extremely, extremely dynamic. And again, to put things in perspective, let me tell you this. That judgment that I just told you about, the Californian judgment, BZX DAO, where the Californian court held that a DAO is a partnership. And therefore, in that particular case, what has happened, there was a hack of the private keys. And there was a loss of about $50 million. So the participants on the DAO, they sued those people who were managing the DAO. And the court held that because it is a partnership arrangement, therefore all the partners were personally liable. Now hear that. 2 weeks before that judgment, the Financial Services Commission issued a draft DAO guide note. And in the draft DAO guide note, it already recognized that a limited liability partnership could be a structure adopted for a DAO. That's amazing. The main difference being that in the US, it was recognized as a partnership, but not a limited liability partnership. And they were all liable to the full extent. But in Mauritius, you can structure your DAO to be a limited liability partnership amongst the 3 other structures that the FSC recognizes for DAO. I mean, that again, just to tell you the kind of avant-gardist jurisdiction that Mauritius is. The Vitus came into operation on the 7th of February last year. Within 2 weeks of the Vitus, we already had the AML safety framework that was there, and supporting the Vitus, we already have 8 rules, including the travel rules, and most countries do not even have that. And last but not least, we have to bear in mind that Mauritius is not in the grey list. And by that, structuring your business in Mauritius gives you a seal that very, very few countries in the world can give you. Last now, I'll turn to my friend Benito Elisa, and I like to thank him for his initiative, for his stamina. And he is truly a true crypto enthusiast. And in fact, I think the first time that I met him, he was wearing a T-shirt with a Bitcoin insignia on that. And he gave me a tie, and I'll leave that to your guest to what was on the tie. And this is where I'll resume my seat, and I wish you all a very fruitful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barrister Gopi, for your address. And of course, a big thank you to Mr. Brake earlier for his live intervention. And of course, we'll request everyone to respect their time slots because we have such a long day and so many panel discussions to come this morning and of course in the afternoon. The introduction of the Vitus Act in Mauritius is a solid proof that the government of Mauritius is working towards making the country a fintech hub. And one of the main contributors has been the Economic Development Board of Mauritius. And we're making things happen in this industry. So without any further ado, I call forward Mr. Vinay Gudai, the Director of Financial Services at the EDB, for his speech. Warm welcome, please.
Good morning. Mr. Parmesa, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance, Mr. Taku, Chief Executive of the Financial Services Commission, Mr. Benito from Wakanda 4.0, friends, everybody. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank Wakanda 4.0 for putting together this wonderful event. I've just scrapped my speech because most of it has been said already. So what I'll be sharing with you, part of the message that I want to share with you today. I think it's very timely to have this event here in Mauritius today, because we're all talking about Vitus that came into effect last year, February, and we've seen how the world has been volatile in the past few years since COVID. We've seen development of fintech and technology online. AI has gone up, in a way that we can't even imagine. Today, people are using ChatGPT and coming with you arguments that you couldn't even fathom a few, months ago. So now you don't have to fight the best brains only, you have to fight the AI as well when you're trying to have your arguments. So the world is changing so fast with so much volatility, and we need stability. We need to mitigate our risk. And I believe this is where the Mauritian jurisdiction is positioning itself. You've been hearing from everybody, when it comes to the Financial Action Task Force, for that matter, we out of the gray list. And in record time, by the way, we did that in 18 months by setting up the right procedures, processes, the dynamicity of the Mauritian jurisdiction, with the government working together with all the institutions and the private sector working hands in hands to make sure that we got out of that gray list in record times, in 18 months. And that is something really meaningful, that today institutions, global institutions, are coming to us and asking us to guide other countries. More recently, South Africa has been gray listed, as you know, and they have officially asked Mauritius for the support in getting out of the gray list. So from being from being gray listed in 2020, we're now the expert, and we're now guiding other jurisdictions on how to get out of the FATF gray list. But more than that, I think the Permanent Secretary will talk about that. We've gone one step beyond that. We scored 40 out of 40 in all the requirements of the FATF, which for the purpose of this event today, including requirement 15, which is on meeting AML/CFT issues on virtual asset service providers. So all in all, what is important, what message is important here? We've seen what has happened in the US with the Silicon Valley Bank, with Signature Bank, and so on. And more recently, the First Republic Bank taken over by JP Morgan and so on. So we can see that there is a loss of trust, and the fundamentals in the West are a little bit crumbling. And we have investors are looking for new avenues of investment. And a lot of people are saying that Africa maybe is the new frontier of investment, where you can have high return on investment as well. So I think that bodes well for Mauritius, because we're well positioned. We're next to a continent that has 1.4 billion people, the fastest growing demography in the world. We know 4 out of the 10 countries that are more advanced in adopting cryptocurrencies are in Africa, namely Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, and Nigeria, I believe. These 4 countries in the top 20, in terms of adopting cryptocurrency. And Mauritius, offering that regulatory framework, along with a jurisdiction that is mitigating your risk when it comes to ease of doing business, first in Africa, 13th in the world. Good governance, we've been top in Africa for the past 10 years. Democracy index, we're 6th in the world. Tax effectiveness, we're 5th in the world. Tax competitiveness, we're 6th in the world. Best place to work from home during COVID by Kayak, we're in the top 10 in the world as well. So if you put all that together, Mauritius is that jurisdiction where you can really, really set base and develop your new product, your new technological product for the region, along with Vitus, along with that regulatory framework that is here to support you, and with the capital market that we have through the Mauritius International Financial Center. So it gives you the accessibility to finance, developing your product, and having this major market next door, which is Africa, where the market penetration for banking services is only 35%. The market penetration for insurance services is only 3.65%. You imagine the opportunity that is ahead of us. Fast-growing demography in Africa, a continent with 30% of the global minerals reserves, that's very rich in terms of commodity. So really, we can't fathom the future in terms of what we can achieve together in this part of the world, with Mauritius spearheading the development with that jurisdiction that will be mitigating your risk and give you the platform to develop your products. So I guess, I changed my speech a little bit just to accommodate, the message that I wanted to say, because everybody will be talking about Vitus, everybody will be talking about the different licenses. My colleague will be talking about chain analysis probably to show how we are putting together measures to make sure that we protect the jurisdiction going forward. So we have the product, we're moving forward, we're moving into a cashless and paperless society. So certainly crypto money is here to stay. Bank of Mauritius is talking about digital rupee. That's supposedly, we will see some shape of that by the end of this year. So it bodes well for what we're doing. And Benito, I think, is very timely to host this event here. And from EDB, really, really delighted to hear and support you for this initiatives, and we're looking forward to collaborate further together. And I will take this opportunity to also invite you to book your date, 2nd and 3rd of October, to come back to Mauritius and experience the sun even better, because we're moving in winter. We'll be moving into summer in October for the Africa Partnership Conference, which is the flagship event by the EB regarding structuring investment to the African continent. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I wish you a great day with deliberating here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gudai, for your address. And of course, rendezvous has been taken for October for the flagship event. The EDB has not been the only institution working hard in this industry. The Financial Services Commission of Mauritius is also doing a great job, namely with the introduction of the platform of the FSC One platform. The FSC team is adopting a flexible approach when it comes to applications under the Vitus Act, since these are new licenses with different business models using blockchain technology. To tell us more, I have the pleasure of calling on stage Mr. Daneshwarnath Thakur, the Chief Executive of the FSC, for his speech.
Thank you. Mr. Shravan Singh Parmesha, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance, and also board members of the Financial Services Commission. Mr. Benito Eliza, Founder and Chief Executive of the Wakanda Mauritius. My good friend Vinay Gudai, Director of Financial Services at the Economic Development Board, and also thank you for at least putting the preface of what perhaps I'm going to say. I don't know how you peeped through my papers, but it's surprising. And Mr. Ashwin Gopi, CEO of Lex Frontier, distinguished representatives of the industry, distinguished speakers, delegates, and participants, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, and a very good morning to you all. And as all speakers before me, they have mentioned, it is actually an immense pleasure to address you to this huge fintech savvy audience today. And gathered different participants under one roof from different countries. And I also wish to convey my sincere appreciation to those fintech enthusiasts who are following this landmark summit virtually. At the outset, please allow me to thank Wakanda 4.0, Mauritius, for inviting me to this summit. And I always derive immense pleasure when addressing to a tech-savvy audience, or an audience which is very keen to listen to tech side of matters. And in fact, when I was invited to talk to the summit, I did not hesitate for long as such summits I recognize, they actually complement the work that we as regulators, together with the ministry, we do in the field of fintech and virtual assets. And I also wondered why you use the word cryptoverse. And taking from the literal meaning, it alludes to bringing the universe of crypto to us. And that would encompass, I think, all that we've been hearing today, the cryptocurrency, the blockchain technology, and all related services such as the decentralized finance, smart contracts, ICOs, exchanges, wallets, non-fungible tokens, etc., etc. And the agenda of today actually does justice to the summit. And I'm sure that this summit will go a long way towards establishing Mauritius as a destination of choice for the emerging class of technologies. So, ladies and gentlemen, ever since the emergence of the first cryptocurrencies, and particularly the interests that the big tech companies, and I can mention IBM, the likes of IBM, have placed on the underlying technology, that is the blockchain, we have seen that the number of use cases of the technology has actually exploded over the years. Further, while according to the white paper, the original blockchain was supposed to be or is a fully public registry with all the qualities that are associated for transactions being public and cannot be changed. We have seen over the years the emergence of a number of other cryptocurrencies with access rights being slightly modified to give some central control. This is what we call adaptation to the needs of the financial services industry. And today we have all of them around, a number of them. They are not just here to copy what is supposed to exist, but they are here for specific use cases. And with that, we are today in the world of crypto, the way it is, the way we see it, and as any form of universe, that is, we have not yet seen the end. It is coming, but it is already tipped to be the technology that will either lead or complement a number of our existing services. So the clear use cases are already here. Whether it is in the domain of pure fintech or practical things like money transfer, the technologies are being used in these several domains, but most specifically in the financial technology sphere. And all these are very good news. These are actually excellent news for the industry. And this is the reason why the FSC has, over the years, come up with regulations that are adapted to the actual demand of the market. The Commission has already introduced licensing and regulatory frameworks to promote fintech operations in and from Mauritius. And these include, I just cite a number of them, the guidance notes on recognition of digital assets as an asset class for investment by sophisticated expert investors. These guidance notes clarified that funds licensed by the Commission can invest into digital assets as cryptocurrencies. We also have the peer-to-peer lending framework, the crowdfunding rules, the payment intermediary services license for businesses exclusively outside Mauritius, robotic and artificial intelligence enabled advisory services rules, custodian services for the digital assets, and framework for security token offerings. So, dear audience, if you take a look at the statistics in terms of virtual assets usage, Mauritius ranked 76th overall and 16th for P2P trade volume according to the 2021 Global Cryptocurrency Adoption Index. Mauritius received 5 billion USD equivalent in estimated value between July 2020 to July 2021, involving domestic participants. As responsible regulators, we believe that it is better to have such activities carried out in a regulated environment rather than the service providers as well as the consumers being left to the wilderness of the systems, whereby eventually the end customers might irremediably become victims of the system. And the FSC has continued to explore the regulatory framework for activities to be conducted in a regulated environment. And in this connection, ladies and gentlemen, the Virtual Asset and Initial Token Offering Services, commonly known as the VITUS Act, came into force with the specific objective to regulate all activities in the crypto domain, including the issuance of tokens or coins, as we may call it. And the purpose of the VITUS Act was also to provide inter alia for the managing, mitigating, and preventing money laundering, financing of terrorism, and proliferation risks associated with virtual assets and initial token offering services. The need to include such a legislation was for us to comply with the famous recommendation 15 of the FATF. And we are among the first countries in the Eastern and Southern African region to adopt such legislation, which has also enabled us to be compliant or largely compliant on all the 40 recommendations of the FATF. And I must underscore that none other than the Permanent Secretary was very, very much bullish about us being able to achieve that. The accompanying rules of the VITUS, which are equally important and give a guidance on how the operators need to put into practice the requirements of the spirit of the law, these have also been issued, and Vinay Guda just mentioned them. And these include the capital and other financial requirements, disclosure, client disclosure, custody of client assets, cybersecurity, publication of advertisement, risk management, statutory returns, and the travel rules. And I'm pleased to highlight that while drafting the above licensing and regulatory frameworks, the Commission has received all throughout the support of the World Bank. I wish to further underscore that the enactment of the VITUS, with the enactment of the VITUS, no activity can be carried out from Mauritius or no activity can be offered to Mauritian residents without the appropriate license from the Commission. And this is a very strong statement that we put forward to ensure that such activities now occur in a purely regulated domain. And there is a reason for which we have put this forward. It has been observed that end customers have been lured by unscrupulous service providers on the extraordinary returns on crypto assets. Since this is a domain where few people understand, but a number of them pretend to understand, vehicling information to fake websites is a very easy way to catch the attention of people, especially at a time when the traditional financial systems are not giving the traditional required high returns. We have also ensured that we enforce the requirements of the VITUS. And to this respect, we have a desk monitor. We have a desk to monitor the activities, and I wish to share that we have, in terms of enforcement actions, issued not less than 23 letters to entities allegedly operating as virtual asset service providers regarding the requirements to be licensed, launched 8 special investigations pertaining to persons potentially operating as VASPs and referred to the Mauritius Police Force, issued 9 directions to persons potentially operating as VASPs, and issued 5 investor alerts, and the assistance of the Computer Emergency Response Teams of Mauritius was sought to pull down the said websites of the 5 companies. And we have finally also referred IP addresses to the Mauritius Police Force for necessary actions from the end. Ladies and gentlemen, now that I have shared what actions we might take for non-compliance, please now allow me to share with you how do you become compliant? How do you get the license? The Act provides for 5 clauses of license, which are the virtual assets broker-dealer, the virtual assets wallet services, virtual asset custodian, virtual asset advisory services, and the biggest one being the virtual assets marketplace, commonly known as the VASP. The different operators may pick and choose the different types of licenses that they may wish to apply for. And at the same time, for the initial token offerings, the service providers need to seek a registration with the Commission. At the FSC, we are very much aware of the complexity of this domain, that on one hand, we have got a space which is emerging and people know about it. At the same time, how to process, and it is not always straightforward. And this is where perhaps your discussions on the Wakanda 4.0 being the support might come very handy for those who want to be in this space. I did mention at the beginning that another objective of the VITOS was to ensure that we are compliant with the AML-CFT requirements. This is because the virtual asset service providers and the ITOs are categorized as financial institutions and are therefore subject to the full prudential AML-CFT legislative frameworks as are applicable to traditional financial institutions. Ancillary to the VITOS Act, the Commission has also issued the AML-CFT guidance notes, which set out the main areas of concern when it comes to virtual assets. The AML-CFT guidance notes provide not only for an outlook on the significance of money laundering or terrorist financing risks associated with virtual asset activities, but also serve as a guidance for the VASPs and ITOs with respect to their anti-money laundering and combating of financing of terrorism compliance obligations under the VITOS. At a time when the global regulatory landscape is uncertain, our regulatory framework provides clarity and consistency. Indeed, our regulatory landscape provides for all dimensions of the public's interface with the virtual assets to protect them and at the same time address prudential and AML-CFT risks. With a new legislative framework in place, it was therefore our duty as regulator to undertake a financial literacy paradigm, to educate consumers about virtual assets and to create an overall understanding and awareness about those assets so that investors are aware of the risks they entail. The Commission launched its financial literacy campaign on virtual assets to, firstly, send a strong message to the service providers informing them that they need a license from the Commission to provide such service in the Mauritian jurisdiction, and secondly, to create awareness among investors that they have to deal for their own protection with only those service providers who have been duly licensed. We are also aware that the licensees under the VITOS are of complex nature, and we have put at the disposition of the service providers a help desk to guide them through the process. And I'm pleased to further inform the FinTech community that the Commission has streamlined its licensing process for applications under the VITOS Act. Applications are now assessed based on information submitted on our FSC1 platform and on the confirmations, undertakings, and declarations from the applicants. The Commission may grant a license within 10 to 12 days following the completeness of the application. The Commission will have regard to the following while we process the application. Applications must be complete and accompanied by the detailed information about the business. Applicants must demonstrate that they are able to comply with all the relevant legislative requirements, including those pertaining to customer due diligence and AML/CFT. Applicants must meet the fitness and propriety requirements and must respond properly to the FSC queries and fully disclose all requested information that is relevant to the assessment of the application. I am happy to complement the information that was already shared today, that new licensing process has enabled the Commission to issue six in-principle approvals for the following types of licenses: the virtual asset broker, dealer, virtual asset wallet services, virtual assets custodian, virtual assets marketplace, and the virtual assets advisory services. One of those companies, perhaps sitting among you, you might be learning about it more perhaps in the tea breaks. And the Commission has a number of applications currently under process and is expecting to grant more licenses before the end of this year. As a concluding remark, I wish to highlight that Mauritius remains committed to meeting international norms and standards. With a re-rating upgrade of the FATF Recommendation 15, the compliance of Mauritius with the FATF recommendations enhances the status of the jurisdiction as a transparent jurisdiction in the global financial services sector and reinforces its position as a prominent investment decision. The Commission will continue to protect the integrity of the virtual assets ecosystem with a view to uphold the reputation of Mauritius as a robust and credible jurisdiction. We will continue to remain focused on the supervision framework as well as continuously improve and streamline our licensing processes. I'm confident that going forward, we will build a jurisdiction of repute when it comes to the services in the field of virtual assets, while being in compliance with the international standard setting bodies. On this note, I wish you fruitful deliberations on this conference, which you are aware focuses on the latest regulatory and market changes and aims to shed light on the practical implications of the ongoing initiatives on the virtual assets ecosystem. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Big thank you to Mr. Thakur from the FSC for his insightful intervention. The work of the EDB and the FSC in this industry would not have been possible without the blessings of the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance, who has been very supportive to the virtual assets industry. In normal circumstances, we would have had our chief guest, the Minister of Financial Services and Good Governance, the Honorable Mansiraton, as our next speaker. But unfortunately, he's currently on a mission abroad and he has presented his excuses. So we have the pleasure and honor to call on stage Mr. Sarwan Singh Parmesar, the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance. Call upon him to come forward.
Thank you. Mr. Daneshwar Thakur, Chief Executive Financial Services Commission, Mr. Benito Eliza, Founder and CEO of Wakanda 4.0, Mr. Ashwin Gopi, of Lex Frontier. He's a managing partner there. And Dr. Jane Thomason, chairperson of the World Metaverse Council. I see the international delegates, distinguished speakers here, captains of industry, members from the press, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to you all. As just mentioned by Roshan, let me present to you the sincere apologies of the Honorable Mahen Kumar Siratan, Minister of Financial Services and Good Governance, who was scheduled to address you today. However, he had to attend an important mission overseas and has asked me to address you this message on his behalf. In fact, FinTech is one sphere of activity which the Honorable Minister has placed very close to his heart and is closely monitoring its progress. I take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to Mr. Benito Eliza for conceptualizing this exceptional forward-looking summit and for being instrumental in bringing to us so many experienced and eminent leaders and speakers from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as revolutionary as the last 2 decades have been for us at the Ministry and the Financial Services Commission, the coming years promise even more regulatory and legal developments that will shape market structure and potential. We are doing our best to understand and manage the explosive growth and disruptive potential of FinTech while ensuring the stability, safety, and soundness of markets and investors. The objective of government is well underway in making the jurisdiction a FinTech hub for the region. During the 2017-2018 budget speech, the Honorable Prime Minister has stated that, I quote, Mauritius must harness the benefits of the FinTech revolution, the more so that there is good potential for Mauritius for making of Mauritius a FinTech hub for Africa, unquote. The introduction of the Virtual Asset and Initial Token Offering Services Act 2021, which we normally call the VITUS Act, is a strong and bold step in that direction. The 5 different license classes under the VITUS Act will go a long way in helping our financial sector diversify its offerings and make our 30-year-old IFC more modern and attractive. Mauritius is, in fact, amongst the first countries in the Eastern and Southern African region, which has adopted a comprehensive legislation on virtual assets and initial token offerings. We will continue to protect the integrity of the virtual assets ecosystem with a view to uphold the reputation of Mauritius as a robust and credible jurisdiction. Mauritius is one of the few countries in the world to be compliant or largely compliant with all the 40 FATF recommendations. I take this opportunity to highlight that Mauritius exited the FATF so-called grey list since October 2021 in a record time, as mentioned, in 18 months. And we are sustaining our effort to remain fully compliant with the FATF standards. Ladies and gentlemen, as I glance through the interesting program of this summit, with such an impressive lineup of experts from local and international frontiers, I am confident that many objectives will be achieved today. Undoubtedly, conversations will bring clarity on the legal framework regulating the virtual asset service providers and the initial token offerings in Mauritius. As policymaker, I am pleased to note that several sessions will be dedicated to talks on compliance, on rules and regulations. Indeed, we policymakers and regulators have much to learn from the industry experts and practitioners for us to better serve our markets, our customers, and those who are regulated. You may rest assured that we will continue to work to support innovation by establishing the safeguards essential for sustainable, safe, and transparent markets. Platforms such as this summit, with a distinguished international presence, including virtual asset service providers and high-caliber speakers, is necessary to promote Mauritius as a safe and robust global business jurisdiction and a virtual asset-friendly jurisdiction. I can assure you that there is so much interest coming our way During our recent missions overseas, we have been meeting more and more virtual asset service providers who are considering the Mauritius jurisdiction to apply for a virtual asset license. They feel comforted that the Vitus Act provides a dedicated legal framework for them to operate with certainty and predictability. As mentioned by the Chief Executive, Mr. Ako from the FSC, the licensing team of the FSC is considering a number of applications at hand, and we understand that there are many more expected in the near future. We expect, and we are well on track for financial technology to become a major segment within our IFC. Ladies and gentlemen, while headlines from the fintech industry have recently been dominated by cryptocurrency, blockchain, and tokens, the biggest story in the space is the rise of decentralized finance, DeFi, which empowers individuals, eliminates intermediaries, and creates new opportunities for innovation and growth. Decentralized finance has become the buzzword today in the digital world, and we are assembled to reflect as to whether we are in shape ready to embrace the decentralized finance challenge. One of the key impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic is the removal of intermediaries in financial transactions. Decentralized finance has accordingly made itself even more relevant. However, our regulatory framework cannot be amended nor revamped in a random manner, as it must ensure that neither the stability and soundness of our financial system nor the reputation of our jurisdiction is risked in the process. It is therefore crucial for the Mauritius IFC to provide a proper environment for the fintech ecosystem while ensuring appropriate safeguards to investors. We as policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, and thought leaders have the duty to recognize the responsibility which comes with the potential. Ladies and gentlemen, hence we must work together as a community to ensure that the cryptoverse is safe and accessible. As we look ahead, we must reflect on the values which have accompanied us to where we are today. Transparency and community-driven development are the trademarks of the cryptoverse. We must ensure that these values remain at the core of our ecosystem. So let us continue to innovate, build, and collaborate as we work together towards a world where the benefits of decentralized technology are available to all. Thank you for being here today, and let us continue to work together to take the Mauritius FinTech Hub to its next level. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit means so much to us, to our country's continued balanced economic development and success, and to the prosperity of our people. I thank you for your attention and wish you a fruitful summit. Thank you.
Permanent Secretary, Mr. Commissar, thank you very much for delivering the keynote address on behalf of the Honorable Minister. Please stay with us a few more minutes on stage. I also call on stage Mr. Daneshwarnath Thakur from the FSC, please. We would like to remit the both of you a token of appreciation for your contribution and participation today. And to remit the awards and to do the honors, I would like to call on stage Mr. Benito Eliza, the organizer of this summit and also the founder and CEO of Wakanda 4.0. Special token of appreciation. So Mr. Benito is remitting both of them digital business cards, which have become so practical nowadays. So congratulations and thank you very much, fine gentlemen, for being here. We're done with the photos and camera. Gentlemen, we'll request you to be seated again. Thank you very much. The good thing about the digital business card is you just tap it to someone's phone and all your details come on it. It's so much easier than having business cards. And of course, we have more tokens of appreciation to be remitted this morning. And to receive them, we would have Mr. Gudai, but I think he's already left. But can we have, yes, please, can you please come forward to receive a token of appreciation on behalf of Mr. Vinay Gudai, and also call on stage Barrister Javin Gopi, please, if he's around. Oh, he was just here. In the meantime, to remit the tokens of appreciation, a call upon Mrs. Madhvi Ramjin, please. And here we have Mr. Arjun. Please come on stage. Thank you. Mrs. Ramjin is from ACCA Mauritius. She's also remitting digital business cards to each and every one of them. Photo, video, round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Maybe seats again. Mr. Benito, this might sound inappropriate, but I would also love to have one of these digital business cards. Please, I'll be a good ambassador. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of this protocol ceremony. You have been a lovely audience. Thank you very much for your attention. We shall now break for tea, coffee, but we will be back shortly for the first panel discussion on the importance of worldwide compliance for the crypto industry. Thank you very much, and please be back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, your kind attention, please. The coffee tea break is on the wonderful deck with a wonderful view. It's on the other side. So if you can see the seaside and the beach, this is where the coffee break is meant to be. So I'll announce this again. Ladies and gentlemen, the tea coffee break is on the deck, which is facing the beautiful seaside. Thank you very much for your attention. And of course, later we will be having a lovely Miss Beling Balu, who will be taking up the MC for the remainder of the day. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please regain your seats. Our event will resume shortly. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's the quick constant. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Melin Balu, a broadcast journalist and the host taking over after a wonderful Russian SML. So welcome once again to the prestigious Cryptoverse Summit, Mauritius, I must say, where innovation and compliance converge to shape the future of the crypto industry.
Today, we have the privilege of gathering remarkable thought leaders from across the globe who will guide us through intricacies of worldwide compliance. The theme of the first panel discussion of the day, as mentioned before by our wonderful host earlier, Roshan Asamal, is the importance of worldwide compliance for the crypto industry. Leading the charge as our esteemed moderator is the visionary Benito Eliza, CEO and founder of Wakano. I think you know him better than I do. Alongside him, we're honored to introduce our distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, I must say, Allied Global Alliance members, each leaving an indelible mark in their respective domains. From Argentina, the trailblazing Diego Núñez joins us, as well as the United States presents us today with the accomplished Audra White. Representing Hong Kong, ladies and gentlemen, we have the dynamic Anthony Marin, and joining us from the UK are the dynamic duo of Greg Paula and Max Marma. And just on the other side, from France, we have also Top Songul, an outstanding lawyer, a non-ILOT Global Alliance member. And from the vibrant shores of Mauritius, we have our very own Ashvin Gopi here present. And lastly, we are privileged, ladies and gentlemen, to have Kenneth Muhangi from Uganda. So what I would like to say is be prepared to be captivated by the collective wisdom and groundbreaking insights that our panelists bring today. And together, let's embark on a journey of knowledge, inspiration, and transformative ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Cryptoverse Summit in Mauritius, where compliance meets innovation at the forefront of the crypto revolution. Let the discussions begin and let the discussions ignite the flames of progress. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Meling. So we are back now. We are going to have the first panel, and I would like to invite on stage Ashvin Gopi and Songul Top from France, please. Thank you. So this panel will be the importance of worldwide compliance for the crypto industry. And we're going to have a huge list of panelists for this from different countries. We're going to travel from Mauritius to Argentina, to UK, to Hong Kong, and then Uganda with Kenneth. And now we are going to see the first question will be around what is the state of cryptocurrency in each of these countries. Firstly, I'm going to ask those who are present with us today to introduce themselves, and then we are going to ask all those who are online to introduce themselves. Ashvin, you may start.
Thank you, Bento. Good morning to you all once again, and good day to everybody else who's with us virtually. I'm going to be very brief. You know, I've already been there and done that. Ashvin Gopi, managing partner of Lex Frontier Law Firm, which is the member law firm of the Allied Global Alliance, the main sponsor of this event. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, Ashvin. Songul.
Thank you. I am Songul Top, lawyer, member of Paris Bar. Sorry for my French accent. My office is based in Paris and is specialized in international law, real estate, commercial law, and tax law. I operate in European, US, Africa, Middle East, and Asian jurisdiction in international real estate and commercial. A regional representation office in Mauritius is in progress of establishment for business, real estate, and civil law. Experienced in the rapid expanding field of the crypto legal and accreditation within the crypto regulatory bodies in France and international level. Furthermore, I am the legal counsel of the Turkish Republic in Paris, which has an important economic growth and continue its industrial and commercial expansion in Mauritius and Africa, notably.
Thank you, Songul, and thank you for coming down to Mauritius for this summit. And now we are going to travel to the UK. So we are going to have Greg Poehler and Max Momer. Greg, up to you.
Hi there, very good morning to you all in Mauritius. It's a pleasure to be with you virtually, albeit I wish very much that I was with you in person. Mauritius is a beautiful place. So I'm Greg Poehler, I'm a legal director within Sherrod's commercial disputes team, and I'm looking forward to talking to you all about this very interesting and esoteric topic.
All right, thank you, Greg. Max?
Good morning, everyone. So I work with Greg Poehler at Sherrod's Solicitors. We are a London-based law firm. My expertise is in dispute resolution, and Greg and I are specifically focusing upon crypto assets and digital asset recovery. And I must say what a pleasure it is to be here this morning. And I echo Greg's sentiments that I wish we were there in person. We're honored to participate.
Thank you, Max. And next we're going to have Audra White. Maybe Audra, you can share what is the time in your town actually.
Hi, everyone. My name's Audra White. I'm a partner at Platt Shima Richmond, PLLC, which is a recent addition to the Alliant group. We are based in Dallas, Texas, so the time here is just after 2 a.m. So very early this morning, but I'm very excited to be with you all and excited to be a part of Alliant and get to know more of you better. So.
All right, thank you, Audra. And I know it is a very odd time to attend a conference, and thank you for making. Anthony from Hong Kong.
Hi everyone, Anthony Marin from HY Leung & Co in Hong Kong. Fortunately for me, it is now 3:15 p.m. So I am wide and awake and very excited to be part of this panel. I am a litigator by trade, but I also advise clients on crypto-related regulatory matters. So I'll be talking a bit about that. There are some changes in Hong Kong, so I'll be sharing that with you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. And now we are going to move to Argentina, Buenos Aires with Diego Nunes.
Hi, well, hi to all. I'm Diego Nunes. I'm a partner at Estudio Nunes y Asociados. It's a legal firm in Argentina. We are a proud member of Elliott. I'm also a member of the regional committee for Elliott. I've been a lawyer for the last 13 years and have been actively working in the crypto space for the last 3. I specialize in startups and tech companies, and I'm also a director at Founder Institute for the Web3 chapter. So it's also 4 a.m. for me. So yeah, it's kind of strange to be up at this time, but crypto never sleeps.
And what is the time in Buenos Aires actually?
Yeah, 4:15 a.m. It's kind of too early or too late, depending on how you want to see it.
All right, thank you, Diego. And I think Kenneth, I think will not be attending this panel. So thank you everyone for the introduction. And now I'm going to ask a general question and to everyone. And what is the state of cryptocurrency in your different countries? Maybe Ashwin, we already know a bit about Mauritius, what is the crypto, and maybe you want to add something quickly.
Right. Well, you know, it's no a mystery to anybody here present, but I'm speaking mainly to those who are not from Mauritius and who are watching us online. Of course, Mauritius is a crypto-friendly jurisdiction. We now have a comprehensive legal framework, which is called the Virtual Asset and Initial Token Offering Services Act. The Act came into operation on the 7th of February 2022. It is a comprehensive legal framework in the sense that it provides, it recognizes, it provides a definition, legal definition of what is a virtual asset. It provides a legal definition of what is a virtual token. And it recognizes those two. It recognizes the smart contract. And also it provides licensing of 5 identified activities within the virtual asset businesses. So over and above that, we also have, as I said a little bit earlier, 7 rules that come to supplement the Act. And just to finish off, it's worth noting that even prior to the enactment of the VITOS, Mauritius already had in 2018 guide notes from the Financial Services Commission with regards to security tokens offering, security tokens trading system. And post now the VITOS, what we are seeing, because as we all know, it's an extremely dynamic space with almost everyday evolutions of the use and application of blockchain technology. We are seeing guide notes which are coming quite recurrently from the Financial Services Commission, the regulatory body of Mauritius. We've seen recently we have had a guide note on the NFTs. We have had a draft guide note on DAO, and we will be having a guide note on stablecoins in the days to come. So just to finish off, therefore, it is a very dynamic jurisdiction that we have here, which keep pace and is keeping pace with the evolution of the technology and its application.
So which means that we have a fully comprehensive legal framework for virtual asset service providers in Mauritius. So if any provider, they want to apply for crypto exchange, decentralized exchange, DeFi, or they can apply for such license in Mauritius.
But certainly. Not only that, but also broker-dealer licenses, virtual exchange markets, and etc. Marketplace.
And crypto financial advisory.
Custodian licenses. One thing, just to, I wish to highlight, you know, if you look at VARA Dubai, in Dubai, you can't be licensed like a same entity have they've got 7 licenses there. You cannot have one license, for example, an exchange, and also have a custodian license. Which is creating a little bit of a situation there in Dubai. What they have to do, what are they doing? They are getting a license from Abu Dhabi, or they are coming to Mauritius. We don't have this kind of impediment and feature in Mauritius. One same entity can have an exchange license and also holds the custodian license.
Yeah, thank you for this, Ashwin. I know in France, Songul, that we have, I think, the #1 crypto exchange Binance is present, I think, in France. Can you tell us a bit more about the state of crypto in France?
Unlike some countries, the French legislator doesn't want a legal vacuum, but also following the numerous frauds in France and Europe, the legal framework of the crypto is on evidence. In French law, cryptocurrency have no clear legal status and are not recognized as financial instruments. The legal framework that regulates crypto activities in France focus on 2 levels of security: the compulsory registration of the PSN legal statute, and then obtaining the PSN license, which is optional. PSN, prestataire de services actifs numériques, means digital asset service providers. The registration of the PSN will become stricter in the next coming months. Under the French Monetary and Financial Code, the PSN must register with the AMF, Autorité des marchés financiers. The application to be submitted to the AMF shall include several points. First, applicant information such as the name of the applicant, some document of the company. Second, information relating to the good repute. A criminal record certificate is required for the chairman, managing director, managers, and skill of the shareholders and senior manager. And for the shareholder, we need the information identity and also the criminal record certificate. Third, information relating to the anti-money laundering and terrorist financial system. At least the person shall have continuous access to equity corresponding to equity requirement based on fixed overheads or on minimum capital or on level of activity. I underline that there is a list of the IMF blacklisted company and website such as Forex, crypto assets derivatives. I underline also this list is regularly updated, but cannot be exhaustive. New unauthorized company websites emerge regularly.
Thank you, Songul, for this. And before we are going to a very interesting jurisdiction, which is the USA, I think Kenneth has joined us. Kenneth, can you please introduce yourself quickly, please?
Yes, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Kenneth Mohanji. I am a partner and head of technology, media, telecommunications, and intellectual property at KT Advocates in Kampala, Uganda. I'm also a lecturer and head of subject of intellectual property at Uganda Christian University. Outside of that, I chair the technology committee of our Uganda Law Society, and I also lead all the lawyers in East Africa under the Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Committee, where I chair that particular committee. Lastly, I also represent Uganda at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution at the World Economic Forum, and my specialty is areas that we're looking at. Now, I feel bad for interrupting the discussion, but please.
All right, thank you, Kenneth, for this. And Audra, have a very interesting question with regard to the state of crypto in the USA, because many things are happening actually in the USA, many with the SEC versus Ripple case. And can you just update us on what is happening in the US?
Unfortunately, there's no comprehensive crypto regulation in the US. It's really, at the current time, kind of a hodgepodge of various state laws and SEC guidance without any real statutory, any actual legislation that's been passed. So at this time, based on SEC guidance and recent SEC enforcement actions, including the Ripple case, which is still pending, and we'll see how that plays out. But the SEC has more or less, at least under the current leadership, has more or less taken the position that almost any token is potentially a security under the US securities laws, unless it's very widely distributed. So the only, I guess, digital assets that I would say are certainly not treated as securities or stable coins that don't offer any particular return or interest. They only represent a fiat currency, and Ethereum and Bitcoin. So those are really the only kind of, I would say, digital assets that at this time you can be absolutely certain will not be considered securities. There might be a few other kind of like the top 10 that are distributed, widely distributed enough that maybe they are, not going to be considered securities. But essentially in the US, every kind of asset, any kind of financial asset is viewed under what we call the Howey test for determining whether it has the characteristics of an investment contract. And an investment contract, it has, you know, 4 factors: an investment of money in a common enterprise with a reasonable expectation of profit derived from the efforts of others. And why I say it matters how widely distributed the token is that this analysis typically turns on the derived from the efforts of others prong of that test. And so what the SEC is really looking for is whether there's any kind of centralized management of the network of the blockchain. And if there is, then that particular token is subject potentially to being viewed as a security, unless clear legislation is passed by Congress. And that underlies, and I would just say that underlies really many of the enforcement actions that are happening right now, probably against Coinbase, certainly against Ripple and other protocols and exchanges.
And I think today there was a judgment which was released by the famous Judge Torres, right, in the SEC versus Ripple case. I don't know if you are updated. It was released this morning, and I think the Judge Torres has rejected the SEC motion with regard to the Hinman document.
That's right, and that's great news. Although not really determinative on any kind of analysis for crypto. But the SEC, I mean, Judge Torres did say that the SEC cannot keep their internal discussions with respect to, I think it was a 2018 internal discussions on whether Ethereum.
All right, thank you, Oda. Now let's move to Argentina again. Diego, I'm very excited to know
we'll get some,
what's happening in Argentina.
Sorry?
No, Audra, I think you broke up.
Thank you for this, Audra, and we'll move to Diego, please. Thank you.
Okay, great.
So yeah, actually, I wanted to first congratulate you all, the organizers, but mainly the Mauritius crypto community, because having people from the state and regulators within this kind of events is something that's very, very interesting. And it's something very different of what we are seeing, for example, in Argentina. 3 years ago, for example, we had 2 projects of bills that were presented in our Congress and none passed, and none of them was really made in the consensus of the community and or the industry. So that basically our politicians just thought they had to do something regarding cryptocurrency, and they drafted something without even consulting people that are working within the space for the last, I don't know, 5-7 years. So this is actually a very important thing, I think, for this event and for Mauritius particularly. In Argentina, we are not seeing this kind of joint work. Right now, currently, we have new drafts. They are unlikely to pass this year or either be presented even because we are having elections in October, and this whole year will be most likely very much about the campaigns. So I don't think we're going to see any news before the next year. But the main consensus is that our SEC, the CNV, that's the securities agency, will be most likely be the regulator and the enforcer of all cryptocurrencies and their trading. Also, we have our central bank that operates a bit like the Fed in the US, that would be most likely a monitor of the operations and would be in charge of the on and off ramps. We had very interesting news the last week because they prohibited the payment service providers to operate in crypto. So that our central bank did this.
So actually, as Ashwin told before, I think that this is a possibility in Mauritius. It wouldn't be a possibility in Argentina, but we are still missing some specific regulation on this topic. Also, in Argentina, we have the WIF, that's the anti-money laundering entity that they have to control all anti-money laundering measures and fight terrorist financing and that kind of crimes. And we are actually finding more low-level regulation, like very to the detail and much more to do with taxation than a general bill or a big consensus on what is a cryptocurrency, for example. So it's likely that we are going to have a very specific legal framework, but not a general that would be what we are still missing. I think it would be very important to have this consensus and have a general agreement on what the cryptocurrencies are and how they are going to be treated. But so far, we are not having this. So it's still a bit of what I heard and in the introduction, that's still a very broad playground, this sector for us lawyers, in which we can do a lot of things, but we have to prepare to comply with a lot of regulations that are likely to come.
All right, thank you for this, Diego. And now I'm very interested to know about the state of crypto in Uganda, right? I'm part of some crypto community in Uganda, and Kenneth, can you please help us to understand the state there, please?
Yeah, sure. Very interesting discussion so far. I'll just try to give you a brief as to what's happening in Uganda. The short of it or the long of it is that we don't have any specific regulation in Uganda that looks at cryptocurrency. And so we don't have any specific legal framework. However, we have seen, just like the discussions we're having now and in many other jurisdictions, we're looking at cryptocurrency either as an asset. We're looking at it, should it fall under our capital markets authority as a security, or is it a currency? And so we do have a central bank in Uganda, Bank of Uganda, which in April of last year wrote to all licensees under our National Payment Systems Act. Mobile money, this is something many of you have interacted with, is something that's very popular in East Africa and in Uganda in particular. And so every company that's dealing in payments in mobile money has to get a license from a central bank. But so the question was whether companies that are dealing or facilitating payments in Uganda can also be able to make payments that would go to a wallet that has cryptocurrency, or even to conclude and help people withdraw money from their wallets in fiat currency, where the wallet has cryptocurrency. So a central bank issued a circular asking all licensees to desist from dealing with any entity that has that wants to convert crypto assets. And so that is the current position at the moment. Someone did take them to court, and we do have a case, Silva Kayondo versus Bank of Uganda, which was decided in 2022. The challenge, though, is that that case really focused on a mode of instituting proceeding, which was judicial review. That decision to issue the plaintiff in that case challenged the decision for Bank of Uganda, rather than looking at the nature of crypto assets or the nature of cryptocurrency, whether it's an asset, a security, or a currency. But that particular law as it stands is that anyone who is dealing in cryptocurrency, that anyone who has a license from a central bank that is dealing in payments should not and cannot be able to handle or deal with any entity that's also dealing in cryptocurrency. So that means, as the law stands in Uganda, cryptocurrencies do not fall under our national payment systems framework. They are illegal and they are unlawful and cannot be accepted as a general payment instrument. But that is under our National Payment Systems Act. But away from that, in 2018, I spoke at a conference with a central bank. And under that, the central bank was considering putting cryptocurrencies under agency banking, because cryptocurrencies could be lent or exchanged with local currency, as has been done in Germany, I think in 2013. The Bitcoin Deutschland company that manages the exchange of Bitcoin entered into a partnership with another German bank, I think Fido, to provide banking services to their clients. And so that's something we're actively waiting for, to see how the central bank perhaps would be able to put cryptocurrencies under agency banking, since they've refused to put them under our payments law or regime. But although I must also add that the Act itself, our National Payment Systems Act, does not talk about cryptocurrency. It talks about electronic currency. And if you read it actually without that particular decision, and for most of us, we're hoping that that decision will actually be appealed, we can't see anything that stops stops anyone from inferring cryptocurrency falls within the definition of electronic currency under that particular act. But away from that as well,
I think Kenneth,
also...
this part I think we'll cover it in the second question, please. Right?
Okay. That's okay.
Thank you, Kenneth. And Greg and Max, I know you have a prime minister who is, I don't know if I can say this, is pro-crypto. Can you update us on the situation in the UK, please?
No, sure. Well, I think Ashvin used the word dynamic at the top of this session, and I think that the picture that's emerging from other jurisdictions sort of chimes with the position in the UK, in that there is no sort of coherent or bespoke architecture in the UK when it comes to cryptocurrency and digital asset regulation. But I mean, just to comment briefly on sort of the economics, the adoption of digital assets. I mean, we're all aware of the rise in retail investor participation in ownership of digital assets, the mainstream cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ethereum. In terms of other digital assets, NFTs, decentralized finance, their adoption and ownership is growing. Decentralized finance in particular it's a small but growing feature of our economy. And I think a kind of tipping point was reached last year when the Law Commission, that's our body responsible for looking at particular sectors and proposing legal reforms, looked closely at digital asset regulation, and their 500-page report. It's actually interesting and worth the read if you're interested, but embedded within that report is this radical suggestion that we should create a third category of property that they label digital assets, alongside the traditional two categories that have existed for centuries: shows as in action, shows as in possession. We should have a third, digital objects, to capture the sort of nuances and idiosyncrasies of digital assets. But the other sort of angle to this is financial services regulation, where our Financial Conduct Authority is likewise looking at expanding and intensifying regulation of digital assets. But the position, simply put, as things stand, is that there is very little protection for owners of digital assets. There's a bit of a lacuna in the UK law. We have something called the Financial Services and Markets Act, which is this, you can think of as the kind of legislative backbone of our financial services sector, and that only really covers anything that's deemed a regulated activity if it involves a specified investment or a financial instrument. That means broadly things like shares, debentures, loans, mortgages, unless a digital asset exhibits the characteristics of those sort of mainstream financial products, then it's not going to be caught by that regulatory infrastructure. So that means that there's very little protection and very little regulation of digital assets in their current form. The common law, on the other hand, and my colleague Max Marmor a bit later will talk about some specific cases, that has developed, as it typically does, in an iterative fashion, and has recognized the proprietary nature of digital assets, which has enabled litigants in particular to engage certain traditional English law remedies that one would deploy when seeking to facilitate the recovery of digital assets in, for example, fraud situations where there's been a loss or theft. that the English courts have been prepared to grant, for example, freezing injunctions and disclosure orders and things like that to facilitate the recovery of digital assets in contentious situations. But in short, the position remains is that it is largely an unregulated asset class, and there are currently these sort of intellectual contortions, if you like, as to how to coherently classify what digital assets are and what legal consequences flow from that.
Right. Thank you, Greg. And I know, Anthony, that Hong Kong is a very vibrant jurisdiction. And what do we have for crypto there in Hong Kong, actually?
Yeah, so at the moment, well, in terms of how crypto is classified at the moment, it is broadly classified as something that is cryptographically secure digital representation of value, which I guess is just a very broad definition. It is mostly in our anti-money laundering related ordinances. Well, there is a new anti-money laundering regime for virtual asset service providers that will be coming into effect in around 2 weeks' time, or on the 1st of June, which I will talk about more shortly. But the assets that the new regime talks about is, again, crypto asset, but it also specifically excludes government issued fiat currencies, limited purpose digital tokens, or assets that constitute securities in future contracts. So it's just cryptocurrency as it is. For the litigators, and I think echoing what Greg has mentioned just now, our High Court has recently, in the case of Regatecoin, which was the decision was handed down around a month or so ago, for the first time declared that cryptocurrencies are properties and are capable of forming the subject matter of a trust or proprietary rights, as Greg mentioned. Our court, in the written judgment, followed leading cases in common law jurisdictions, including in Singapore, there was a case called B2C2 versus Coin. In England, AA versus Persons Unknown. And in New Zealand, the case of Rusco versus Cryptopia. So what we can see here in Hong Kong with the regulatory update, with the decision from the courts, is that we are gradually, and should I say finally, acknowledging the importance and demand of crypto assets around the world. And we are now trying to catch up with the rest of the world and the other jurisdictions.
All right, thank you, Anthony. You know, the biggest challenge when you're moderating a panel is the time management, right? I would like to ask all the panelists just to stick to the main points, please. Thank you. Let's come back to Mauritius now. Ashvin, can we do tokenization of assets under the Mauritian laws, actually?
Yes, we can. But let me, before answering this question, I think I've already done. But still, let me explain what tokenization of an asset is. A tokenization of an asset is basically a digital representation of an underlying asset. Now, the asset could be anything. It could be a collectible art. It could be property. It could be shares, securities, and etc. I did mention that a little bit earlier. Before the coming into force of the VITOS, we had guide notes from the FSC that recognizes that a security can be digitally represented. So you could have a digitalized representation, tokenization of share, for example. So here in Mauritius, if you look at the token, how you classify the token, whether it is a security or not, which is a main issue, because if it is a securities, then there's other legislative frameworks that are applicable, like the Securities Act and so on. You look at the underlying asset. Now, if the underlying asset is securities as defined in Section 2 of the Securities Act, you know that the token is a security as well. And if it is not, then it is not. But things can get a little bit more complex. Okay, that is for securities. But also, I mentioned earlier that the VITOS recognizes two types of digital asset. Okay, the first one is the virtual asset. The virtual asset is basically like Bitcoins, the native tokens on a blockchain, Bitcoins, Ethereums, and etc. And then it also recognizes something which is called the virtual token. Now, the virtual token is any token on a blockchain that uses smart contract. What that means, so as not to complicate things, it means that you can attach something to it. A virtual token under the Vitus, if it is a digital representation of anything else other than the securities, it is covered under the Vitus. So long story short, to answer your question, yes, we can, but you have to be very careful, however. When the Vitus came around, but that's just slightly over a year, you have to look at other legal frameworks. For instance, in Mauritius, the Code Civil governs, amongst other things, the right to property and the transfer of properties, of immovable properties. Sorry. So if you are going to have a digital representative, you want to tokenize a building, for example, you have to be very careful because there's a provision under the Civil Code that requires that all transfer of property can be made only through an act authentic. So those are the little things that you have to look at to finish off. Another example of where you have to be a little bit careful. If you want to, yes, there is a framework which recognizes tokenization of a securities. A share, by definition of the Securities Act, is a security. However, if you want to tokenize a security of a share of a company, it may clash with other acts like the Companies Act and the Registration Duties Act. What I mean to say by that, under the Companies Act requires that all the transfer of shares has to be made by way of a prescribed form, and the prescribed form is in the Registration Duties Act. So if tomorrow I've got a company, I've tokenized the shares, I've transferred it to you, Benito, say for $100,000, I'm no longer around, that the value of the shares is $1 million now. My heirs come into play, and they going to say, well, look, there was a transfer, but it was a digital transfer of the shares. But has there been an effective transfer? Because the Companies Act doesn't recognize that. So those are the little features that I know and I'm aware that regulators are looking into that. So, but once these are ironed out, things will be more seamless.
Thank you for this, Alvin. And I think we have representative of the regulators here, and I think they are taking note of this. Thank you. Songul, there's something called the MiCA, MiCA, and the Markets in Crypto Asset Regulation. And this concerns the EU regulatory framework. Can you please tell us more about MiCA?
The European regulation on crypto asset markets, as known MiCA, was recently adopted by European Parliament in April. The European regulation on MiCA seeks to regulate the crypto assets that are not covered by existing European regulation on financial instruments and products, and create a balanced European framework that aims to protect the European investor. The text covers the offering and the admission to trading of crypto assets, including stablecoins. It also contains a framework of the prevention and prohibition of market abuse in crypto assets will apply anyone. The regulation will repress the national framework put in place by European Union member states. The MiCA regulation requires mandatory licensing for crypto asset service providers. Providers licensed under the MiCA regulation will be able to benefit from the European passports and provide their service in all countries on Union European. The regulation will help to increase the competitiveness of French and European players by creating a harmonized European framework and will ensure better protection for investors.
Thank you, Songül, for this. And now we're back to Argentina with Diego. Can you tell us more about the exchange legal structure in Argentina and the possibility to seize digital wallet, please?
Yes, sure. Well, I will try to keep it short. I don't know if you're aware, but Argentina is a very special country. We do have very strict exchange restrictions, and the real value of the US dollar is twice as much as the official rate. And only very specific operations can use the official rate. So it's partly non-existent. So we have a high inflation. We are talking about 3 digits. I think the last year is around 104%. And is one of the countries with most crypto adoption in the region because of this. So the central bank, as I mentioned before, regulates the on and off ramps that are the PSPs. And most Argentinians really have this craziness about crypto adoption because they can access with our legal tender to stable and volatile crypto assets. And that's something that we are not being able to do with fiat, with other fiat currencies due to these exchange restrictions. So the exchanges that we have for cryptocurrencies usually have a double structure in which they have a local company that works as a PSP that's regulated with a central bank license so that they can operate with our legal tender, that's the peso. And they have another company overseas that operates all the crypto operations. For example, this allows them to send the liquidity from their local companies, Argentinian companies abroad, and they have all the liquidity in their companies in Lithuania, El Salvador, or maybe at some point even Mauritius, to be able to make these transactions and buy and sell very quickly all the cryptocurrencies without these restrictions we are finding. So it's a very interesting place to do business. So with this legal structure in mind, we have the PSPs that are heavily regulated and they have strict KYC procedures. So this also means that there's the possibility to seize and freeze the assets we are having in the PSPs because we can easily identify who's the person behind every account. So if we have any kind of debtor of taxes or any other kind of debt that's already determined, it's very easy to freeze those assets and then reclaim them. But that's not the same case with the crypto balances, since they are operated with the companies abroad, and since these accounts are not within Argentina, it's very difficult because we should send a notice to the companies and the exchanges about the possibility to freeze these assets, but it's not they will not necessarily comply since they don't have an operation in Argentina. Of course, this is very long to explain, and we should have a longer conversation if anyone is interested. But if for crypto balances to be frozen and to recover assets from those accounts, we should have a more in-depth analysis, and it should be done case by case.
Yeah, thank you. And we need to highlight that we have software like chain analysis that we can track the movement of any crypto, right? And I think this is very good in terms of if we need to any hacking, anything that happened, we can track back where the money, and if they have exit out through crypto exchanges and all that, we can where we can have their KYC and all that. So that would help. Thank you, Diego. Anthony, what I've understood from your first intervention is that you don't have any specific legal framework for virtual asset in Hong Kong. But I think there are some new laws that will be introduced very, very soon. Can you please update us on this, please?
Yes, so there is a new legal framework under the anti-money laundering ordinance in Hong Kong, which states that basically all virtual asset exchanges, operating virtual asset exchanges in Hong Kong have to be licensed. And that will come into effect on 1st of June, 2023, so in 2 weeks' time. Currently, there are two exchanges that are licensed. Basically, I think it's more or less for as a test run. One is Hashkey and one is OSL. So starting from 1st of June, there is a 12-month period for a grace period for companies to become compliant. I'm just going to go through some key basic requirements of the new regime. Of course, the SFC, the Security and Finance Commission in Hong Kong, will issue guidelines every now and then to add on to any rules that they feel that will help regulate the companies. The key basic requirements, including the VASP, must be a Hong Kong company or an overseas company registered in Hong Kong with a permanent place of business here. There has to be responsible officers. Representatives, directors, and the ultimate owners must be deemed approved as fit and proper by the SFC. There are current guidelines on what means fit, what does fit and proper mean, but there may be new guidelines as we move along in the future. There has to be 2 responsible officers who are to assume general responsibility of overseeing the business and ensuring compliance. And one of these officers must be a director of the applicant and has to be ordinarily resident in Hong Kong. There are also requirements as to the premises used to keep records and documents. And again, it must be approved by the SFC. I think basically there is a strong emphasis on investor protection, given that in Hong Kong, it's still digital asset is still quite a bit of unknown, and there's still quite a lot of uncertainty amongst our residents here. So the VASP license holders will need to abide by quite robust set of requirements. These include the company and management structure has to be vetted and approved by the SFC. There must be risk management policies in place. You have to demonstrate that there's adequate financial resources in case anything goes south. And also, one of the licensing conditions at the beginning of this regime is that the VASPs will only be allowed to provide services to professional investors to begin with. There is no time limit on when this may change. But again, I believe the SFC is slowly trying to test the waters and to see how things go. Of course, in terms of anti-money laundering, there's also strict customer due diligence and record keeping requirements. So again, as I say, I think that Hong Kong, what we are trying to do is really catch up with the rest of the world, but also we're, being cautious with how things go ahead.
Thank you, Anthony. I think this is very positive from Hong Kong jurisdiction. Greg and Max, I know your law firm has been working on a recovery case of virtual assets. Can you share this experience with us and tell us more about what the law says with regard to the recovery of virtual asset in the UK?
Thanks, Benito. I think it's worth noting that in the English jurisdiction, the courts are certainly trying to position themselves at the forefront in terms of recovery of assets and cases to be heard. And really, the most important case which I should speak to is AA against persons unknown, which Anthony mentioned earlier. In this case was heard in 2019. It was really the seminal case in the English jurisdiction for asset recovery, in which, as Greg mentioned, cryptocurrency was defined as property. Typically in English law, property would be a chosen action or a chosen possession. And the court had to consider with crypto being virtual, intangible, and incapable of possession per se, could it be property? And they ruled that it could, and as such granted a proprietary injunction, which is one of the strongest remedies in our courts. The case itself concerned a company who'd been hacked and they'd been locked out of their systems. And they had to pay a ransom of Bitcoin equivalent to 950,000 US dollars in return for access. And the court was really at the forefront, not only for granting the proprietary injunction, but also keeping the anonymity of both the claimant and the defendants to stop the defendants from potentially dissipating their assets, which is really important insofar as it shows the English court and the English jurisdiction is keen to be a jurisdiction of place for these sorts of claims. And I think a more recent case brought by Dr. Craig Wright's company, Tulip Trading against Van der Lam, emphasizes this further. And the court is now considering in this case whether Bitcoin developers, software developers, owe fiduciary duties to the owners of Bitcoin, the true owners of Bitcoin. So the court is really advancing this this modem, and in this specific case, the Court of Appeal, in fact, has accepted that it's a triable issue as to whether Bitcoin developers owe these fiduciary duties, and there is the element of trust and confidence. So really in our jurisdiction, we're seeing that the courts over the last 3 or 4 years have been accelerating the law, whereas the statutory regime is sort of behind and in the wind, as Greg has mentioned, and they're keen for cases to be brought and for people to be able to recover their assets, or certainly to hear these cases.
Thank you, Max. And now let's go back to the US. Audra, what are the things, the main points that we need to retain from the testimonial of Gary Gensler, the chair of the SEC, before the Congress?
Well, I think it really just reiterates what I said earlier. And I think Gensler did not say anything revolutionary. He more or less repeated what he's been saying all along, which is that we have crypto regulations. They're called the securities regulations. We've been using the Howey test and guidance from the SEC and case law based on those tests for a long time, and crypto assets can be analyzed using that existing framework, just like we analyze everything else under the sun in the US with respect to whether or not it is considered a security. And that was really the long and short of his testimony. And so he thinks that crypto exchanges and issuers of crypto of tokens are on notice, and they need to come into compliance immediately. He even stated that these exchanges and crypto issuers have some of the most sophisticated attorneys, securities practitioners working for them, and they're well aware of what the securities law is, and therefore should come into compliance as soon as possible. So I think everyone's kind of on notice.
All right, thank you, Audra. Kenneth, I know the government is clamping down on all digital payment providers facilitating crypto transaction. Is this an opening, an avenue for the introduction of new law to regulate cryptocurrency in Uganda? How do you see this?
Yes, definitely. It is opening an avenue for new laws. Looking at crypto in Uganda, I'll also just try to keep my answer short. True, Bank of Uganda has expressed trepidation towards cryptocurrency, specifically under and National Payment Systems Act, like I had introduced earlier. However, under the same act, we have a sandbox arrangement where innovators are allowed to live test
We are lost Kenneth. All right, so we are going to move because of the time challenge. I'm going to take only one question if anyone wants to. Kenneth, you're back?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking on and on. Can you hear me clearly? Am I audible or is my connection
we
unclear?
can.
Okay, sorry. I had said that yes, Bank of Uganda has expressed trepidation towards cryptocurrencies under our National Payment Systems Act. However, it is still allowing entities to get a license under still the National Payment Systems regulations, sandbox regulations, where innovators are allowed to live test products that involve crypto transactions. And so although the law at the moment is that crypto assets don't fall under our National Payment Systems Act, you can still, as a crypto trader, as a platform or exchange, be able to get a license under our sandbox regime, where Bank of Uganda then just, waits and sees how exactly you're transacting and whether they can then
I think we have lost Kenneth again. I'm sorry for this. Maybe we can take one question from the public to any one of our panelists, please. Please raise your hand. The lawyers. Anyone? All right, so I think I'm going to end this session here. I know it has been a very long session with the number of panelists that we have. And I would like to thank all the panelists and thank you. So we're going to proceed with that. Thank you, Songul and Ashwin and everyone. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, a riveting panel discussion has concluded today with our esteemed guest Diego Nunes, Audra White, Anthony Marin as well, Greg Pula, Max Mama, Top Songul, Ashwin Gopi, Kenneth Muhangi, and not to forget our very own Benito Eliza, the founder and CEO of Wakanda 4.0 as moderator, captivating us all, I must say, with a profound insight on worldwide compliance in the crypto industry. Round of applause for them, please, once again. Thank you very much. I must say also that their expertise has shed light on the intricate balance between innovation and regulation. Now, let's change topic. Let's shift our attention to another pivotal aspect of this summit. The distinguished guests from Warwick Group, a true beacon of excellence in wealth management. Their visionary leadership and commitment as well to bespoke services have positioned them, ladies and gentlemen, at the forefront of the industry. Please join me in extending a resounding welcome to this beautiful stage for Loïc Chollet-Verger, the Chief Executive Officer of Warwick, Devika Bawani as well, the Chief Executive Officer of Warwick Phoenix Securities, and Nivesh Ramdani, the Chief Executive Officer of Warwick Phoenix PCC. Round of applause, please, for them. The stage is yours.
Super. Thank you. Can hear me better? Oh, all right. Wait, that's better. So again, it's a real pleasure, as I said, to be here today with part of the team. And thank you, Benito and the team for giving us the opportunity to tell you about Warwick Group. I'm Loic, I'm the CEO of Warwick Private Bank, and we are going to be talking thereafter with Devika, with the CEO of Warwick Securities, and Nivesh of Warwick PCC, our asset manager. The idea for me as a start is to tell you more about Warwick, and more specifically how Warwick started as, let's say, a quite classical private bank and moved today at a more crypto-friendly institution. Then Devika will share with you what are, let's say, our convictions in terms of crypto. And Nivesh will have the chance at the end to tell you of one of our great success, we believe, is the creation of the first crypto fund here in Mauritius at Warwick. So I will start with telling you a bit more about Warwick. And the story of Warwick is actually the story of a man, Roger Zanier. Roger Zanier is a very successful and wealthy entrepreneur. And he had, like many of people like him, he had his money at first in Switzerland and in Monaco. And he thought that would make sense for him to go for geographical diversification, let's say, to have some of his investment and his banking partners outside of Geneva, outside of Monaco. When he said this, well, his friends laughed at him a bit. They say, doesn't make sense. I mean, like, I have all my investment in the US in a great bank called Lehman Brothers, and I have all my investment in Europe in a great bank in Switzerland called Credit Suisse. Well, I guess what happened after that proved that Mr. Zanier has conviction and a great vision of the necessity of this geographical diversification. So when he made this geographical diversification of his wealth, he looked around in the world, and he made a study and ended up choosing Mauritius. We all know why, because we're here today, and so we know why Mauritius is a great place for business. It's a great place because we have people with a great knowledge in finance. It's a very business friendly country, and we have plenty of other reasons for being here. So he ended up choosing Mauritius, and he created his bank here 8 years ago. So we have been here for 8 years. And because Mr. Zanier is, let's say, a quite sophisticated entrepreneur and a quite sophisticated investor, he, with his numerous partners, he made some investment in structured products. He made investment in commodities, Forex, and all this. And at the time, it was not possible to do this in Mauritius, so he started in other geographies to work on crypto. He started that in 2017. So he, as a shareholder, and some of his team gained experience in crypto. And when the Vitos Act came here in Mauritius, he decided to apply this expertise in his bank in Mauritius. And he started by creating the first, as I said before, the first crypto fund here in Mauritius just after the creation of the Vitos Act. This was just the start, and Nivesh will tell you more about this fund later. This was just the start of how his conviction into crypto were applied here in Warwick, because a bit after that, he decided to open the bank to other investors. The bank at the origin was actually for him, for his family, and a few of his friends who realized that actually geographical diversity made sense after Lehman Brothers and recently Credit Suisse. So he opened to new clients. Now we can open the bank for let's say, other entrepreneurs from the rest of the world. He also opened the bank and he opened the bank to a new shareholder, someone who had a very successful digital and crypto experience. So this gentleman came quite recently and is helping accelerating our development. But last and not least, what we did together at Warwick at the beginning of this year is that we applied for two crypto licenses, one license for custody and the other one for brokerage. So we've been mentioned a bit earlier by the institutions here, and we had our pre-approval, so not yet working, but on the good way for it. So this shows all the convictions that at Warwick we have, and what we have developed from the beginning, the creation of the bank, the creation of the fund, and recently the licenses that we applied to. And that's perfect timing for Devika to arrive, as she's going to be the one telling you more about our convictions on crypto at Warwick. Oh, you want to be there? Yeah, I guess. It's all right for you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Conviction in an idea, to me, is one of the most underrated elements of a successful investment strategy. As an investment professional, I have conviction in the future of digital assets, and that the technology that supports it will emerge as a disruptive force across a wide range of industries. While there are still many challenges to be overcome, we're steadily moving towards widespread adoption. Thanks to global movements like digitalization and establishment of solid regulatory frameworks around digital assets, amongst others. Unfortunately, recently, we have witnessed an unprecedented surge in the number of cases involving crypto-friendly brokers and banks going under, underscoring the crucial significance of trust when choosing a VSP. In this context, the robust regulatory framework in Mauritius further reinforces the reliability and trustworthiness of regulated entities. Anyone who has gone through the Vitos Act and the series of rules stemming from it will agree with me that the barriers of entry are high, and the conditions for retaining the license are equally demanding. But this is a necessity if Mauritius, as a jurisdiction, wants to attract credible crypto players. Paradoxically, the concept of cryptocurrency entails a decentralized system where banks and traditional institutions are not necessary for financial transactions. The reality of the industry, at least today, is that we need those traditional players to provide a reliable on and off ramp between trading platforms and the world of hard currency. As a financial institution at Warwick, we understand the challenges that crypto-friendly investors and businesses face in finding banking partners to facilitate their transactions. In the light of this, Warwick Private Bank and Warwick Securities have applied for a virtual asset custodian license and a virtual asset broker-dealer license. And we've even received our in-principle approval from the regulator, the FSC. These licenses will enable us to provide comprehensive custodial services and brokerage facilities all in-house within a single group of regulated entities with personalized private banking services to ease our clients' investment activities in both traditional securities and emerging virtual assets. So we will hopefully have good news to share with the industry in the coming weeks. We will then take pride in possibly being the first group in Mauritius to offer this kind of comprehensive range of services. Thank you for your time and attention. It's been a pleasure sharing my insights on this topic with you all today. It is truly through platforms like this one that we can collectively contribute to its growth and evolution. I now leave the floor to Nivesh, CEO of our sister company, Warwick Phoenix PCC.
Thank you, Devika. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be brief. Loic has already touched upon the vision of the shareholders, so I'm here to represent my company, Warwick Phoenix PCC, which holds the crypto fund, let's say. So Warwick Phoenix PCC is a public limited company incorporated as a protected shell company. It is licensed by the FSC as a collective investment scheme and authorized as an expert fund. The PCC offers a variety of funds to its clientele, different investment objectives and strategies according to their risk appetite. So over time, we have seen that our high net worth individuals, our high net worth clients, have been increasingly allocating or looking to allocate a portion of their investments or their wealth into assets, either into virtual assets, either directly or indirectly through funds. So as Luke mentioned, the shareholder has been working on virtual assets for some time. So building on the foundation and expertise of the investment advisors who were working with our major shareholder, Warwick Phoenix PCC proudly launched the first digital asset fund in 2021. It complements the more traditional asset classes that we already give exposure to our clients, like stocks, bonds, commodities, etc. So this strategic move was made possible due to the early involvement of our investment advisors, dating back to 2017, who were already at that time, as I mentioned, managing the assets of the shareholder. With that, our investment advisors developed an understanding, I would say deep understanding of this emerging asset class. They employ a very diligent and research-driven approach to identify the investment opportunities while managing risks effectively. You know, in crypto, managing risk is primordial. So together with that, with a careful selection of cryptocurrencies, our investment approach incorporates a large cash position and structured products as well that provide upside exposure while effectively limiting maximum losses. By including these products in our investment universe, so we aim to reduce volatility, obviously, and offer our clients a more stable and predictable investment experience. Additionally, we actively leverage decentralized finance strategies, such as yield-generating techniques like stacking, to diversify the source of return, which also contribute towards enhancing the overall performance of our investment offering. So this diversification not only expands the potential for return, but also adds a layer of resilience to our investment portfolio. Just quickly, as I mentioned, we have launched our fund. Looking back, just to give you the highlights, the fund registered the last bear market of 21 and 22 better than its peers. Risk management tools have proven to be very effective. These tools allow us to offer investors an investment vehicle for crypto assets whose management methods are inspired by traditional asset classes. We'll say we take a private equity approach, whereby selection is based on business model and technical analysis, implementation of industry standard risk management metrics. Also, we have a very high flexibility in allocation. The cash portion, as I mentioned, the cash portion of the fund reduces sensitivity in periods of high volatility. Bottom line, the fund's performance is in line with the BTC and outperforms standard diversified allocation. So, to summarize, through this forward-thinking approach, Warwick Phoenix PCC has successfully launched its digital asset fund, offering clients a compelling opportunity to participate in the exciting world of digital assets while benefiting from our proven investment strategies and dedicated support. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We're here to answer any of your questions. I think there are other speakers after us, but we're going to be here the whole day. So Don is there.
Applaud them and let's applaud their unwavering commitment to excellence in wealth management and their invaluable contributions to the industry. I must say also that their visionary leadership and dedication to providing bespoke services have set new benchmarks in the financial world. And now it's with great excitement that we move forward to the next segment of our summit, where we'll welcome the wonderful Jessica Naga, the CEO of the Mindex Group of Companies. In a world driven by innovation, Jessica, and disruptive technologies, I must say that Jessica has emerged as a force to be reckoned with. As the co-founder of the Mindex Group, she has embarked on a mission to revolutionize financial infrastructure in Africa, utilizing the immense potential of blockchain technology to optimize asset creation, storage, and trading. So, without further ado, let's just give a thunderous applause and a warm welcome to Jessica Naga. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today as I embrace my new position, as I move from being a lawyer to be the CEO of Mindex. I've been a barrister for 19 years. Half of it, sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Half of it has been as a lawyer. And I think, I don't know, 8 years ago, I fell into blockchain and was completely obsessed by it. Went down that rabbit hole of reading anything I could find about it. So much so, when I came out of that rabbit hole 6 months after, I would talk about tokenization of assets to anyone who would want to hear about it. And I remember a very senior person at the FSC introduced me once as Jessica Token. And last year at the Cryptoverse Summit, I talked about tokenizing Benito. And what a change from last year to this year. At the last summit, people were asking, what is an NFT? What is a fungible token? Today, during the break, 15 minutes, I was outside. I can see the biggest players in the market in the room. As Mindex moves into the infrastructure space, it is extremely important to have players in the market embracing this space. So I talk to compliance guys, to OMCs, to lawyers who are absolutely crucial. There will be more than enough work for everyone. I think it's incredible that we managed in a conference to have the regulators, the EDB, the private sector, the banks, the big players, the smaller ones, and we're talking together about making Mauritius the exchange space for Africa. I think before we spoke about it, but it's a bit difficult. When we are not connected to the continent, we're out of it. But today, I think with digital assets, it doesn't really matter whether we're in the continent, we're close enough, and we can be that exchange space for the African region. So, sorry about that. I think while talking, can you go to the beginning? All right. Okay. So I've been told today to have a bit of an easier role. So I don't have to advise anymore. I will have advisors helping us. We are the infrastructure space. So this is what I've been asked to talk about why Mindex is here. So I know there are a lot of international players also here and online. So I went through the basics also. The basics, why is Mauritius a good space? You know, we're the first country in Africa for good governance. We have a stable multi-party parliamentary democracy, clear constitutional separation of powers. a great bilingual workforce, really bilingual. We've got one of the most well-developed infrastructure in Africa. So, you know, mobile payment, mobile money is already here, well established. And we were voted fourth best country in the world for remote working. This is absolutely crucial when we're moving into a space where you're going to buy, you're going to sell services and products online. Again, the more traditional, sorry, we're a fintech company, but the fintech stuff not working so well, but you know, a strong financial policies framework. So 29 investment promotion protection agreements, very straightforward tax system, extensive network of double taxation, no exchange control provisions, 19 international banks, and a very well-developed legal and accounting. So ACCA being here, many, many lawyers being here is testament to this. I think what tips the balance for us now is that we meet substantially, is what the word is being used, all of the FATF recommendations. Why is that crucial? I mean, there are countries in Africa at the moment being grey listed. We now become the possibility of becoming the pump, the heart, becoming the liquidity center for the region. So I'm just going to go back a little bit in the lawyer thing because I can't really get out of it. Why am I so excited about doing fintech here? It's because the law is super clear. So, you know, the ICO thing was an attempt to get around IPOs and STOs. So people trying to not do securities law because it's complicated. But in Mauritius now, as the CEO of the FSC said before, you cannot do unregulated crypto. If you are doing securities listing as an STO, so security token offering, you will fall under securities law, simple. Obviously, there are some ironing out that needs to happen. I think Ashwin Gopi talked about that, but they are just ironing out. And the way that the space is progressing is that there is just huge collaboration between operators, the FSC, the EDB as well, that will allow us to find solutions and ironing out problems quickly. Now, if you're not a security, you fall into the ITO. So if you're tokenizing a contract or anything else, you're an ITO. So you can't do playing around anymore. That's the message in Mauritius. Everything is regulated. So you have your regulated players in between, like your soldiers, your custodian, your broker-dealer, your marketplace. So they're the ones that stand between the asset that is digitalized and tokenized and the end user. And that, I think, is the best way, because it allows the regulators to choose the best players to create a safer environment for end users, for market players, and for everyone. So when the regulators, that is my experience, when the regulators are looking at licensing VASPs, the virtual asset service providers, they're looking at many things. The people, the business, the tech, the compliance, what is the business trying to do? And I think that's the right way to look at it, looking at this. It's a holistic approach. Why do I say it is good to be here? Because it is clear. What is happening outside of here, an example is the SEC. So the SEC is refusing to define a digital asset because they say securities law covers it. But the truth is it doesn't really, because a lot of crypto exchanges have come in, operated, and not complied with securities law. But what is the regulator doing? The regulator is sanctioning post-event. So do your business, and then the sanction comes. And the hot seat of the CEO is very clear. So when they're going after the companies, they're going after the CEOs as well. So we've seen this in this April in this March 2023, similar. So platform Bexy, SEC filed charges against them. Now, we mustn't forget that the end users pay when something like this happens. Everybody pays. You know, it's exchanges overnight going offline. I think that's another interesting one with the NFT platform Top Shot. And it's the same thing. The argument was raised that the NFTs fractionalized behaved as securities and therefore should be treated as a security. The point of me raising this is just saying the fact that Mauritius has chosen to be fully regulated brings that certainty. I talk about this also, similar kind of, it's an older matter, but it was an OpenSea matter. So OpenSea platform selling art, nothing to do with securities. And the SEC applied insider trading. Crazy, right? So they're fitting everything in the securities and it's very scary. So I think VARA a couple of weeks ago, again, sanction and exchange. I think here, the slate is quite clean. Mauritius was against crypto before, now welcoming it. So we have a clean slate and the regulators and the government is saying everything's going to be regulated. So I think there is going to be a play of decentralized, unregulated crypto and a regulated one. But Mauritius is a place where Mauritians respect the authorities, the institutions, and therefore I think it's the right place to develop the regulated crypto ecosystem before the whole world joins this play. This is what Mindex is. So Mindex has 3 licenses currently. So a securities exchange license, a digital custodian, CDS, so clearing, settlement, and depository. So we've been told we can say, so we've also got an in-principle approval for a crypto exchange. What we wanted to create is an ecosystem where you don't have to fit the ecosystem. You can look at your problem and you can decide what is the best thing for you to do. Is it a securities? Then it's an STO. Is it a contract you want to list that doesn't fall into the definition of securities? Then it's an ITO. But it's everything regulated and you can play within to find the best solution to capital raise for your project, whether it is here in Africa or beyond, who knows. But what we thought is, what if we had the best quality products in the region, listed, fractionalized, traded 24/7. So what it means is taking all the advantages of a crypto exchange as we know it, retail, 24/7, really quick, and bring that to a securities exchange, but have all the protection. So anything that is good, we keep the laws, the regulators, the comfort that this brings to investors and issuers alike. What if we could combine both of these? And that's what Mindex has been fighting for a long time. And now we're really excited that we're actually live and we've got a couple of listings coming. And now you can see it's not just, innovative, it's real. And I say this, I think Mauritius is taking the right decision to go fully regulated. I really believe the world will go regulated, especially for larger plays, larger transactions. I mean, we see gaming companies at the moment. I mean, my kids are obsessed with Fortnites and the like. And if you look at the volume of crypto trades, even in those games, it is very risky if all of this is unregulated because it's real money. So as Mauritius piggybacks on a trusted regulator's law and legal system, a tried and tested financial system with, trusted and tried and tested investment advisors, broker dealers, with an innovative ecosystem that focuses on cybersecurity, best tech. So when I say best tech, we don't have the best tech now because it's going to be totally different in a couple of months. The thing moves so fast that you've got to move with it. So some people were asking me today, what is your tech? Can we see? The point is we are a financial services, legal, strong company using tech to facilitate, to automate, to streamline, to increase efficiency and reduce cost, to address a market that we believe needs it. We partner with players like, the Big Four, the insurer, ASR. So ASR is a reinsurer that came in the market, and they're building infrastructure. They're headquartered here. So them insuring our assets will make the products that we create stronger, better, easier to raise on. So when you have a company that we are using, that we can invest in because it's fractionalized and easy to buy, it's going to make that initial layer of investment easier for Africans to invest in their African assets, and for foreigners also to invest more securely in assets that will allow development of our infrastructure and creating for individual people, not just money, but wealth. That is the vision of Mindex. I'm really happy to be here. I'm open to discussing with anyone who would like to partner or work with us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you once again to the extraordinary Jessica Naga for awe-inspiring insights, I must say. Her visionary expertise has left us in awe of the limitless potential of virtual assets. Let's once again applaud Jessica Naga, the CEO of the Mindex Group of Companies. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to another luminary, I must say, in our midst. Brace yourselves as we welcome Dr. Jane Thomason, the interim chair of the World Metaverse Council, to take the stage. Dr. Jane Thomason stands at the forefront of a paradigm shift, I must say, that is revolutionizing the way we perceive reality. As the interim chair of the World Metaverse Council, she brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise on the metaverse, a dynamic and immersive digital realm that blurs the boundaries between the physical and virtual worlds. Absolutely fantastic, isn't it? So let us now give a warm welcome, I would say, to Dr. Jane Thomason, the interim chair of the World Metaverse Council. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and great to be here. And it's fantastic what Mauritius has achieved, but don't sit back and rest on your laurels, because all you've done is regulate digital assets. Now the metaverse is coming, and I want you all to put your clever legal minds to thinking about that. So just a quick word on the World Metaverse Council. We're a distributed knowledge network. And why do we exist? Because the knowledge of these sorts of innovations are happening all around the world in real time. There is no one expert on metaverse. We've got to find it globally. So we're a network of more than 100 countries and 1,000 members. And our mission is to learn and crowdsource about what's happening in metaverse. What are the issues for regulation, standards, open metaverses? How will it help in health and education? And bring that knowledge back to regulators, to thought leaders, to communities, so you can understand what this new innovation is. So who knows what the metaverse is? No one. Who's ever been there? Probably no one if you don't know what it is. No, there's one hand going out the door. Who's ever played a video game? Okay, there's a few people there. Who thinks metaverse is actually the video games your kids play? No one's game. Oh no, there was a brave person up the back there. Okay, so I've only got 15 minutes. Let me take you through a little bit of a walkthrough about the metaverse. So the first thing is the metaverse is not a single thing. It's sort of like a concept, a constellation of products. It's always on. It's immersive, but it doesn't have to be immersive using headsets, although some people would like you to believe that, because let's be realistic, in the continent of Africa, do you really think all the poor kids in Africa are going to be wandering around in these giant headsets? No. So you're going to be thinking about augmented reality, tablet-enabled, mobile-enabled experiences that are immersive. And it has its own economy. And this is where metaverse and blockchain start to link up, because assets can be bought, sold, exchanged, lent, borrowed in a peer-to-peer way within the metaverse environment, and blockchain facilitates those transfers. So all of the things that you thought about with your digital asset regulation will apply to metaverse, and there's going to be more. So it's bringing together a series of technologies. It's not so new. People have been working on these things for decades. It's just that Mark Zuckerberg got up in about October a year ago and went, well, we're changing the name of Facebook to Meta and we're all going to be in the metaverse. What that did was got people excited, and we all talk about the metaverse, and how many metaverse experts do you see on LinkedIn? I'm certainly not one, and I reckon most of those people who say they are aren't either. We're learning about it as we go. But Citi estimates it's a $13 trillion marketplace by 2030. So what I know for sure is people are investing a lot of money into this. So within it, as I said, it's got its own ecosystem, like a blockchain ecosystem where people can buy, sell and exchange value. And people are actually calling it the next generation of the internet of value, because it's going to allow you to make peer-to-peer transfer of value. Now, there's not one kind of metaverse. There's not one single company that's going to own the metaverse. There are hundreds of companies building metaverses. And the way that I see it, there are several kind of main proponents of metaverses. So one is, although Mark Zuckerberg, I think he just put off 10,000 people and he's starting to downplay the metaverse, the big tech companies, Apple, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, they're all investing in metaverse. Then you have the gaming community, which we spoke about, and there are 3 billion gamers globally. And they already have metaverse-like experiences. They already exchange assets, and they're going to be one of the most important vectors to metaverse economies that exist. And then the other one that's very interesting is that governments are starting to realize and embrace what potential benefits that metaverse can provide them, both for providing citizen services as well as health and education. So here we are. These are the big techs. Microsoft, Google, they're all investing loads of money in building metaverses, in taking over augmented reality companies and so forth. These are the gamers who already have the ecosystem to do it. And then Web3. So not all metaverses will be open. Not all metaverses will be decentralized. Not all metaverses will reward the content creators and allow the peer-to-peer exchange of value. It's the Web3 metaverses that will be doing that. Now, what could you be doing there? Well, just about anything that's in your imagination. Of course, you can be gaming, you can be socializing, you can be shopping. My favorite, actually, ladies amongst you, who hates going shopping and having to get undressed and try on all of these outfits that you look awful in? Well, you're not going to have to in the future. You can send your avatar. A photorealistic avatar of you can go shopping for you, can try on the different clothes, different colors, different swimsuits. Then you can order the one you want, and it'll be delivered straight to your home and you never even went to the shop. How cool is that? I like that a lot. Accessing services, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about health and education. So retail, all the big brands are going into the metaverse. They're all trying it out. Avatar fashion, by the way, dress your avatar in Gucci, Pucci, YSL, absolutely. You have to have the best dressed avatar in town, and the kids are spending a lot of money on this. Entertainment, just imagine you want to be on stage with your favorite entertainer standing there singing along. You're going to be able to do that. ABBA actually had, well, it wasn't ABBA, it was an ABBA Metaverse concert in London about 6 months ago that was sold out every evening. You're going to be able to go traveling and immerse yourself in history. So think about education for children. Think about how boring school is and was. Why do kids have to be locked in classrooms for 8 hours a day and bored to death and remember a lot of things? The world has changed. What the tools that children need to learn and know are going to be different, and they can have much more fun, much more immersive experiences in education. Real estate is already a thing. Anyone got any? No one's been in the metaverse, so you haven't got any metaverse real estate, but I can tell you a lot of people have bought real estate, quite expensive real estate in Decentraland and Sandbox. So you can go into the metaverse and you can own real estate. Maybe you can buy a house next to Snoop Dogg. It'll actually set you back quite a lot of money, but you can. I mentioned government in the metaverse. So the City of Seoul has announced that it's going to put all of its citizen services into a metaverse environment, which means you don't have to get in your car, drive down to the city council to register your business or to pay your dog fine or whatever it is. You're going to be able to do this without leaving your home. And you're going to be able to deal with city officials who will be avatars, who will be dealing with you with your problem. Now, health and wellness is one of the things that I'm most interested in, and we're already seeing a whole host of ways that metaverse is already being used in healthcare. So the first one is collaborative working for scientific discovery. So if you're going to invent some kind of new operation, some kind of new procedure, some kind of new medication, you need scientific collaboration from people all around the world. And what can happen now, before you had to get on a plane, fly all the way to Geneva for a week and sit with a bunch of experts for 5 days. You can go any day into a metaverse collaboration and work with collaborators from all around the world without going anywhere. You can work on a digital twin. You're building a new hospital. You're going to undertake a new transplant operation. You can work on a digital twin with doctors from all around the world to plan that. In education, did anyone ever study anatomy? You had to go and kind of get frogs and dead body parts and cut it up to find out where the veins are. You're not going to have to do that now. Medical students can go inside the human body and can experience and see how the heart's connected to the lungs and the arteries and all of the other parts of the body. So they can really understand how the body parts are connected together. They can learn surgery as if they were the surgeon. There's no risk of killing a patient if you're operating on a digital twin. This will be great for safety standards in medical schools. Avatars, look, if you have a car accident, I'm not suggesting you call your avatar, absolutely not. But for non-acute conditions, you're going to be able to be triaged by avatars connected with your wearables and IoT devices. You're going to be able to have consultations to be referred to different sorts of services without actually having to go and see a real person in non-acute conditions. It's already being found that metaverse for mental health care is providing really good results in terms of people with post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety disorder and so forth. And in an operating theatre, doctors are already being able to use a data overlay of the patient's body. Now, I don't know if you all think your internal organs are exactly the same. Well, let me tell you, they're not. And the doctors kind of go in there and they have to try and find where all your gizzards are and things like that. Well, not anymore, because they're going to be able to see this overlay and be very precise about the way they work with you. And I'm not exactly slimline, but maybe I'm going to be able to be incentivized to do exercise and to lose weight and to be fitter and healthier. And people are already creating these kind of metaverse games for people to be incentivized to do exercise. So Geno Pets, for example, you buy this pet, it's a digital thing like a crypto kitty, But your pet only gets bigger, stronger, and can multiply when you do exercise. So if you don't do any exercise, the value of your pet doesn't go up. So you don't actually receive any economic benefit from owning that pet. So people are doing all sorts of exciting things to try and get people a bit fitter and doing more exercise. The monetization of data, and this is something that I think is super interesting for Africa, the whole idea about play to earn games and economic rewards to people for participating in the digital economy. But people are going to be able to monetize their own data in the metaverse. Education is an area where I think we're going to see profound changes. Now, everyone here knows about ChatGPT, yep? ChatGPT is going to cause people to lose some or all of the activities they currently get paid for. You all understand that. There's 10 million coders in India. ChatGPT can now undertake significant number of the functions that coders undertake. That's a really scary thought. So what do we then train those coders in? What are the new jobs in the new economies? And if you can use the metaverse to provide skills-based training for the new jobs in the new economies, then this is going to be profoundly impactful. And here's an estimate here, 17.8 billion for the global AR VR market in education. The experiences, the opportunities to learn immersive, personalized, self-paced. If you're sitting in a class of 30 children and you're a normal teacher, do you know if all of those children are learning or not? Absolutely not. Using the data that's going to be collected in immersive experiences, you're going to be able to know who's stuck, what they're stuck on, and then be able to give them extra micro courses to help them not be stuck. Now you're thinking, well, I don't think I can program a metaverse. I like the idea. Mauritius is a gravel spot. We could have metaverse experiences for Mauritius. It's okay. So people are now developing metaverse as a service where you can have a digital twin built of anything, where you can create an immersive real experience of coming to somewhere like Mauritius. And you can even do sounds, touch, and smell now for those of you who are interested. And if you're really interested, apparently you can now do digital kissing in like one of those, helmets, but I'm not sure that that sounds fun. But everything is coming. But the other thing that's really important for you to realize, and if you've got children in university, please think about this, because many things are going to be automated. There's going to be so many different sorts of careers. And the US Bureau of Labor and Statistics estimated that only more than 60% of new jobs won't need a university education. Please remember that if you've got children. And please think about what are the jobs of the future, not what are the jobs of the past. So soft skills, tech skills, they're going to be highly regarded. The care economy, looking after people, managing your remote workforce, looking for bias in algorithms, thinking about a company or an organization or a country's metaverse strategy, coordinating your avatars. What if the avatars sort of run riot? Someone's got to look after them. Managing your drones, managing your XR immersion, because we believe that there's going to be some mental and physical health impacts related to the metaverse. So governments and businesses and industries really need to think about this now, not tomorrow, next week, next year in your 5-year strategy, now, because this transformation is happening incredibly quickly. But as I said, it's fast, it's furious, it's going to be exciting, but there are going to be some ethical issues that we need to think about. And the issue about digital ethics is you're not thinking about one person and making a decision about one person. One algorithm can completely exclude millions of people from your loan portfolio if you're a bank, for example. So it affects a lot of people, so we need to pay attention to it. And these are some of the questions that we as a society need to be asking. Should it be open and decentralized and allow direct peer-to-peer transfer of value, or should it be closed like the Meta, Google, Amazon, and so forth? If you create something, we talk about content creators and creator-owned economies. If you create content in the metaverse, who owns it? What are the intellectual property laws in the metaverse? Well, there aren't any. Should avatars have human rights? Weird question, I know, but think about it. Are avatars subject to the laws of the outside world when they're operating in a digital world? What about data security, privacy, and rights? How do you have informed consent when data is being collected on more devices simultaneously than people will ever be able to know about? How do you protect consumers? Remembering that a metaverse experience is more immersive, so a negative or a positive experience can be much more intense than ever you could achieve on something like Zoom. What about mental and physical impacts? What about children? Kids are in the digital world all the time. How do we protect them? How do we know who they're dealing with? How do we know they're dealing with another child and not a predator? And how do we try and make sure that this metaverse is inclusive, decentralized, and equitable, and maximize the benefits and minimize the harms? And that's what we're all about at the World Metaverse Council. So we're trying to help people get ready for the future. And there's a few organizations. We're one, Metaverse Standards Organization, Metaverse Association, Metaverse Safety Week, who are all trying to work on these issues together. So you're not alone. Please reach out and join us. But the critical thing about the future here is that in the first industrial revolution, you needed a factory to participate. Now everyone can participate in this revolution just with a mobile phone, and that's incredibly powerful for you, and it's incredibly powerful for Africa. So don't think this is far away. This is close, and we're working with people all around the world who are building incredible things that are going to impact on people and humanity. So that's just a snapshot. It's real. Be part of it. Don't rest on your laurels with your virtual asset regulation. Let's get on to this, into the metaverse. Thank you very much.
Moment that is sure, I must say, ladies and gentlemen, to expand our horizons and challenge our perceptions. Thank you once again to the remarkable Dr. Jane Thomason for her captivating speech and exploration of the metaverse. Round of applause, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege of welcoming another luminary. Brace yourselves for the arrival of Loretta Joseph, a powerhouse in the realm of global harmonization and international standards for Web3, virtual assets, and the metaverse. Loretta Joseph, the co-chair of the International Digital Asset Exchange Association, chair as well of the Australian Digital Finance Standards Council, and chair of the World Metaverse Council, Regulation and Policy. She's an advocate for global collaboration and the establishment of robust frameworks that ensure the seamless integration of these transformative technologies into a global ecosystem. Let us give a resounding applause and a warm welcome to Loretta Joseph that will be joining us virtually. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Is she here?
Morning.
Hello, we can hear you, Loretta. You may proceed.
Yeah, I can hear you. And can you see me? Hi, Jane. Can you see me?
We are seeing you perfectly. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, morning, everyone. I'm not sure what time it is. I'm in Ghana at the moment, so I'm assuming it's mid-morning-ish. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not very good on time zones. Thank you for having me, to the organisers. It's nice to be back in Mauritius, even if it is only virtually. I'll be back in a couple of weeks in person, though, so I'm happy about that. So thank you for letting me speak today. An interesting few years we've had, I guess, you know, from when I first started looking at regulatory and policy frameworks, one of the first places was actually Mauritius many, many years ago. The world has really moved on. So back in the late 17, 18 and 19, the only things we really needed to worry about were cryptocurrencies. We looked at Bitcoin, we looked at Ethereum and the odd initial coin offering. That was that. And today, move fast forward until 2023. we have a variety of new things to be worrying about and to be excited about at the same time. So we've seen, I guess, over the last decade, this myriad and this mishmash and this colliding force, I guess, of things like blockchain, Web3, layer 2 solutions on top of Web 2 solutions, the metaverse, cryptocurrencies, non-fungible tokens, decentralized finance, and stablecoins. And I know that's a lot to take in, but in a way, everything is interrelated and correlated. So the metaverse, as Jane said, it's just not one metaverse. There's thousands of metaverse. They can be closed, they can be opened, depending on who's building it. The metaverse that Mark Zuckerberg is building is certainly not decentralized, so he's got a private metaverse. But then there are thousands of people building on top of Web3, Web 2 layer, Web3 layer solutions now, which offer decentralized metaverses. Now, the interesting thing is, I guess, with all these technologies and all these new assets, and the thing that we've seen that's probably the most exciting over the last decade, and what the internet gave us, it's ability to not only share information, it's the ability to share value. So the internet was static. Web 1, Web 2 is what we call static. We could share information, but we couldn't share or transfer value across these open systems. Today we can do that, and that's very, very powerful. So that's exactly where the metaverse fits in. It's taken me a while to grapple with myself in the metaverse. I find it very hard living in this world, let alone having a digital twin of mine that wants to live in another world. But then again, I'm only one very small of a demographic. There are many people that have digital twins. Gaming's been around for a really long time. Gaming's been around for the last 60 years. I think the first ever virtual reality game was constructed in 1960. Fun fact there. But you know, where we sit today, people do want to have an ability to interact in the real world and in the metaverse. And we're seeing business models grow out of that. And we're seeing all sorts of interesting innovation being driven by the availance now of these new technology. AI certainly has increased that as well, but certainly the adoption of Web3 in the last 6 months. But as always, what happens with technology and new business models, there comes a lot of innovation and a lot of reward, but a lot of risk. So in my day-to-day life, and I continue to do it in this world as well as the second world, I look at writing regulation and policies, and that also includes the metaverse, because we can't have a lawless metaverse where anybody can do anything with no recourse. That certainly wouldn't be good for humanity, either here or there. So what we're seeing is standards starting to develop. What do standards look like? A lot of it is, yes, taken from what we see in the real world, but we're seeing the standards being developed. We're seeing regulatory frameworks being developed, especially on the lines of where there's transactions. So anything that's a financial product or involves somebody selling one product for another, it involves a financial transaction and a financial product. And also standards in the way that we share information with each other, because you know there's a lot of problems that we will see. Say, for instance, you've got a head device that's letting you get into the metaverse. What if the person that builds that head device has corrupted it in some way and is able to get into your cognitive thinking and to make you think things that you wouldn't normally think? So we've got to worry about things like that. We worry about data IP. We worry about the bad guys who do bad things in this world doing just as much bad in the virtual world. And that's got to a stage so much that I had a conversation maybe a month ago with Interpol. Interpol rang me up and said, "Oh, Loretta, we've got all these money launderers in the metaverse. What do we do?" And I said, "Well, we better start looking at having proper regulatory frameworks around what that looks like." So Interpol now have an office in the metaverse, which I thought was what is a very taying moment when you're seeing law enforcement go into these environments. So we have to make sure that consumers and investors are protected. We have to make sure that money launderers and terrorists and bad people can't do terrible things to people. We've got a number of instances at the moment where we're seeing quite a large uptake in things like child pornography, and that's not good. So a lot of the law enforcement guys globally are working together to mitigate that. We're seeing a lot of people try and launder money through the metaverse because they go into one system, say they're buying a piece of land on decentralized land. they go in, they buy some McDonald's, they do other stuff, and then they exit the metaverse with another token. So that they're finding ways to launder money and not be traced. So that's high on the agenda of the standard setters to make sure that we can track and trace all people that are using these new systems for nefarious activities. And then we also have the issues of consumer and investor protection. How do we protect people if they've just bought a piece of land, or they've bought a shop, or they've bought something in the metaverse and they don't get it? So there's a whole lot of rules and regulations that we can actually apply from the real world and put into this new world as well. So it's not all bad, but we do need new policies around things like data protection. That's the one thing I see that we haven't done particularly well in this world with virtual assets. So things like data protection and how do we protect people when the data is in another place, not a jurisdiction, is going to be very interesting in the next few months. And of course, everything that is transacted in the metaverse is not done with cash or money, fiat currency, as you know it. It's done with a digital asset. So, how do we ensure that the digital assets that are being used to purchase or to sell things is clean money, or in fact it exists at all? It's just not been some token that somebody's gone and created and then ran away with. So all the problems that we see sort of around digital assets and virtual assets at the moment, these things are transacting through into the metaverse, and they have to be solved. But that's on the negative side. On the positive side, I think it's really interesting times that we will be able to solve so many problems, as Jane pointed out to you, the use cases around supply chain management, health, people finding new jobs and new ways to make livings, new entrepreneur ways that we haven't even thought about at all in history, new asset classes. Is all very, very exciting. But it takes time. Things are in motion. I chair the regulatory and policy arm of the World Metaverse Council. We're in talks at the moment with a number of governments, including the European Union, on coming out with a template for adoption around regulatory frameworks in the metaverse. I've also in talks with the Commonwealth. So there are large jurisdictions and large groups of jurisdictions that are all seeing the importance of this and how big the impact will be of things like the metaverse by 2030. So we're all coming together to help rewrite some of the rules that make it a fair and equitable place to live, to transact, and to be another world. So thank you very much. I won't keep you all too long because I'm sure it's close to some eating break. Benito, are you there? Jane?
Yes, I'm coming. I'm here. I'm here. Thank you very much, Loretta. We couldn't clearly, but we managed to listen to whatever you had to say today. And I must say that your insights have enlightened us as well. Your passion has inspired us, and your dedication to global progress is truly commendable. Thank you once again, Loretta Joseph, for joining us today.
Thank you. Bye. I wish you a good conference.
As we bid farewell to Loretta Joseph, public, I'd like to inform you that lunch will be served shortly in some 20 to 30 minutes. But for now, let us direct our attention to the next speaker of this summit awaiting us on this remarkable journey. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves to enter the enchanting realm of Dreams Quest, a captivating open world action adventure role-playing as well, role-playing mobile game that will transport you to a world of boundless imagination and endless possibilities. Let us now extend a very warm welcome to Steve Good, the co-founder of Dreams Quest. And here he is. Round of applause for him, please.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, that's good. How's everybody today? How's everybody today? All right, come on, let's wake up a little. I know it's been a long set of sessions, but now we're here to do a little entertainment. So I'm from Dreams Quest. We set out on an adventure to help you discover the world in a way that perhaps hasn't ever been told before. We've had researchers that have been discovering ancient knowledge and ancient stories, and our world brings those to life. We're going to do a little bit of animation and we'll show you a little bit of music as well. You know, the gaming world has some challenges. People don't think about this. They think about regulatory and finance all the time when they think about blockchain. But actually, there's a lot of sectors that need innovation and need change. And we thought about a lot of this and said, how do we bring that change together while we bring these new ideas to people to help them kind of see the world differently or as it really is? Now, what we've come to realize, I have kids. How many here have kids? How many of your kids are playing games? Fortnite, Epic, yeah, okay. Let me tell you something that I've discovered because we've moved countries a couple of times. We've had changes in our accounts. There are some really weird restrictions in the gaming sector. For example, did you know you cannot sell your account? You cannot sell your assets in the games. You cannot trade with other players. You spend a lot of time and a lot of money grinding and playing. And then when you reach a point that you want to move on and do something else, can't do anything with it. If you move countries, by the way, Sony and Fortnite in particular are very restrictive. You're not allowed to sell those, to move those accounts from country to country. We realize this is something that needs to be disrupted. And how do you do that? If you enable people to own their assets and own their accounts and own what they've been doing, then it's up to them what they do with it. Why do we have to be so restrictive in the way we allow people to play? So we're trying to find ways to move from the Web 2 mindset to the Web 3 mindset. This is all about disruption. And we believe that disruption is a core factor to enabling people to have ways to do things in ways they've never done before. But you're wondering where he's come from, right? He enters this fantastic world and discovers it's in decay. As I said, the ancients have given us knowledge, and we're here to help you understand that knowledge and to take you into our entertainment world. We're not just building a game, by the way. We're working with a number of Hollywood producers, writers, composers, vocalists to create an immersive world of content that we can use for TV, film, movie, music, children's books. You know, children right now today, they suffer quite a lot from too much iPad, too much television, and a lot of stress because mom is working, dad is working. They don't get the chance to see the world the way we all saw the world growing up as children because we didn't have all this technology around us. They're overwhelmed. So we know that there's things we can do to try to help them by giving them worlds of entertainment through story. Now, I'm just going to shift for a minute and talk a little bit about the NFT world because I think that's quite interesting. And there's, as I mentioned, there's a number of things we can do. Here's another challenge we set for ourselves. We recognize that most games always have single objects as items that you can use when you're game playing. But if you look at a game like Call of Duty, couldn't remember what game it was, Call of Duty, it has tons and tons and tons of accessories and items. And we thought, how come games don't do that? Other than games that are gun-based games, why not give players the ability to interchange a lot of items, but also give ownership of those items? So we created our own version of that. Something a little bit different with a staff and with accessories and with a grip. So we can find ways to bring more to the player and have a little bit more fun with the gameplay. We also include things like crystals. So anybody who has a concept of spirituality and understanding of the world beyond the world we live in right now, because there's many, many ways that we can bring in, let's say, Vedic teachings or Navajo or Hopi or ancient African teachings. There's many, many, many things on the earth that we just ignore or have forgotten. So why not bring these ideas and put them in the game and make it more fun and entertaining? Okay, we're stuck. Okay. So this is just an example of what the weapon looks like. I'm just showing you guys for fun. And just to give you an idea of what a player looks like. Now, the reason I show you this is because when we look at gameplay, it's important for us to see what happens when you're playing on a mobile phone, because we also want you to see when you move from a Web 2 to Web 3. And as I said, one of the key things we've been doing is working on innovation. The challenge that we found is that if you want to make an immersive and engaging game, how do you build a game in Web 2, especially if it's in a mobile phone, and give them control and ownership and access in Web 3? And normally the way that's done, if you're in blockchain and you know what I'm talking about with confirmations, and every time you buy something, it's a confirmation, and you trade, it's a confirmation, and confirmation, right? That's not an effective way for gaming. So we realized we needed to do something different. We had to find a way to cross this chasm. And again, it was one of these technical challenges we had to overcome. So this is what we've done. What we've done is we've made it so that when you pick up items, earn the items, and own the items in a game, what you'll see is that it shows up in your MetaMask. Now, there was no confirmation, there was no transaction that the player saw, but the items are in their wallet. And that's really important because it means we're transferring ownership to them from the moment they start playing until the moment they complete playing. And once it's in their wallet, it means they can also now sell the items on the marketplace, like the way you would sell something on Etsy. We don't see that as a restriction because it's player ownership. The player owns the asset, they can sell the asset. These aren't restricted assets. These are things you own. You can do what you want with them. It's like trading baseball cards or Pokemon cards. And of course, you have this great weapon. You want to have a little fight. So it's good to share with you some of the animations our team have been working on, because it's been a while. It's a lot of work. It's fun to show you guys, what we're doing. What do you think? Like it? Good? Okay, something else we've been doing, this is kind of fun, playing with what we call organic matter or ingredients. Because, when you want to, let's take a crystal and you want to infuse that crystal and make it magical and give it special powers, you need a table to work on to do that. So we built a table. Of course, it's in the game. It's something people can do. But all of these things I'm describing are not just for our game. It's also for all of our story, our mythology, and our lore that we can use to create film, book, TV, movie, whatever it is. And, with different time frames or different periods of time, people can experience, let's say, a very violent period of time. You have a more violent movie. And when there's a calm, passive period where things were in enlightenment and beautiful and peaceful, you make something for children. So just to give you another example of how we've integrated the organic matter, because this is more complicated, imagine that you're walking along and you see a bunch of items, you pick them up, you've got them in your wallet, you find now a crystal, you want to pick that up too. And when you pick that up, it magically appears in your inventory and also in your MetaMask wallet. Again, there's been no player interaction in this entire process, but player ownership is there the whole entire time. But more importantly, when the player then does something like infusing the crystal, you'll see that the crystal has changed on the MetaMask side and in the game side. So it's fully synchronizing between in-game and on-chain. This is important because what we're trying to do is to do something that's disruptive, something where we can help people, not just ourselves, but other gamers or other products that realize that there's a value in creating these integrations between what's in Web 2 and what's in Web 3. Oh, he's falling again. What's happened? This time he's facing off with somebody who's not so pleasant. Of course, we have to have sometimes battles or, not pleasant people we come across in our world, whether it's for a film or a TV or a game. So that's the Cyclura, we call her. Okay, last thing I'm going to mention very briefly is that I said at the beginning, we've been working with some Hollywood composers, musicians, what have you. So Adam Berry is a fairly well-known composer amongst the circles of composers. He's not famous like, if you say, Jay-Z or something like that. But he's been working with us since August of last year. He's been composing a song. It's the first song of many that I'm sure we'll produce. It's nearly completed, but we have a small sample of it, which is included with a video. I just want to make sure the sound works when we play the next slide? Yeah. Okay. So you guys want to hear a song? It's just a little sample of it. Okay. Like it? Cool. Thank you. So with that, I'll conclude. He's done his little magical trick to say thank you and goodbye, but I want to thank all of you for your participation today. And I look forward to being able to bring you some of the films and TVs we've talked about. We're working on it. It's a long journey, but we're working on it. So thank you all for listening, and I appreciate it.
For inspiring us to embrace the realm of endless possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves now for an extraordinary journey into the boundless realm of blockchain's transformative power. It is with great excitement that we now welcome on this beautiful stage Yosuke Yoshida, the co-CEO of Emergo Middle East and Africa. Emergo Middle East and Africa, ladies and gentlemen, under Yosuke's leadership, has become a catalyst for change, harnessing the power of blockchain to shape a new era of possibilities. So prepare to witness the convergence of technology and innovation with Yosuke Yoshida. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Yosuke Yoshida from Emergo. We are the co-founding entity of Cardano. I think we're behind schedule. One good news that I can share with everyone is after my speech, we'll have a lunch. So please allow me to spend another 10 minutes. I'll do it quick. Okay, before directly going into the topic today, which is how blockchain is revolutionizing the business world, let me talk about myself and who we are. So Emergo is one of the three entities which has founded and is structuring Cardano layer 1 blockchain. Okay, I'm supposed to share the screen, but let me just go on. I'm in charge and responsible for the Middle East and Africa market. How we are doing that? We've invested in 40 plus startups last year. We providing advisory. We also provide technical support to those companies who are interested to bring projects on Cardano. We have a lot of partner companies that work together with us. One of them are Adaverse. You might have heard about them. They are joint venture together at a company called Everest Ventures. We've established another joint venture called Emergo Kepo Ventures. Could you go to the next slide, please? And I skipped this part, but we've invested 100 million investment vehicle to focus in the market. That's how we started to explore the market 2 years ago. Next one. These are the partners that I just mentioned. We have a lot more, but these are the kind of key partners that we have. You might have spoke at one of these. Daniel Labs, led by John Kamara, Power Learn project as well, CBBC, Greenhouse Capital. We have a lot of partners because we don't think that everything will happen directly by ourselves, only by ourselves. That's very difficult. So we have very capable partners to make things happen. Okay, I think I don't really have a lot of time, so let's just go. Can you, okay, just keep it that way. It's fine, yeah, thank you. Let me go back to the topic, how blockchain is revolutionizing the business world. First of all, I think that it's very difficult. This question is very difficult. I mean, especially when we try to predict what the world will be like in 20 years, 30 years in the future. Did we see it like 20, 30 years ago when Amazon or Facebook was established, when they started business? Did we see the world today, what's going on today? I don't think so. At least I didn't see the world that's would be like this today. So it's very difficult. But what I know is Web3 that we're talking about, which we are all very much focusing on. This is not about like one technology. It's really about structuring. It's a structural change of the whole world. It's not about one technology. For example, the shape of a organization. I think most of us or all of us, we work in a organization called a shareholding company, right? But under the concept of DAO, it really changes the relationship between owners and employees, users. We have another kind of relationship among us under the DAO concept. Connection of individuals, this will change a lot. The peer-to-peer concept. Someone in New York, he can lend $300 to an individual in Africa. We call it DeFi. This would not happen in the Web2 space. It's Web3, which we call DeFi. Something that will be growing more and more. Another new concept of a connection of individuals. Another example would be the role of fiat currency. I don't think that fiat currency would disappear in like next 20, 30 years, but I do think that the role or the expectation that we have on fiat currency would change. Like 100 years ago, before 100 years ago, dollar was pegged to gold, right? It's only 100 years ago. So 100 years ago, we started to trust the government or the Fed, central banks, that we started to believe or trust this paper worth maybe 1 cent or something. We started to believe that this is worth $100. This is why. This is because we trust the government or the central bank. But and none of us here are over 100 years old. So when we were born, this was like this. So we tend to think that this has been going on for a very, very, very long time, but it's really not. It's only just 100 years. And 100 years ago, we just believed those notes because it was backed by gold. And yeah, it could change. I mean, why would it not change? And yeah, again, it won't disappear, but the expectation that we have on fiat currency might change through all this revolution that's happening now. And another thing that I believe that would change is that the reality of the mass adoption is a matter of time. That's what I think is what I can say, that what I know. It's really not able to control this movement for anyone, including us or any government or anyone. For example, Bitcoin. If anyone wants to stop this or whatever, who are they going to arrest? Not possible, right? In the crypto, okay, US SEC bans it. Okay, then China goes on. China maybe bans it in another way. Some country in Africa, they go on. It's really not, it's becoming not really possible to have control of the whole revolution or innovation that's going on now. And maybe it's almost 10 minutes, but let me just quickly go through. And last thing that I want to say, that this revolution or innovation, what I believe is that this is really going to happen here in Africa, not in New York, not in Tokyo, not in London. Here in Africa, this is going to happen. And Africa is going to lead this. Why? There are three reasons that I believe so. One is because of the potential of the continent. There's 1 billion youth, very aggressive, passionate entrepreneurs. As I mentioned, we made more than 40 plus investments this year. That's one. Another one would be from the regulation perspective. I also have a lot of friends in Japan as senators, governors, congressmen. I also have very close relationship with the head of digital money, like CBDC kind of discussion. But I really feel that it's going to take forever in Japan to make that kind of things to happen. Here, there's a lot of flexibility. A lot of countries is willing to lead this innovation. So that's another thing that I believe is happening here in Africa. Third, from the technology perspective, I can give a lot of examples but for example, stablecoin. In Japan, for example, stablecoin is a must, nice to have. You don't need it. The banking system is working, cross-border remittance, fine, it's working. It's a nice to have. Some people are using it, like maybe we are using it, but not the general public. They're satisfied with the banking system. And but like in Nigeria, when they don't really have the bank account, even those who they have a very high fee to be charged. And but there's needs. There's some I don't know, they're working in the United States, they want money to be transferred to their home country. So there's real needs for their stablecoin, and there's a lot of startups that are working for this cross-border remittance solution using the stablecoin. So I think all of us believe in Web3, and especially I believe in the potential of Africa to lead this innovation. So I'll stop here, but I'll be happy. I'll be here today, tomorrow, and happy to have a chat with everyone. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for Yosuke Yoshida, the co-CEO of Amago Middle East and Africa. I must say that his captivating speech has unveiled the tremendous potential of blockchain technology today in revolutionizing the business landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree as well with me if I say that it's been a fantastic conference so far, and we've been really privileged today to hear from some truly inspiring speakers. So applause for everybody. Thank you. So before we move on to the next item on the agenda, it's our second award ceremony. Are you ready? Are you here, public? Yes? Is it a great yes? I want to hear everybody say yes. Awesome, you're here, great. So let's move on to the next item on the agenda, our second awards ceremony of the day. Before I start by calling out the name of the awardees, ladies and gentlemen. We're honored to have the Development Business Manager of ACCA, Yamini Sibarti, with us today, who will be presenting the prizes for the second round of awards at the Cryptoverse Summit. So please join me once again in giving a warm round of applause as Yamini takes the stage to recognize and reward the exceptional accomplishments in the crypto industry here. She's coming. Close, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your cooperation and collaboration today. Yamini is coming up the stage. Now, I would like to invite each of the following speakers who joined us on the stage earlier to come back up and receive this time a token of our appreciation for their outstanding contributions. So as I announce their names, please give them a round of applause. I'm counting on you. First awardee, Top Songul, an outstanding French lawyer specializing in business law. Second one, Loïc Choulet-Verger, the CEO of Warwick Group. Third one, Devika Bawani, the CEO of Phoenix Securities Limited. Are they here? Yes, I can see. Loïc, please come. Let's not lose time today. Let's come to receive your awards. And the last one for this first round is Nivesh Ramdani, the CEO of Warwick Phoenix PCC. Another round of applause for him, please, as he will receive as well their well-deserved award. It's Top here. Top, you've been summoned, not summoned, but you've been called on stage to receive an award. Thank you, Top Songul, an outstanding lawyer. We have our first 4 awardees, the first round. Round of applause, please. Yamini will give them a token, a virtual card, a virtual business card. It's a festive moment, so we're really counting you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your accomplishments and your outstanding performances today, I would say. And thanks to Yamini, we extend our gratitude for your participation in this event, for your participation by giving the prizes today. Now it's my pleasure to announce the next part of the award ceremony, the second part of the second award ceremony as well. So please welcome Mr. Howell, the director of IVAC International from Ivory Coast, to the stage. He'll proceed with the prize giving for the remaining awards. Ladies and gentlemen, now be prepared to be inspired as we introduce our next esteemed awardee at the Cryptoverse Summit. Put your hands together and give a thunderous round of applause to none other than Dr. Jane Thomason, the interim chair of World Metaverse Council. Congratulations to her. Let the applause continue louder and more spirited than ever as we welcome our next awardee, Steve Good, the CEO of Dreams Quest. Let's maintain as well the enthusiasm, I must say, and applause as we move on. Our next esteemed awardee is Mr. Yosuke Yoshida, co-CEO of Emergo Middle East and Africa. All our awardees are here. They will receive their prize ceremony. And also we have our wonderful Jessica Naga, CEO of Mindex Group of Companies. 4 awardees for this second round of awards. We have other awards coming up. They'll be coming up during the day. But for now, these are 4 awardees. Another round of applause. Keep going on. Thank you. The picture moment. I'm sure you all love it. Great, thank you once again and congratulations to everyone. Thank you as well to Mr. Owl for his outstanding contribution in conducting the prize giving ceremony today. So you may now kindly regain your seats, but not for so long because I think it's time for a well-deserved lunch. What do you say? Lunch break is for now, and we hope you've enjoyed this insightful discussions and networking opportunities so far. Please take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to refresh yourselves and indulge in the delicious bread prepared for you. I'm Meling Baloo and we'll resume the event shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please regain your seats. Our event is about to resume. Thank you very much. Can the glass go get them before we pull them on test? You sure? Okay. So our event is about to resume, ladies and gentlemen. For those that are inside, I hope you had a nice lunch and you enjoyed your well-deserved break. We now move on to a highly anticipated panel discussion on virtual assets compliance. Leading this engaging conversation is our moderator, Mr. Ashwin Gopi, the managing partner of Lex Frontier Law Firm, with his extensive legal expertise. Of course, round of applause for him. Mr. Gopi, I must say, is well equipped to navigate the complexities of virtual assets compliance and steer the discussion towards valuable insights. Joining him as well on stage are distinguished panelists. First, we have Mr. Marco Morazzoni. I hope he's back from his lunch, the sales director of EMEA at Elliptic. Next, we're also honored to have Ms. Pascal Leonid, the founder and managing director of PL Consulting. I think they are, well, she's here. And lastly, we welcome Mr. Afed Amji, a partner at PwC Dubai, specializing in regulatory and financial crime compliance. So two of our panelists, our moderator and one of our panelists is here. They're here, they are all here. We are now, they're all on virtual, perfect. So let's give them, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome. The two other panelists will join us virtually in just a few moments, and get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for an insightful conversation today. Thank you once again. I'd let you take over, Mr. Gopi. I think there's a problem with the time. Yeah, we can
Thank
hear
you. Thank you very much. It's always a challenge to sit in a panel which is right after lunch.
I agree.
But we're going to change it a little bit. It's not going to be a one-to-one discussion or like we're going to decentralize it. Let's put it that way. It's not going to be a panel where I'm going to be the center, the moderator, where I'm going to be asking questions and then going back to me. Let's try to make it something a bit new, novel, and more interesting. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. So Mauritius came out of the grey list, the infamous grey list of the FATF last year in October 2022. After 18 months of hard work, we managed to pull that one out. One of the things that we have been doing is to spearhead globally the crypto world. And today we are recognized as being one of the most friendliest crypto jurisdiction. Now, with crypto, with the advent of crypto, of course, what we also have the inside of money laundering risks and financing of terrorism risks. Being an international financial sector for over 30 years, an international finance sector with a center with high repute, bringing crypto into the landscape, also bringing risks to the jurisdiction. Pascal, as the head of compliance at Lex Frontier, you have been in the space for over 15 years now, doing compliance work. Let me ask you this first question. What has Mauritius done with regards to upscaling, if ever it did, the compliance landscape in Mauritius with regards to the adoption of virtual asset?
Thank you, Ashvin. I would tend to agree, with all the Mauritian speakers today, including you, to say that Mauritius has a forward-looking jurisdiction. And, just 2 weeks post the adoption of the VATUS Act, we saw the issuance by the Financial Services Commission of the AML-CFT guidance notes for virtual asset service providers and issuers of initial token offerings. So these guidance notes came into force actually on the 28th of February 2022.
So we saw that Mauritius just didn't adopt the VATUS to be in compliance with the recommendation 15 of the FATF, but it went further than that. It reinvigorated its AML-CFT framework to welcome virtual asset. But what exactly is there a lot of change from the traditional way of doing compliance with regards to the new guidance if we stick with the guide note?
Yes, that's a good question. No, when you look at guidance notes, you obviously it sets the tone for the AML-CFT framework for virtual asset service providers, and when you move into that sphere. But when you look at the provisions of the guidance notes, you see various references to the provisions sections of the Financial Intelligence and Anti-Money Laundering Act, the FIAMLA, as we call it, the FIAMLA regulations, and even chapters of the FSC handbook. So what we can say is that it is a blended mix of, virtual asset service providers that need to comply with the traditional AML-CFT framework that we have, plus, readjusting to also incorporate specific compliance applications into their framework whenever they are planning to move into that sphere.
Okay, so what I understand from you, therefore, it is a build-up of whatever mindset, whatever culture that we've already acquired, and is also it is not something that we have to turn away from the traditional way of doing AML-CFT checks.
Exactly.
But a build-up, it's an add-on. But that brings a question in my mind now. You have been in the space for over 15 years. You are one of the witnesses of the changes, of the morph. So from the traditional products, and now with regards to this new product. So how do you see that the market has adapted itself with this?
You know, firstly, I would say that it was important for Mauritius to adopt that framework just post the Vitus. It was important not only, for Mauritius to protect its jurisdiction, but also to protect the existing businesses that want to go into that sphere so that they have a safe environment in which they can maneuver, conduct their business, but also to attract new businesses into the IFC to move into that space in a safe jurisdiction.
So very often we hear that people say that the threshold for entering into Mauritius and do business with regards to VAS is a high one. So what I hear from you, therefore, is that it's high for a good reason, because we have to protect the jurisdiction, and making the jurisdiction clean would also mean that any business doing business in Mauritius, virtual asset service providers doing business in Mauritius, they can get a seal of compliance, so to say. But what about the challenges now, Pascal? Because this is a new product. So
yes, of course. So we all, as compliance professionals, we have been evolving to that AML CFT sector for so long. And we know the traditional AML CFT compliance framework, implementing, I would say, maybe the risk-based approach. Now we have a new product, a new type of service, a new framework that is not yet tested, I would say. We are just, in the phase of implementing it. And there are various challenges, actually. So one I could maybe pick up here, for instance, is, in the traditional AML CFT compliance, we usually do KYC CDD. So customer due diligence, know your customer. When it comes now to virtual assets, so, KYT, as we call it, know your token, is becoming a challenge. So what we see is that, under the guidance notes, there are obligations for virtual asset service providers and also for issuers of initial token offerings to actually track the origin of the virtual asset, but also to monitor the destination of it. So, and I think that's where, blockchain analytical tools like Elliptic, and we have Mark here with us today, can, act and enlighten us on this. Marco, over to you.
Can we have Marco on the screen? That's the issue when we have live with the participants in other jurisdictions. Do we have come on? They have meetings, unfortunately. I think because we run out a little bit of time and I think we may not have them today with us, unfortunately. Do we have any Hafed? No.
Yes.
That's quite unfortunate. But
yes.
There we go.
I'm here.
Hafed, it's great to have you. Sorry for the slight delay, how it usually gets in forum like that. We have had like 7 countries participating, so it's always a challenge. Thank you, Hafed, for being with us. Just for the audience here, Hafed is a partner at PwC Dubai. He's extremely involved in virtual asset and fintech and tech in general. Hafed speaks regularly with Vara and other main players and clients in the space. So Hafed, one very quick question to you. Yep. We know that, Dubai is Dubai. Dubai is a place that sells itself. We know now you have a regulatory authority there, VARA, which has been specifically put up to regulate the space of virtual asset. And you're one of the very few jurisdictions in the world, actually, to have a designated regulatory authority for virtual asset. So what are the challenges, if you can share with us, and what are the opportunities that you see in Dubai with regards to blockchain and virtual assets in general?
So thanks, Ashwin. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to speak on this forum. So thanks, Ashwin. Thanks, Pascal, for this. As I said, I'm Hafed Azmi. I'm a partner in PwC and based out in Dubai. I'm on regulatory and financial crime compliance. Pretty much, this is the things I'm doing every day now with the banks here in terms of how to enhance their frameworks or financial crime frameworks to onboard the VASP. Now, from a regulatory perspective, as you know, I think Dubai is one of the few countries in the world they have defined a comprehensive framework for licensing and supervision of the VASP. So VARA, what you call VARA now, it's established by a cabinet decision, and they are dedicated to licensing and the supervision of the VASPs. They have defined a very comprehensive framework related to the financial crime, the capital reserves, the paid up capital, all the controls and all the requirements apart from the compliance for the VASP to operate in UAE and specifically in Dubai. Now, alongside with VARA, we have also, as you know, in Dubai, in UAE, we have the central bank. So the central bank is regulating the banks. They have also issued a specific guidance for risks related to the virtual assets and the VASPs, to all the VASPs, to all the banks. And we have all the regulators related to the commodities, for example, ESCA. There are different free zones in UAE, like ADGM in Dubai, there is the FSRA, and the AFC, they have the FCA, which they have also defined their own regime. So from a challenge perspective, given that we have a different regulators, so their alignment between the different requirements is a bit difficult for the banks because there is different regulation, different requirements they have to comply. But still, the compliance from VARA or the regulation from VARA and the central bank are the top one for the banks to implement, because these are the banks they have to comply with, and these are already in full compliance and alignment with FATF, and especially the recommendation 15 related to the virtual assets. So that's from a regulatory perspective. On the bank side, I think as you may touch, the VASP are specific in nature. So they combine a special product, which is the crypto, and the technology, which makes them specifically, it's a different challenge from a customer perspective. So as you know, the regulation, even from FATF, they consider this as a high risk. And when you provide the service to the VASP, mainly the service what they need now, I've seen now on the banks now, they require a client money account. And the client money account is, suppose that client money should be submit or should be transferred to this client. So you will be dealing with a customer VASP, which you don't have a control on who are these customer VASP. So you will be relying on the controls implemented by the VASP for the due diligence, for the screening, for the transaction monitoring on that. And on top of that, you will see only the fiat element of the transaction, because the customer, when a deposit fiat, he will be buying crypto. So you will not see as a bank the crypto exchange, you will be seeing only the fiat, and that's what adding more complexity, because you will see one leg of the transaction, you will not see the second leg of transaction, and that's where you rely on what the VASP is doing, and rely also on the reconciliation conducted by the VASP. The other complexity which we have also part of the financial sector is when you have the money coming in a different currency other than your local currency, especially in dollar, you might have some challenges with your correspondent bank, and especially the USD correspondent bank, where when you see, for example, now all what's happening in US with the 3 banks related to fintechs and VASP. So the correspondent bank are very skeptical and very stringent on all the transaction in dollar related to crypto. So any transaction related to crypto will go through a very stringent review, and you might receive a lot of RFIs from your correspondent bank in terms of what is this transaction, what's happening, and you have to justify that you have an appropriate and robust financial crime framework to control all these transactions. So that's adding challenges in terms of this. And on top of that, there is another challenge, which sometimes this VASP may conduct some nesting relationship. So they will facilitate, for example, a payment for another VASP, or you might have a payment company or an IT company, because we know most of these VASP, they may register as an IT company. So you may not able to identify whether this is a VASP or not. So they may facilitate payments for other VASPs. So that's what you call the nesting relationship, which in some jurisdictions, which is not allowed. And that will have to add more risk in terms of financial crime risk or money laundering to your risk taxonomies. So these are more the challenges which we are facing, or as a sector we are facing, and how we are helping the banks now is to enhance their financial crime framework from a governance process, system, technology, data, and people also element on training to enhance the capabilities and the capacity of the bank to mitigate that risk when dealing with the VASP and offering services to the VASPs. Hopefully I answered your question.
Yeah, no, quite elaborately, actually. Thank you for that, Hafid. Correspondent bank seems to be the stopper in almost everywhere, in fact. You say something about the challenge with regards to the bank being the custodian of the fiat currency, of course. And often the source of the fiat currency might be what is happening on an exchange. And you can't really grasp where that money came from. So that is a huge challenge. Unfortunately, we don't have Marco with us, who could have really enlightened us on blockchain analytical tools like Elliptics, how they go about to follow, in fact, where a particular virtual asset has been. But this is a challenge, yes. Is there any ways that the regulatory authorities in Dubai are thinking of addressing that, or is it something that they are not concerned for the moment, given that you're already providing licenses? So that is a problem that is here to address now. So how are they going about with that?
No, definitely, I think the regulator here, from both all the regulators involved in regulating the landscape in UAE, and especially VARA, they have defined a clear requirement for the VASP, what are the controls they have to implement. So starting from the onboarding, which they have defined clear onboarding process, verifying doing the DDD, customer due diligence, enhanced due diligence on the customer's side. That's one. And also defining what are the transaction monitoring they have to implement at the VASP side, because the VASP will do the transaction monitoring between the crypto and the fiat. And where in this area, they need advanced technologies like elliptic or chain analysis. They're doing, for example, their review of the transaction, review of the on-chain transactions between crypto and fiat. On top of that, what the regulator also is doing a daily monitoring of the crypto itself. So this advanced technology, or VARA, they have a partnership with advanced technology here, is to monitor for each VASP how the trends and the movement of the crypto, to avoid such, for example, concentration risks on the crypto side, or there is an issue to identify proactively if there is any kind of suspicious transaction that's happening on the crypto side, they blocked from their side, or they notify the VASP to block from that side to preserve the stability of the financial system in UAE overall.
Right. Okay. So I hear you that the VARA is up there, it's out there, it's doing its thing, and the bank, as I think in almost all jurisdictions, Dubai is no exception, that the bank is not necessarily up there, and they have got their own issues. But how easy is it today to open a VASP in Dubai, and given that this is a compliance panel, so what are the compliance requirements that we will have to put forward to the regulatory authority before we can be licensed in Dubai?
So definitely from a bank's, let's say from VASP side, if you want to open first a client money account, that's a requirement for the operation of the VASP, they have to demonstrate a robust financial crime framework. On top of, there are prudential reserve or proof of reserve they have, but predominantly is the financial crime framework should be robust enough and demonstrate that to the bank to open a client money account for this, and to justify, for example, how the money is going, what are the controls implemented, both from a design and from an operating effectiveness perspective. That's from the VASP. Now, from the bank side, definitely they are, now what the bank is doing, they are enhancing their financial crime framework to onboard the VASP, to see what are the additional risks that the bank is exposed to in terms of financial crime, in terms of operational risk, for example, compliance risks, consumer protection, regulatory risk also, and they are enhancing their framework for this. Now, there is a requirement from the central bank here that if you will open a client money account, you need to get non-objection from the central bank. And that non-objection should be also accompanied by attestation that the bank has already elevated and implemented robust control to onboard the VASPs. And then once this non-objection is obtained from the central bank, then the VASP or the bank can open a client money account to the VASP. This is applicable to the client money account, but not, for example, if it's related to the operating account, which is the commercial account, it would be considered as a normal entity. They can open that. So these are the mitigation controls that's both or on the VASP, on the banks, and what's the supervision from the central bank that they require for the banks to open a client money account for the VASPs.
Well, thank you, Hafid. I'm being signaled here that we might be overstepping the time limit. Unfortunately, this is a very, very interesting topic to speak about compliance of virtual asset and what are the requirements. But we'll be happy to connect later on to discuss further. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Hafid.
Thank you.
Fortunate with Marco with us from Elliptic, and thank you so much, Pascal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thanks once again, ladies and gentlemen, to all our guests for this informative panel. I must say now, as we transition into a highly anticipated panel discussion, another one, yes, I invite you to fasten your seatbelts and prepare for an intellectual journey into the application of blockchain to business processes. Our esteemed panelists are trailblazers in this realm, equipped with invaluable expertise and real-world experiences that will surely fuel our exploration. So leading this discussion is the brilliant Benito Eliza, the CEO and founder of Wakanda 4.0. We also have other guests that will be joining us on stage. Yosuke Yoshida, co-CEO of Imago Middle East and Africa. Also, Mikey Cratchit, CEO and founder of BlockX Space, and also Charles Okafomba, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, CTO of Convexity. Have a nice discussion. Benito, I'll leave it up to you.
Thank you, Mei-Ling. All right, so thank you. I know we are a bit late on the agenda. We are going to be quick. And for this panel, we are going to discuss about the application of blockchain technology to business processes, right? We all know the first use case of blockchain technologies, cryptocurrencies and all that. But the technology, the underlying technology, we can use it for business process. And we are going to hear from the expert what are the different ways we can leverage on blockchain, and if we can apply blockchain in different industries. For this panel, we are going to have Mike straight from Germany, and Yosuke Yoshida from Imago from Japan, And then we are going to have my dear friend Charles from Nigeria. Charles, are you here?
Yeah, I hear you loud
All
and
right.
clear.
So we are going to do a quick introduction of each of you, and then we are going to discuss about the topic itself. Mikey, please.
Hello, everyone. I would call myself an entrepreneur in the blockchain and no-code space. I'm here today representing BlockX Space, a blockchain consulting company, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Mikey. Yes, okay. I think you already introduced yourself earlier.
Yes, I think I did, but my name is Yosuke Yoshida from Emergo. We are one of the co-founding entity Cardano Layer 1. Thank you.
Just to highlight that Emergo is one of the co-founder of Cardano blockchain, which is a global blockchain platform, right? Charles?
Okay, good. My name is Charles Okafomba. I'm co-founder and CTO at Conversity. All right.
Thank you, Charles. So let's start with Mikey. I think you have been advising some projects where they are applying blockchain technology. Can you share like some information on which type of project in which industry they have applied blockchain?
Sure, thank you for the question. First of all, unfortunately, many projects are under NDA, which I cannot talk about, but I want to mention some, let's say, sectors. The first one was actually in the gaming sector. So we connected a game with the blockchain, and we put the game steps and some assets on the blockchain, because we wanted to show that we can actually scale a public proof of work layer 1 blockchain, where we did over 21 million transactions within 24 hours, which is very good compared, for example, to Ethereum, which can do 1.7 million transactions within 24 hours. And this might not be like this use case which everybody can relate to. So there are others which also need many transactions, like the financial sector, but everybody is touched by the supply chain management. Supply chain, for example, of food, of medicine, or fashion. How do you know where your food comes from? Basically, currently you need to rely on people, you need to trust people. But imagine putting a full supply chain onto the blockchain, connected for example, IoT sensors who can sensor the temperature. What's the temperature hold through all the journey? Does your medicine still work? This can be done, for example, with a blockchain. And also, secure and store data, or make data quite inaccessible for third parties. So, for example, when you want to make sure that your data is not being manipulated, or when you want to provide that people from outside can verify documents. We have outside the Technical University of Mauritius. Imagine people making their PhDs. How can you verify that someone tells you he made a PhD here at the university? Is it real PhD? Is it a real doctor? With the blockchain, you can verify these things. Or when documents are being created in a government, how can you make sure that few people didn't manipulate on that data? Or when you store data, how can you ensure that it's stored in a secure way and not being accessed by other countries who want to probably spy on data and so forth?
Thank you, Mikey. I think we have some representative of the University of Technology Mauritius. I hope you are taking note what are the things that you can do with blockchain, right? Thank you for this, Mikey. I forgot to ask the first question that everyone can understand. Yosuke, if we need to define blockchain in some few and simple words, what are these words that you're going to the audience what is blockchain, to explain blockchain to the layman?
Few words in.
Just to explain what is blockchain.
Oh, it's a distributed ledger, but it's more like bringing in trust to internet. Okay. In the early days, like 5-6 years ago, when I joined this space, Web3 space, blockchain space, I thought that this crypto is only becoming a part of this blockchain revolution. It's a part of it. I really thought like it's gonna be part of it, and a lot of things happening on blockchain other than crypto. But now when we talk about that, when this is bringing value to blockchain, bringing value is always somehow connected to crypto. Like everything that's really happening, really starting to make sense, like NFTs, DeFi, stablecoin. We're all talking about cryptos. Most of the solutions that are really having bringing some changes, meaning that are starting to make sense, are crypto related. So now I think that it's something that we can't really separate it. Of course, there are several projects that like the one that you mentioned, that traceability solution that is pure blockchain kind of project without crypto. But like I kind of see that let's say 70-80% of the blockchain project that I see and would make real changes in the daily life or the society would somehow be related to this tokens or crypto, because that's how the blockchain or Web3, that's how the blockchain is able to bring in the value to the internet.
Yeah, but there's one very regular question that we receive from people, I would say in Mauritius. They want to see if they can use blockchain without the cryptocurrency, without the native cryptocurrency. Can this be done? And can we use smart contracts to automate business process?
Oh, of course we can. And there's a lot of projects that I also know that's trying to work it out. But I am more a believer when it's really somehow connected or utilizing the crypto part of the blockchain technology. It makes a lot more sense to bringing the value to the internet.
And you have different types of blockchain, right? And can give some example that, like I know for CBDC, some are using All-Free and others Ripple. So can you give some examples of, for example, what can we do on the Cardano blockchain?
It's not a CBDC, but we recently released a stable coin on Cardano, which is called USDA. It's the A stands for ADA, which is our governance token. It's ADA. But like I think I'm starting to promote A stands for Africa, so like USD Africa. That's what we are working on. I think it's gonna be released. So it's supposed to be released already, but it's gonna happen in June, and after it goes live, it's gonna be one of the solutions or options that the government may think to create CBDCs on.
All right, thank you. Since we are talking Africa, so let's move to Nigeria with our friend Charles. Charles, I know Nigeria is the first country in terms of cryptocurrency tradings, right? It's like you worship the youngsters, they worship cryptocurrencies there. So, and I see there are many projects where they try to mix different things. For example, you have Nurika project from Nigeria, where they are using fitness, blockchain, and there are many projects like that, in Nigeria. But what has provoked this for these youngsters to come up with projects, with innovative projects in Nigeria? What is the government doing, or what is the private sector doing, or it's only something like the youngsters, they are reading on the net what they can do with blockchain and all that?
Okay, thank you, Benito, for that interesting question. Sorry, guys, that I couldn't come down to Mauritius to join you guys. I would have loved to be there physically. So Nigeria has a very interesting use case when it comes to blockchain itself. From the poverty that is reigning in Nigeria, down to the issue we have when it comes to dealing with the world. I won't say we are the best country in the world, but we have some elements that makes dealing with the global markets difficult. So all this kind of cumulated to the solutions we are seeing in this space. So currently we have solutions, for example, before this last regime, this regime that is leaving the government house, there have been talks about oil thefts and all that, and Nigeria losing revenue. So there's this startup that is even working on digitizing oil trade for the country using blockchain. That has actually been done. And so that is one solution that is geared towards solving our problems. Then there are other solutions too. Some are geared towards tokenization majorly from the private sector, and then from the government we already have CBDC that is there. We have an identity solution too, that an aspect of blockchain has been added to it. Then for the private sector, we are seeing solutions around land registry. Most Nigerians, or a lot of Nigerians, are outside the country, and that has actually increased revenue coming into the country. That's from people that are sending in money in terms of remittance. And most of these people that work outside the country, they want to come back maybe after 10 years, 20 years to see a structure built for them. Maybe they give their cousins or give their relatives money to buy lands and all this stuff. And unfortunately, those money, after spending 20 years of your life abroad, you come back and no house to back into and all that. So some people are now solving these issues using blockchain, right? You are able to stay outside the country, you buy the land, it is registered on the blockchain, you know where it is and all those stuff. That's even House Africa. I'm sure Emugu already invested in them. Another one is chats. So we have a problem when it comes to aid distribution or giving funds to the poor down here. Then my company actually was solving that, right? Trying to see how funds that are coming in for AIDS go directly to those that it is meant to go to, and then we are using blockchain to track it and all that. So it's more of like what we are seeing in the space is based on needs that we know these things are happening, and blockchain can actually help us to solve most of this problem. That is why you see a lot of solutions coming out from Nigeria. The one we are actually pushing more, which we pray and we're earnestly hoping that happens as soon as, is voting, because that is what ushers in the government. And if we cannot trust our voting process, then we'll continue to have our problems. So we hope that the government down here will also bring in blockchain into our voting system.
Okay, thank you. Hello? Yes, thank you. Now, Mikey, when we talk about the application of blockchain for business processes, I know we have the on-chain and you have the off-chain. So we need to have we connect the off-chain with the on-chain, right? What are the different things that we can think, like in terms of business, where we can develop the off-chain, which means any software that is off the blockchain, which we can integrate with the blockchain, and the blockchain side will bring execution. Can you give us some example where the audience can have ideas how they can leverage on blockchain?
Absolutely. I also want to respond a bit to the previous question. What are the benefits of a blockchain? Namely, you can store and secure value and data. So you are more referring to the value side with the cryptos. Regarding value, blockchain can prevent double spend. So for example, when you put money on the bank, it's like you put 100 euro on the bank, but the bank double spends it multiple times and makes maybe 10,000 euro out of it. But blockchain prevents that double spend. And regarding data, it makes documents or it puts documents in a way that they cannot be manipulated, or when data is changed on the blockchain, you can trace back in time the history. So, and when we talk about on-chain and off-chain data. On-chain data is data which is put on the blockchain, and you get some kind of hash, a cryptographic key, basically a number, a huge number. It's like a fingerprint. And imagine off-chain data is, for example, data that you have on a cloud. Everyone knows cloud, for example, could also be like these Dropbox or something like this. You have data on the Dropbox, but you want to make sure that the data on the Dropbox have not been manipulated. Then there could be, for example, a button which puts a hash, this cryptographic, this fingerprint on the blockchain. And whenever this fingerprint doesn't work anymore, then you know the data in Dropbox was changed. Something was manipulated. So you receive always like a fingerprint to that data. When the data is off-chain, you only have the hash on the blockchain. But when it's on-chain, the actual data is on the blockchain.
Okay. Thank you, Mikey. Last question to Yosuke. We have people from the banking sector here. How can the banking sector benefit from the blockchain technology? We all know that that banks, you're not fine with crypto because since we are removing the intermediary, right? But how can they leverage on the blockchain technology?
Good question. And I'll try to be honest on what I think. I'm not really sure whether it would really benefit or would it become a threat, first of all. When the CBDC becomes more popular, when the stablecoin becomes more popular, when the cross-border remittance happens on the crypto more and more and more, I'm not sure, first of all. And now, today, we are using the banking system to make the cross-border remittance, the payment abroad. It's called SWIFT, right? SWIFT, SWIFT. United States, by people, all of us using this SWIFT, having the control of the US dollars. They know where the money is sent from where to where. They know that how much money was sent for everyone. They have all the information, and that's how the US dollar is having or maintaining the power of US dollars, not only within the country, but all over the globe. That's how that's one part of how they keep their power. But like we know what happened when the war happened between Russia and Ukraine. I think about 300 billion worth US dollar asset was froze. It's not the Fed money that was froze. It was the money of the Russian citizen that was froze, 300 billion, right? So I don't want to make any political criticism or whatever, but like, I don't know. I'm not sure how people would really feel after that. Is it really a safe option to keep those money in the banks, or like, is it another solution, or is there somewhere that where this crypto, blockchain, and existing banking system all come together to make another next generation solution?
Thank you, Yosuke. So we are going to take 2 questions from the audience.
Can I add to that?
Anyone, please raise your hand and you can ask your question.
I wanted to add to the banking.
Yes, Charles.
Okay, so permit me to add a little because I've worked in the bank as a blockchain solution architect, and currently we are advising and training the Central Bank of Nigeria on blockchain and cryptocurrencies, and among other things we do. So one good use case for blockchain in the banking sector is transactions, right? Currently, how our transactions work, right? There is a central player that all transactions go to, and they do the switching and all that. Now, there are solutions from some companies that are working to have a unified system when it comes to transactions, right? So a bank, the central bank can issue the token, right? And it will be on the network, or the banks themselves can actually have tokens that represent their reserve. and then each banks are doing the transfer from one bank to another and all that, and then you don't have problem when it comes to it's having a central network. And if that central network goes down, that means the whole country is stopped. Nobody can do transfer and all that, or you have many transactions that are waiting and all that, or if a bank's network fails, then transaction doesn't go. So with the blockchain, it's kind of very easy to do such a transfer. That's one very good use case.
Charles, we can use it for trade finance too, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, and even for bond, government can actually use it for bond issuance. So there are a whole lot of use cases around it, provided the smart contract is safe. And mostly when it comes to the private sector or the government, smart contracts are not publicly viewable and all that.
Okay, thank you, Charles. So any question, please raise your hand. Please, we have one person there, and mine too. Yeah. All right, we're going to take these two questions.
Hello, everyone. So I'm CTO of Unkai Labs, CTO of Unkai Global, and he is my CEO and CEO. So I have a question concerning the entry barrier onto the blockchain. So today we have MetaMask, other wallets to enter the blockchain. And is there some research being done to lower the barrier to enter the blockchain? Because not everyone is at ease with a wallet or something like that. So is there something being done in that field?
All right, who wants to answer this question?
I can go.
Charles? Okay, go for it, Charles.
All right, so yeah, if you check, there's a platform or solution called Web3Auth, right? And Web3Auth capitalizes on it's a plugin actually, and it capitalizes on the normal interface that users are familiar with. And then one other aspect that you can use is making your platform gasless, right? Aside the wallet itself, there's a big problem in the blockchain when it comes to your transactions, right? So paying for fees. And that's one advice I would like to give, because based on our experience and based on the solutions we've been building, if you are going to on a public blockchain, you need to think about the gas, right? The gas fee that your users are going to pay, and that is a very big headache or a very big blocker. And then also not just the gas fee they are paying. When we enter the bull market, you start seeing the prices of tokens that you used to pay gas going up, and that will not be favorable. So most of these platforms, they have that problem when it comes to creating solutions that geared towards the public. So you can either build a gasless application, so your users just come to the platform and make use of it. They don't care about the gas or anything that has to do with token. And then you can also eliminate integrating MetaMask by using Web3Auth. You can check it out, Web3Auth plugin. So you just it's like a Web2 interface, easy plugin for your users to sign into your platform and applications.
All right, thank you for this, Charles. And Mahen, please.
Thank you, Benito. One question with regards to how to join a blockchain for smart contracts, right? Let's say I know Mr. Yoshida, you are the founder of Cardano, if I'm not mistaken. So let's say if we have to enforce a smart contract on Cardano today, is it absolutely necessary that in an organization which want to be part of that smart contract, you have to set up a node in the organization, or is there another way to access the blockchain without setting up a node in the organization?
May I answer? So, of course, you don't have to set up a node. That's why a lot of projects are trying to build their solutions on top of other layer 1 or layer 2 solutions like Cardano or Ethereum, Polygon, whatever. And actually, that made a lot of projects easier to start a blockchain project. I know very few projects that really want to start creating the infrastructure layer, the layer 1 kind of structure layer, and build everything from ground, having all the nodes by themselves and everything. Yeah, that's a beautiful part of blockchain business, I guess.
And for using smart contracts, you also actually don't need a blockchain. So only when you really want to secure something, then blockchain could be the sense, could make sense.
Can I quickly add just a little?
Yes.
Sorry,
sure.
just a little. Right. So depending on what solution you are building on the blockchain, if you want to build a solution that is you don't really need it to be on the public blockchain, then you have to think about a private blockchain or using some of this they call it blockchain as a service cloud providers, right? I don't want to call names, but you can check them out. So you can deploy a private blockchain and use for your solution. Some of these private blockchain, you can actually deploy smart contracts on them. But if you don't care about having a private blockchain, then you can go public and use it on the public blockchain, just like the other two speakers have said.
All right. Thank you, Charles, Yosuke, and Mikey. I'm going to end this session now. I hope it was very insightful for you. I think now, Meling, we'll proceed. Thank you, Mikey.
All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I must say that these brilliant minds share their perspective, insights as well, and personal experiences, shedding light today on how blockchain is reshaping the very core of our business landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege now of welcoming another distinguished guest to the stage. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Parvez Nonu, the founder and CEO of MPMX Limited. Thank you very much. Round of applause for him, please.
Hi everyone. I'm the CEO of MPMX, like they've just said. We are based in Dubai and we are basically digitalizing gold, right? We are making gold lighter, monetizable, and we are making it a currency. What has brought us to do that is traditionally, gold is stable. And crypto, as general, we've heard about it all day today, is a bit volatile. So what we have done, we have cut out the volatility of crypto and we have anchored it on gold. 1 gold token represents 1 gram of gold. We are going to be fully licensed. We are waiting for the FSC to grant us our license. There's a process. We don't want to be on the market without license. We want to be digitalized in shape and in the framework. Gold token is a token that is for everybody. It's not only for a group of people or for sophisticated investors, it is for everybody. So the miners, the farmers, everybody will have access to gold. The idea behind was to democratize gold and make it accessible to one and all. As you're aware, there's many accountants here, there's many auditors here. You know for a fact that gold has been a pillar of economy and a fundamental base of all currencies. And then until 1976, where dollar has come off of gold, right? So what we have done, we are going back to basis and making gold become a currency and investment. Gold is going to be the future, right? And we want gold token to be in everybody's house. We are securing, how we are doing it, we are securing the future of a generation using blockchain technology. Why we've used blockchain technology? All the speakers have spoken about the benefits, how it's auditable, how it's verifiable, how blockchain technology is advancing today. And what we have seen is that COVID pandemic has forced people to go digital. They have forced people to go online. And who would have thought that in this period, in this era, people would not come out and yet be able to survive? So what we have done, we have gathered a lot of information. We've got people working night and day to come up with a token that is fulfilling all the aspects of digital, all the aspects of physical. And also what we've done is we've got it halal. You know, in the Muslim world where we are based in Dubai, right? And there is a great debate about crypto. Some of them are saying, some scholars say it is halal, some of them are saying it's haram. So what we have done, we have cut off this debate and we have come up with a Sharia council which is making Gola token halal because it's not volatile, it's based on an asset which is gold. What we would like later to hear about how the auditors is going to audit our digital assets and how accountants is going to account for it. We are grateful to the government of Mauritius for coming up with this brilliant piece of legislation and the EDB, the FSC, who have come up with this piece of legislation making Mauritius a financial hub. So I will not be going too much about it because we are out, we are talking to people, and we invite you to come out and discover more about Gola. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parvez Nanou, for your insightful speech today. I must say that as the head of MBMX Limited, you've been very instrumental in the Gola token project, revolutionizing, I must say, investment in gold for tokenization on the blockchain. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next distinguished speaker, Ms. Sandrine Permal, the Caseware Mauritius branch manager, representing Caseware Africa. I must say also that with a deep understanding of blockchain's impact on internal and external audit, Ms. Permal has been driving innovation in the audit industry. So let's give her a warm round of applause for, of course, Ms. Sandrine Permal. She's here. Thank you very much. Stage is yours.
Hi, everybody. I see some familiar faces, auditors, accountants, CFOs. Hi, everyone. Just quickly checking out. Okay, too bright. So hi, everyone. I'm Sandrine Permal, branch manager of Caseware based in Mauritius. So Caseware Africa is the African reseller for Caseware International based in Toronto, the global leader in auditing financial reporting software used in more than 130 countries across the globe. So Caseware Africa itself, a division of Adapt IT, has more than 20,000 accounting firms, government entities, municipalities, as well as large blue-chip companies using the software. So Merriam-Webster defines an ecosystem as the complex community of organisms and its environment functioning as an ecological unit. Technology is mimicking nature more and more since the internet brought us the massive tech of interconnectivity. So for business in the tech sector to thrive, just like Caseware, you can't simply develop new brand products just stand alone. So with such abundance of choices available to you, software has to work cohesively and benefit the users who decide to delve into their ecosystem. So Caseware has been following very closely this trend of interconnected software platforms, and we've incorporated it in our ecosystem of our own. Very briefly, we are the undisputed leader when it comes to compliance. So we have our all the different products that we have, ISA compliant, IFRS for SME, IPSAS for those of you who are in government and municipalities. Now, data analytics is changing the game for audits. I can see some auditors in the room, accounting and finance professional globally. So when you're analyzing data for any audit, whether you want to detect fraud, identify anomalies, trends, or even patterns, you need a solution that helps you deliver high quality audits every single time. Caseware data analysis software is powerful and easy to use data analysis solution designed by auditors for auditors. So more and more businesses around the world are looking at blockchain solutions, as we've seen in all the discussions. Why? To modernize their digital infrastructures or to solve complex problems. So blockchain has the potential to drive efficiency, reduce risk, and speed up transactions across a range of industries. Now, accountants. We're seen as experts in record keeping, application of complex rules, business logics, and standard setting. That being said, the move to a financial system with significant blockchain offers many opportunities. This would involve giving advice on the potential drawbacks and advantages of the new system to companies. Now, what about our auditors, internal and external? What does it mean for them? Traditional audits may not consider all risks associated with blockchain. However, the concept of risk and controls will be familiar. Auditing a blockchain, I'm talking for Mauritians, might not be an easy task, especially considering the complexity of the technology. Now, blockchain is, as we know, emerging, relatively new form of distributed ledger technology responsible for recording, verifying transactions on digital network. So yeah, it will need some special knowledge from our audit people. Getting access to audit nodes, evolved audit risk assessment methods, testing strategies, and data analytics. So the primary challenge when auditing a blockchain lies in the decentralized nature, meaning each node has its copy of the data stored on the network, like we've just received a definition of blockchain. So consequently, it can be difficult to reconcile these multiple copies since no single source records all changes made through the system. So the traditional methods for financial auditing might not be applicable to blockchains. So more sophisticated techniques might be required to ensure accuracy, reliability. Training and education to develop new capabilities. So auditing a blockchain is complex yet extremely important. So having the proper knowledge, upskilling our team is essential to ensure accuracy and integrity of the data. So as more and more entities and processes migrate to blockchain solution, accessing information in the blockchain will likely become more efficient. And for example, for a significant class of transaction for an industry is recorded in a blockchain, might be possible for the auditor to use analytics software to continuously audit organizations using blockchain. Full transaction history. Aha. Auditors might be smiling there. Speeding up audit preparation activities could help reduce the lag between transaction and verification dates. One of the major criticisms of the financial reporting of today. Global source of trust for the distributed ledger. So auditors need to be aware of how distributed ledger smart contracts can help them in their work. So distributed ledgers, offer security benefits and transparent way to store transactions, monitor them over time. I'm just speeding up. I know we are quite late on time, but yeah, combination of analytics, intelligence, and automation will really help our auditors. So with blockchain-enabled digitalization, auditors could deploy more automation, analytics, machine learning capabilities, such as automatically alerting relevant parties about unusual transactions on near real-time basis. Using the right analytics tool is one of the first steps in helping our auditors and accountants in this complex exercise of auditing or analytics of blockchain. In Caseware IDEA, the project consists of 3 phases. First, you get the information to Caseware IDEA, where you can import from any source. I say any source. Then, once you've imported, you perform your analytics. Some basic analytics that I have here: sampling, stratification, gap detection, any advanced analytics you can dream up with Python scripting. You don't need scripting knowledge to use Caseware IDEA. It's an easy and friendly tool. Third, review your results by making use of various reports, visualizations within IDEA. All of that automated, of course. Yeah, so because staying on top of the industry standards is vital to any business with the focus on future growth, it is essential to recognize the tools that can help you on the way. So please do connect with me. I'm in the booth outside, and let's talk about your reporting and analytics needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Sandrine for her amazing speech. A round of applause, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our panel discussion number 3 on investment in virtual assets. This engaging discussion will be moderated today by Benito Eliza, CEO and founder of Wakanda 4.0, and joining him on this beautiful stage, amazing stage, I must say, are amazing as well panelists who bring a wealth of experience and expertise. Ashraf Esmail, Director of Impact Investments and Programs at FinPact. Also, Parwez Nonu, founder and CEO of MPMX Limited. He was here as well earlier on. Loïc Cholet-Verger, Chief Executive Officer at Warwick, and last but not least, David Tylion, Chief Operating Officer of Global Primex Limited. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for an enlightening and thought-provoking discussion. Thank you. Round of applause for our distinguished guests. Thank you.
Hello. Right. So we are back. We are going to have a very interesting panel discussion about investment in virtual assets, right? So guys, the panelists, we have the very difficult task to explain to this audience if they need to consider to invest into virtual asset, why they should invest in virtual asset, and what are the characteristics of virtual assets that they need to know. And also we are going to look like from an investment perspective, how they can diversify their investment portfolio too. So let's start with a general question to everyone. Okay, I forgot to tell that Mr. Ashraf Ismail and Wezu won't be able to attend this panel. Wezu has a meeting at the time, and the general question will be, what are the characteristics of virtual assets that any potential investors need to know? Who wants to go first? Maybe Loic?
Yes. Well, virtual assets are definitely a type of asset that is dedicated to sophisticated investors. So while we are quite used of designing solutions with a lot of different assets, and let's say for us, digital assets is crypto are just one of the assets we can use in structuring an investment solution. But for sure, it has some specificities, and this is why we started by creating the fund, because of the complexity of digital assets being volatility, and I will go back on that later, of course, with the solutions we provide. But let's say volatility, security matters. So these 2 points, for example, are things that if you go directly yourself and invest in crypto, you're facing directly this risk and these difficulties. So this is why we created first the digital fund, so that the people who want to have a first experience with crypto, they don't do that themselves, and they actually work with a fund manager, and they work with a bank like us who will give them the full capacity to take the best of the opportunities, but also who has structured sophisticated solutions to mitigate the risk, the one I mentioned before, IT risk and volatility among others. So for us, this is why we started with this solution, so that they can have a first experience and then maybe move forward, as I mentioned before, using, let's say, our brokerage service or custody.
All right, thank you, Loic. Parvez, do you want to add something on the characteristic of virtual assets?
Yeah, I think Loic has covered most of what it is about investment in virtual assets. But what we add into that is we are adding stability. We understand that cryptocurrencies are volatile and it's sometimes risk, and non-sophisticated investors they don't really understand what it is, and then they just go in and then invest in it, and later they haven't followed the market and it's crashed and they don't know when to get out. But what we have done is we have brought instability in there, and then we have made it easy for everybody, for even the pensioners, the old, the youngs that's coming out, is something that is cutting through the spectrum of the society. So we are talking actual virtual assets. So we have digitalized gold and make it virtual. We've made physical become virtual, and it's a hybrid system. And that's what we want to do, and accessible for everybody.
Thank you, Parvez. And I think every time I've been saying this, like if you want to invest into a virtual asset, the first thing that you need to do, you need to educate yourself. What is a virtual asset, how it works, right? And how are the price being affected? So if you don't understand an investment plan or an asset, you don't invest in it, right? Educate yourself first, and then you understand it, and then you may invest in it, right? David, can you tell us how one can assess a crypto project?
Well, assessing a crypto project is something very tedious, a task that is not likely to be taken.
A bit technical too, right?
Sorry?
A bit technical too.
Exactly, a bit technical. One of the first things that you would want to look at would be the technology that would be used behind this project. So we heard about Cardano, all these different types of blockchains, technologies. You would want to understand what's the type of technology you're gonna use. Next also would be the tokenomics of the projects. So by tokenomics, I mean you would need to define the supply, the distribution of the token, and also very, very big and important factor that you need to consider is the team. The team pushing the project through. You need the expertise, you need people that would understand what they're doing. which would provide trust in that project.
So what do we mean is that all the different tokens and coins that we have, they are built on different blockchain, right? And we need to understand what are the features of this particular blockchain. And we have something which we call the TPS, the transaction per second. And we need to know about this, how many transactions a blockchain can process in 1 second. So this is very important. Thank you for this, David. Back to Loic. So from an investment perspective, right, all the investors, if they need to position crypto in a client's investment strategy, opportunities, risk, and solution to mitigate risk, how would you advise this client, please?
Well, talking about, you mentioned opportunities and risk. I'm not going to go so much into the opportunities because we all know them. I mean, that's why we're here. So the opportunities are great. We've lived 2020 and 2021 when investing in crypto made some of the people we know very wealthy people. So I'm gonna more focus on the risk part. So as advisors of our clients, we have developed sophisticated methods to mitigate the risks. These methods, we've been using them for a lot of assets for as long as the bank exists, and even before that, when each one of us was in other institutions. But we have applied them for crypto and especially for the main risk that we have identified for crypto. So one I mentioned before is volatility. So what have we done for volatility? We have decided to actually not only invest in crypto themselves, but into the portfolio we present for our clients. We have invested in structured products that enable our clients to benefit from at least some part of the up, and not to be too let's say shocked or too impacted by the downs. What we've also done into the portfolio, we have a good cash position. So this cash position gives us flexibility in difficult times. We have also, and that goes very close to what you said, into the portfolio, the crypto portfolio we're proposing, we have kind of developed, let's say, a private equity approach. When we select some of the crypto we put in our portfolio, we have created a methodology, a matrix to analyze the one we put in our portfolio. And we have gone not only through, let's say, financial analysis, but we have analyzed, technically speaking, and even the business model of the crypto itself, the team, the people, really like if we buy a company.
And all these, you can have like all the information in the white paper of this particular project, right?
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Loic. And Parvez, can you tell us like what are the different ways that we can keep our cryptos, like wallets, decentralized wallets, or any other way that we can keep our cryptos?
Of course, you can keep it using Gola, right? That's the most safest one to do at the moment, Benito. Yeah, of course, there are many ways of keeping your crypto. Like you mentioned, there's decentralized wallet, you have the off-chain, the on-chains, right? But what we have done is that we have created the Gola platform and the Gola wallet itself. So what we are also coming up is that it's a means of payment. So today, crypto is still a bit, let's say, la bête noire du finance. The banks are still a bit shy about it. They are not.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. I know, my very good old friend. But whenever they are hearing of crypto, some of them, the retail banks, they are a bit on the safe side. They are not going forward to it. So that's blocking a bit of the crypto development. The government has come up with the legislation, but yet implementing that somewhat with our project, and I know similar projects is having the same problem. So we are crossing that hurdle at the moment, and we are proposing something to everybody, so which is combating all the risk of volatility.
Inflation.
Yeah, inflation, you know. Gold in itself is a commodity that combats inflation. So investing in gold today, you know, in 5 years' time, your value has increased and not decreased. The value of your money in your bank account, if you leave it with 5 years' time, it's just going to have the same value of today when you put inflation to it. So these are all the aspects that we have taken into consideration while developing this project. And most of all, we've done it on Binance Smart Chain. It's going to be listed on Binance, is going out worldwide. There is no barrier, geographical barrier to it. So that's, for us, is a major thing. We are coming out from Mauritius with a Mauritius license soon, hopefully, and we'll get it out there.
Thank you, Parvesh. So we have different ways where we can keep our investment, our cryptos, our virtual assets. So we can keep it in a decentralized wallet. We can keep it on a centralized exchange. You can use a crypto custodian services too. But of course, if you are going to use a custodian business, there will be fees that will be applied for that and all that. And you have the web wallet too, MetaMask and others. David, now, what are the different avenues that an investor can have, like the different ways they can invest into a crypto fund? They can even invest directly, right? What are the different ways that channel that they can invest into virtual assets?
Well, if we go back to the first question that you asked about the characteristics of investing in virtual assets, one of the good things that I can think of is accessibility. This type of instrument makes it easy for literally anybody to invest in. It's risky, but it's a good thing. It's still the basis for what it was made of for. This allows for day-to-day trading, like this mostly would be for sophisticated investors. They could use exchanges in any different types of ways. You would have your long-term, mid-term hold of crypto, which would be a bit more on the safe side, let's say for long-term investment. You would have crypto funds, such as the one Warwick is doing now.
Yeah, a sort of fund, ETF, right?
Exactly, and ETFs would be another sort of fund that they would be able to use, a bit more liquid than the crypto fund, but still a good solution for them to use. Yeah.
Well, our crypto fund is super liquid. No, I just want to, yeah,
That's
that's
great.
All right, thank you, David. So since we have someone from the banking sector, I have a very good question for you, right? Loic, what is the role of traditional banks in the crypto world?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I personally thought that crypto would get rid of all the banks. And the idea of crypto is to find parallel ways outside
disintermediation.
Sorry,
disintermediation. We want to get rid of the banks.
Well, that's the theory, but on a daily practice, I said we're not there yet. So it seems like we see that every day. People need us, not really the pure traditional banks. They need banks that have moved, just like we've tried to do ourselves, to be a little bit modern and to understand the crypto, the digital world. So still every day you need to make transfers, and still every day you need to make investment into maybe not only crypto but into a more diversified portfolio. So so definitely. And I see, I mean, the people here today, there are not so many decentralized actors, and we have a lot of centralized actors. So I still think there is room for many months, years, or even more than that for banks, definitely, especially if banks move in that direction of being more crypto friendly as we're doing now.
Thank you. Thank you for this, Loic. I think I'm very happy to have captured the first bank in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space, right? Thank you. And I think we know in which direction you are going at Warwick Group. Now we are going to open the Q&A session. If you have any question related to investment into virtual asset, please feel free to ask a question. Don't be shy and raise your hand. We'll take 3 questions this time. Yes, anyone, please? Mine again.
Thanks. I have 2 quick questions. One to Parvez. So your stable coin is pegged against gold. So who owns the gold? That's the first question. Second question, I wanted to ask to Loic directly, but since I think for the benefit of the audience, it would be good that I ask a question to you for everyone. It's no secret that although licenses are being issued by FSC, we're having big difficulties to open bank accounts in Mauritius. Practically impossible to open bank accounts for investment in crypto, even in investment into derivatives of crypto. When the traditional banks are seeing cryptocurrency somewhere, they're not going ahead. Can Warwick Bank provide a solution? Simple question.
We can indeed provide many solutions. We are not capable, unfortunately, to answer any question, as we are only, let's say, a private bank. So definitely on the topics you mentioned yourself here, we have capacities to let's say develop specific solutions. Unfortunately, we are, as I said, only a private bank, so we are facing facing a lot of companies, corporates that are coming to us, exchange that are coming to us and saying we want to open an account with you, and so far we are just a private bank, so we work on investment, we work we work with individuals. We are not capable of dealing with very important cash movements, and so yes, to answer your question, we would be more than happy to further discuss what are your needs and how we can answer them, but we are still only a private bank, so our expertise is limited to that field. And we hope that in Mauritius, a lot of commercial banks will definitely realize that there's a great potential for them to be more open to this market for the sake of their own business profitability as well, but for the sake of Mauritius as a whole.
Right. Thank you for your question. Yes, we are pegged on gold. So one token represents 1 fine gram of 24 karat refined certified gold, which is kept in 4 places around the world, which is in London, in Dubai, in Singapore, and in Mauritius. And 1 token is equal to exactly the price of 1 gram of gold, right? So when the price of gold is moving every second, so the price of the token also is following that, because it's anchored on it, it's pegged. So as you know, the gold price is always appreciating, is going up. So your value and your investment in that token also goes up. So there's no, it's not like demand and supply, and then you see there's more buyers, and then we're creating that gap where it goes and the price is inflating, and then all of a sudden the market crashes and then everybody's dumping their tokens. No, we are stable, we are pegged on gold, and it follows the market of gold.
Maybe if I can step in for your question regarding the banks and banking support for crypto linked businesses. So Global Primex Limited is a PIS company licensed by the FSC. We have been approved for a product that can be used for to help companies in the crypto space. We can help companies with the banking, provide them with virtual accounts, not going to be bank accounts, but it does the trick. It's working well. We've already been working with several entities, and we are based in Mauritius. We can help a lot of them.
Thank you, David. Last question, please. Anyone? Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, thank you. Great panel discussion. And in fact, it's more of a comment that I would like to make as opposed to a question springing from what Loic said, digital currencies, virtual asset being a parallel system to the bank. I think initially this was intended to be that way, if you look at the white paper of the Bitcoin. But the more that the market is maturing, although by definition, well, at least in our law, the virtual asset is also can be used as a mode of payment, but it is also a store of value. We are seeing that mode of payment, part of virtual asset, being diluted with time. It is more and more being seen now as a storage of value rather. So I don't see this really as a threat to the existence of the bank. I don't see why it would be otherwise. And spring from that now, I think, and I firmly believe, and that if the bank works hand in hand with regulated exchanges, we will address, or we'll probably even kill, the issue of money laundering. So that will force peer-to-peer, will discourage, in fact, peer-to-peer trading. People would rather go on a regulated exchange where whatever transaction they are doing can be verified. The regulated exchange will be held accountable for these transactions, as banks are regulated, by the way, with fiat currencies. So in conclusion, my position has always been, I think that a bank has got to jump into the myriad now and work hand in hand with regulated exchanges to address the problem of money laundering.
I fully agree.
Thank you, Ashwin, for this. I think it was a very insightful panel discussion. Thank you to all panelists, and we're going to have a tea break now, and then we're going to come back very quickly. 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Benito.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice tea break. Our event is about to resume now, and it's my pleasure to welcome this time on this beautiful stage, Kuldeep Singh Yogesh Mohita, Executive Director of Juridis Management Services, to this beautiful stage. Just so you know, Juridis Management Services is at the forefront of providing comprehensive solutions to meet the evolving needs of the clients in the digital asset landscape. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Mohita, please. Thank you very much. Round of applause. And of course, his presentation is going to be very brief.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I present myself, Yogesh Mohita, Executive Director of Juridis Management Services. Juridis Management Services is a management company duly licensed by the FSC. And I'll start my presentation by thanking Benito and his team for giving us the opportunity to present GMS to you. As stated earlier by Benito and his commitment to have this summit on a yearly basis, we at GMS also we take the commitment to be part of the summit on a yearly basis. To introduce you to GMS, we are a very young management company. Actually, we have been licensed just 1 year ago. Our anniversary was yesterday. On the 16th May 2022, we got our management license from the FSC. GMS, we reckon ourselves as being a management company who provide beyond corporate services, and we unleash enterprise value. We are proud to advise to you today that we are the first management company whose client has applied for all 5 licenses with the FSC under the VITOS Act, and we already got the in-principle approval of four licenses. And the 5th one will be following either during the course of this week or probably next week. I take this opportunity to thank the officers of the FSC, namely Mr. Baran, who had been very supportive for us to get these licenses. Thank you very much. To continue with GMS, I'll start my presentation to advise who we are, what would be our mission, our value proposition, and how do we add value On the part of Mauritius at the glance and the core product and services, I think Jessica has already covered this part. So let's go on GMS, who we are. We are based in Mapu. We are duly licensed by the FSC, young management company, fully committed. We provide customized customer care, full-fledged management services to both company, individuals, and private clients. We proud ourselves as being a specialist in fintech services, especially for the virtual assets framework. Our mission and purpose is to assist you and your entities to be licensed under the Vitus Act. What we propose, we are domain experts. We have in-house experts in association with our partners. We provide cross-border structuring, incorporation, administration. We make the use of technology for availability and responsiveness. Our compliance and quality-driven team provide focus and processes to companies. We have dedicated relationship managers. I'll skip on these two parts. So I'll go directly to where we are. So we are, to continue with our presentations, we are at on the northern part of the island, right? At Mapu, Domaine de la Bourdonnais, right? We do provide services like company incorporations from traditional management companies, and also all the services for all the licenses that you need under the Vitus Act. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will just conclude my short presentation as I've been requested by Benito to keep it small and sweet, to say thank you very much again, and thank you. Thank you.
And now, thank you very much to Mr. Mahita for your interesting speech. It was really nice. Now get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for another thought-provoking panel discussion on how to account for virtual assets and the impact of blockchain on internal and external audit. The moderator, Benito Eliza, founder and CEO of Wakanda 4.0, will lead a dynamic conversation with panelist Sandrine Permal that we've got the pleasure to see earlier on stage, and she's there in a bright orange dress. Branch manager of Caseware Mauritius, also Vishwajit Singh Tobol, auditors regulator at RC, and Sanad Kumar Biru, ACCA lecturer and technical manager at W Consulting. So this is truly a must-attend session for anyone interested in staying up to date on the latest trends in virtual asset accounting and audits. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our distinguished speakers, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mei-Ling. So I'm back again. I know many people are saying that I'm the jack of all trade. I'm in the legal panel, technology, investment. Now I'm the accounting. No, that's good, right? Pretty it, right? Okay, so for this panel, we are going to discuss about how to account for virtual assets, right? Many companies at international level, they are investing into virtual assets, but how are these virtual assets being accounted for in the balance sheet, financial statement, and all that? So we have called some experts, and they are all ACCA members, right? And we have Mr. Tuchobol, which is from the regulator, the FRC, and then Sandrine Permal from Caseware at IT, and then Sanad Biru from W Consulting, and also a lecturer. Thank you. Oh, okay. All right. So let's start with the very basic question with regard how do we account for virtual asset actually, right? Do we have like a specific IFRS like address this particular things asset of let's say virtual asset? Maybe Sanat, you can reply to this question.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Sanat from Durban Consulting. A good question. So I will deceive the accountants because unfortunately we don't have any IFRS standard relating to virtual assets and cryptocurrencies. But the good news is we do have something called an agenda paper, right? Agenda paper was issued by the IFRS Interpretation Committee. We call that the committee. And the committee tried to understand how IFRS standards are related to digital assets and cryptocurrencies. And I will start with what cryptocurrency is not in the language of accounting. So cryptocurrency is not a currency. Well, I'll shock you. It is not a currency. If you look at the definition of a currency in accordance with IFRS standards, right? And for that purpose, we have to refer to IS 32, which deals with financial assets, right? Paragraph AG3, right? Which defines what is a currency. A currency is a cash, a medium of exchange. And it is also a monetary unit that is used to price goods and services.
You mean it is legal tender? That's what you mean?
It is not legal tender because it is not backed by a jurisdictional authority.
Okay.
This is the first characteristic of cryptocurrency under the agenda decision. So I will talk about the agenda paper. So the committee observed that we have a range of crypto assets, but the focus was on cryptocurrencies. And there are some characteristics that make cryptocurrency not a currency and not cash. It is a non-monetary item. And now we need to ask ourselves a question. So what is it then? So in the language of the standard, so for accountants, you need to refer to two IFRS, two accounting standards in order to deal with the accounting of cryptocurrencies, right? And the agenda paper focuses only on cryptocurrencies. So it is firstly, what's the purpose? What's the nature of a cryptocurrency? That's the discussion in the agenda paper. So is it a help for an investment purpose? If yes, then it is an intangible asset. An intangible asset. And then we account for it under IS 38. And what is an intangible asset? According to this standard, it says it is an identifiable, non-monetary asset without physical substance. So we understand that cryptocurrency is not a.
But I have a question. I have a question for this. I think you're referring to the IS 38, right? 38. Where they mention it is non-monetary, right? But for me, all the cryptocurrencies, it has a monetary value, right? Right? Am I right? Or
okay, let me tell you something. This is gloss here. It is a non-monetary item, but I use a monetary unit to price it. Does that gloss, which is a non-monetary item, becomes a monetary item? So we're using a currency which is a monetary item to price something which is not a monetary item. My example of a gloss here. Okay. So cryptocurrency is just like that gloss.
Yeah. Okay. So accounting wise, like you mean, right? Okay. Okay. I got this. And now let's go to Mr. Tohobel, right? From a regulator's perspective, do you have like some clear guidance on how should all these companies that are investing into virtual assets, how these virtual assets should be accounted for? What are you looking like at all the balance sheet like for the moment?
Thank you, Benito. As you just mentioned, virtual assets is new and it is growing rapidly. There is an increase in its value and it is attracting more people. So what is happening is that the increase in value has made the regulators to come up with regulations, but it is yet difficult to come up with a regulation to regulate properly the virtual assets. Even the standard setters have not yet come up with a standard that can look into the classifications, the proper classification of virtual assets. What we have is an IS 38 that is being used. And we as regulator, we rely on the standard that is available. So we have to ensure that whenever a company is dealing with cryptocurrencies, these are accounted for as per the standard that it is. And yet, you See, even I've talked to persons from the ISB that they are not going forward, at least for the time being, with a standard on that matter, because presently with the research that they have made, the cryptocurrency is not yet worldwide accepted.
But I have a question for you. The total market capitalization of this industry is around 1.2 trillion USD. But where are all these 1.2 trillion USD sitting on accounts?
Yeah. Again, I have to stress, not all the jurisdictions have come with regulations.
Okay, yeah.
So when there is no regulations, so it is difficult still for the persons, the companies to account for this, because we have to rely on regulations, on standards. If somebody is dealing with that, so they have to make it only possible to put it in the balance sheet with regards to what is available. And the only standard that is available is the IS.
Right.
38.
But
So
sorry,
the way we account it as it is an asset, or it's an investment, or we are going to expense it. So it all depends how that cryptocurrency is being used. And based on the existing standard, this is where the accountant have to look into it, whether they are meeting the characteristic of these standards.
all right, but are there signs that the ISB is working on a specific standard with regard to the accounting of virtual asset?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. As Sanat said, there is a discussion paper not at the ISB level, but ISB is not yet working on that. They are still analyzing, but not in the near future. They're coming with a standard.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tehobal. And now let's go to Sandrine. And it was a very insightful presentation, right, from you. How blockchain is going to impact on the role of accountants with regard to internal and external audit, right? And what are the things that accountants should do, like to learn about blockchain? Or they need to upskill themselves, or what are the things that they need to do?
Okay, I do. So I don't think accountants are going to be, the engineers with super deep knowledge of blockchain and cryptoverse. However, there'll definitely be advisors. They'll be definitely talking about risks, about controls and the environment, the analytics. So how to upskill, be present in that type of platform, stay in touch and read more about the technology and start preparing your different procedures to test and make sure that your advisors to management.
Thank you. And do you think that at government level, right, we should start introducing a blockchain, right, in the different use at the university level or secondary levels for all the future accountants? They need to learn about blockchain right from I would say from the young age.
Yeah, introducing it from a very, very young age. I think in the ecosystem is going to come at some point in time, not tomorrow, but it will definitely come and slowly but surely, introduce the concept to make sure that we also know the universe of risk and controls and all. Yeah.
Thank you. Sanat, we have discussed about this, and virtual asset, it has a definition in a legal framework in Mauritius under the Vitus Act, right? It is something which is legal now, right? And why we are still based on the IS 38, do you think that we need to change, we need to bring something specific, like for the accounting of virtual asset, because all these standards, they were here, I think, for many years. And now we are having innovation like cryptocurrency. Should we adapt to all these innovation and find ways how to account for it properly?
All right, before answering this question, I would like to clarify one thing as well. We've got two accounting standards that are relevant for the holding of cryptocurrencies. Yes, we've got IS 38, but we also have IS 2, right? For a commodity broker. When a cryptocurrency is held for sales in the ordinary course of business, then you have to apply IS 2 inventories. And for that purpose, the cryptocurrencies will be measured at fair value less cost to sell, right? According to paragraph 3B of IS 2. Now, coming to your question, one thing, if you look at the law itself, the Act 2021 Act, right? It aligns with the agenda paper, because it says there a virtual asset can be used as a means for payment or for investment purposes. However, it cannot be used instead of a fiat currency
for payment.
So I think it says that it should not be allowed to imitate a digital. It should not be a digital representation of fiat currencies, and it is not a financial asset. So I think that according to the law itself, it is in harmony with the agenda paper.
All right, but now I have a very tricky question for you. Okay, do you know that in the world we have two countries, El Salvador and Central Africa? They have recognized Bitcoin as a legal tender, and how this affect the account?
Good question. How many countries are there in the world?
Only two.
Two. How many countries are there in the world? 195 countries.
Exactly.
195 countries. Only two countries out of 195. So it is not widely accepted, right? And that's why it cannot be treated as a currency or cash.
No, but
so we
in these two countries, they are considered as legal tenders. But how are we going to account for this now?
Yeah, good. But it is not issued by a jurisdictional authority.
No, it is not from government. They are private. Yeah.
Good. So therefore, according to the agenda paper, it should be issued by a jurisdictional authority. Then it will have the characteristic of cryptocurrency and align itself with the existing IFRS standards, IS 38, IS 2. So since it is not widely accepted, because I don't think that those two countries, all the imports will be priced in Bitcoins, and when the exportation will be priced in Bitcoins. So when they deal with other countries, I don't think they will be allowed to use Bitcoin as such. So it is not widely accepted. That's the thing here. And it is not issued by a jurisdictional authority. That's why it cannot meet the definition of cash or currency in accordance with existing IFRS standards.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for this, Sanat. And
I just want to add to it. Once virtual asset become a pandemic, then you're sure you will have a proper standard for it.
All right.
Accountant joke.
All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Tobel, maybe a last question for you. In Mauritius, I don't know if we are organizing trainings on accounting for virtual assets. I think Sanat is organizing something on that, right? Do you think that this is very important, like for our accountants in Mauritius to keep pace with all the latest development in this space?
It is a must. I think it is a must, because while talking to many accounting firms, presently they don't have clients that are dealing with cryptocurrencies, but the way it is coming with a rapid increase in the volume of transactions, that because we have our Vitus now, so we have seen many companies coming with their products in virtual asset, and eventually they will end up in the balance sheet. So if the people working in the environment of accountancy who are going to prepare the accounts, and those persons who are auditing that accounts, if we don't trust this,
EW. So what do you think about this?
I believe it should be a concern for everybody in the financial sector, not only for one authority. It is for the auditors, for the accountants, for the ACCA, even for Wakanda. We can organize training for these people.
Thank you for this. All right, so we are going to open the Q&A session, and if we have any question from the audience, any accountants, maybe Vijay, I don't know if he is the thing there. We can have a question from Vijay. Anyone, please? Yes. Okay, we have two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Benito. Since you mentioned my name, so I'll rather take the mic. A question for Sandrine. Just wondering, given that, Sanat and Mr. Tobol mentioned that there is no such accounting standard, no auditing, procedures to kind of, helping with those virtual assets, digital coins. I'm just wondering now, from your point of view, with regard to Caseware, how does that fit in to the system to kind of helping those kind of transaction, how is it, Caseware helping for those, given that there is no such standards? Thank you.
Thank you for that. So remember, Caseware is a product developed in Toronto. It's present across the globe. So we do have clients dealing with blockchain. We dealing with accounting or education and also auditing. So we are simply tapping on the existing knowledge we have at Caseware. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the panelists for this. My question is more about, let's say I have a company and I sell computers online, for example, as a business, and how can I account my finance if I use Bitcoin as the currency? Thank you.
Sorry, we didn't hear the question.
Yes, we are. So let's say I open a company and I sell computer online, and the transaction I do is in Bitcoin. If I do that transaction, like you explained that cryptocurrency has no real value, how is it considered? Like, how should we account it? How should we consider it in a business standpoint?
Well, I think according to the agenda paper, if it is held for an investment purpose, then it will be accounted for as an intangible asset. But if it is held for sales in the ordinary course of business, then it will be in a current asset item in terms of inventory. That's the only guidance we have regarding cryptocurrencies.
No, but the question is about, it's not an investment, right? But Bitcoin was used as a payment, right? And the asset that you're buying is going to be on the balance sheet. But what about the money that has been spent from the company's wallet, right? E-wallet to this company. So it should be accounted as an expense.
No, because we need to understand the double entries. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
It's a double entries.
Yeah, because the Bitcoin, instead of being classified as cash and cash equivalent,
okay,
it will be treated as intangible asset or inventory. And then you will have to credit that intangible asset. You credit intangible asset, you reduce intangible asset, and you debit your, items or property.
All right, I think it's clear for me now. All right, okay, got it. Okay, thank you for this question. I think we are going to end this session now, unless we have any other question. Thank you, Sanat. Thank you, Sandrine, Mr. Tobol, merci. And I hope to see you next year again, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great presentation, I must say. Thank you to our panelists today and to our wonderful moderator, Benito, Eliza. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another speaker joining us on stage. Please welcome Arun Kotawaru, barrister at law and representative from Credence Group. Arun will be sharing today his expertise on the topic of crypto, blockchain, and metaverse, ensuring perennity and asset protection through estate planning. So, a round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. And I will also like to add that as an experienced legal professional, he will provide valuable insights into the importance of estate planning in the context of digital assets and emerging technologies. Let's give him a warm welcome once again. And he's here. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And today there are three things that are united here, three things that are very close to my heart. First is estate planning. Second is digital assets. And the third one being good food and this good food by the sea. So it's a pleasure to have all of you around. This is we've been with Benito for since 2018. And I think this is a very laudable initiative. Today, I'm going to talk about something very important. We're all talking about assets, virtual assets, bitcoins, metaverse, avatars. But what about protecting those assets? What about ensuring that actually when you're no longer here, if we all come out of this hall and we never reach home, or of this hotel, we never reach home, what is going to happen to the various keys, to all the money that has been invested in virtual assets? Will our heirs benefit from it? Will they even know that we had these digital assets? How are we going to proceed with that? So at the same time, we need also to protect, as you would see, we also need to protect our investments. We also need to ring fence our investments in the digital sphere. And we also need to make sure that we have a better control over our assets. How to do that? This is the million-dollar question, or million Bitcoin question, if I should say so. And once you're not here, how to make sure that your digital assets fall within the right hands. And at the same time, the person you want to gets those digital assets. It might or might not be your heir, or it might be someone very loved one who is not in consanguineous with you, or who is not in your family, for example. Most important is what to protect. Everything that you would see over here would be digital assets, would be things like rights to digital assets. For example, if your digital assets is mapped, your digital assets are mapped on something else like a token, like a coin or security certificate. Also intangible assets, tokens, passwords, and for many of them, the Messenger or WhatsApp password is very dear to them, because if their spouse or anyone manage to find the password, they will definitely need to have estate planning, that's for sure. The keys to your digital assets, your IP rights to your digital assets. For example, if you take an example of an NFT, you will have the ownership of the NFT, but then you need to be able to pass on that right to your heir. How to protect? We have two types of trust and foundations. First of all, it would be inter vivos trust or foundation, or secondly, it will be testamentary trust, whereby the trust only takes effect after you pass away, and that would be in terms of the will. At the same time, what could also happen is you could transfer the keys to your coins or the ownership to your coins to some other entity, like a foundation or a trust. And if ever there is any problem that arises with the upward going or the downward going coins, you will be safe from insolvency. And at the same time, you could structure your trust and foundation to avoid such mishaps. At the same time, it might be that there's a few people who I've met in this room who are investment advisors in general, or investment advisors for coins as well. So you could have them on board and they will help you to structure your investments and to advise you as trustees or council members on your investments. And the way the laws are in Mauritius, if you're a foreigner, you could actually ensure that you reap tax benefits if ever there is any disposal of the coins, or if ever there are any benefits that are to accrue to you. It is by ensuring that you follow the statement of practice and ensuring that the statement of practice of the Mauritius Revenue Authority, and you structure your trust and your foundations accordingly. When is the right time to start protecting? The right time to start protecting your asset is now. And the advantage that you have is if you transfer anything to a trust or a foundation, after 2 years, your creditors will not be able to sue you for that coin, and to make sure that if ever there's any insolvency situation, they will not be able to attack the coins that are already in a trust or a foundation. And also for those in the DeFi sphere, it is also interesting to note that you can structure loans, or you can structure the tokens that you have in such a way that even if you're not here, those tokens can actually be given to your heirs. And as I said, assets can be ring-fenced, and the founder can be protected as and when the assets are subjected to insolvency. For example, if there is any insolvency situation, you're safe after 2 years, and this is how you protect your asset. It could be, as I said, IP rights, it could be your coins. Why protect? Of course, you need to protect it because of your future generation. You protect it against sudden death. And for the time being, there is no, not known to me at present, digital insurance for any loss for crypto going up or down. And therefore, it is important to make sure that you protect it through a trust or a foundation. And at the same time, you plan for the future generation, and you can also make sure that your future generation has the asset that you want them to have. And you make sure that at the same time, you have your generation knowing about crypto, and you could have someone on the trust or the foundation who will educate your children about crypto, about all the benefits that you're meant to get. There's one thing that is picking up throughout the world, and it is possible in Mauritius, is something called a digital will. It's a will whereby you have on a piece of paper, you could get it drafted yourself, or you could have that drafted and kept with a custodian in Mauritius with all your passwords, keys, and other information which you want to be transferring to your heirs. This is something that can be done. And also it is easily done in Mauritius. At the same time, we have no probate in Mauritius, which is very interesting when you are looking at Mauritius from an estate planning perspective. And at the same time, whatever you have other than an immovable property would be deemed to be a movable property. All the tokens and everything else would be dealt with under the civil code as a movable property. And therefore, if you have a trust in Mauritius, the trust, the distribution will be made in accordance with the Mauritian law, and then you don't have to worry about your trust or your distributions or your A has been in any other country, and your digital assets, your coins, your tokens be dealt with by a law other than Mauritius, and you would be happy knowing that there is some certainty as to how the distribution is to be made. We have, of course, forced heirship in Mauritius, but this is not applicable to foreigners setting up trusts and foundations in Mauritius. To tell you about other schemes is structuring and Mauritius. Structuring in Mauritius is very interesting, and in fact, we have various means of splitting a digital asset using a trust or a foundation. We could do that by proper structuring, and those assets could actually be given as collateral or security for any investments that you want to make. This practice is already on in countries like Singapore, and last year it was where there were recovery proceedings against an individual based on a collateral that was given by virtue of the law for pledging of an asset as security for a loan that was taken. At the same time, you could have various schemes of trust, like a custodian trustee, or you could have a private trust company, whereby you could ensure control over the assets. I know when it comes to trust and foundations, control is not a word that is well regarded, but then it is what it is, and therefore, as a PTC or as a custodian, you can still have some element of control over your assets. At the same time, when it comes to the metaverse ownership, the ownership of the avatars, ownership of any asset that is in the metaverse, you can use a trust to acquire those assets and acquire NFTs, for example. And also, you can, for the purposes of Vetus, using a trust would be interesting as well, and the effects would be nice, especially from a trust and estate planning perspective, as well as from an asset protection perspective. And at the same time, if you can pledge, if you can sell your rights in the trust or in the digital asset, you can monetize those rights. And therefore, I believe this is something that we will be looking at in the future. And talking very briefly about Credence, we provide training. We provide metaverse courses, as you would see from our table over there, by pairing up with the best professionals for that. We also provide consultancy and, of course, structuring and protection of your assets. This would be it. And thank you very much.
Let's express our appreciation for Aaron Cotwaro's insightful presentation today. Now, I'd like to introduce you to our next speaker from Jurisconsult Chambers. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Emmanuel Travailleur, an associate barrister at law. Emmanuel will be sharing today his expertise and shedding light on important legal aspects related to our previous discussions today. Let's give him a warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I know what you're thinking, another lawyer again. I'll try to be brief. So my name is Emmanuel Travailleur, and I'm an associate barrister at Jurisconsult Chambers, a Mauritius-based law firm forming part of the bigger DLA Piper International network. It's a pleasure to address a few words today on behalf of Jurisconsult Chambers, and more precisely, the Technology and FinTech Department of Jurisconsult, which includes Mr. Bertie Francois, who cannot be present today, and myself. And firstly, I would like to congratulate Benito and Wakanda 4.0, all the speakers and moderators on the panels today. This has been so far a quite enriching event. It is my second year attending the Cryptoverse Summit, and also Jurisconsult's second year partnering with Wakanda 4.0. It's quite satisfying to see how, from very humble beginnings, the blockchain technology and virtual assets are being embraced by not only the financial, but also the legal sector. It's not a secret anymore that blockchain technology is changing the way we think about finance, business, and the economy in general. The tremendous opportunities, growth, and innovation also present new legal challenges that require a fresh approach and a new type of expertise. Jurisconsult has made it one of its priorities to stay always ahead of the curve and is a firm believer that blockchain and virtual assets are not just passing trends, but are here to stay. With the intricate layers of regulations and guidelines, our goal is to offer strategic advice to address the needs of companies implementing blockchain technology solutions and also deploying virtual assets. Obviously, our technology and fintech department does not limit itself to blockchain and virtual assets, but expands to different fintech projects developed not only by local and international investors. This work started a long time ago with one of my peers, Arvin Alkori, who most of you in the tech community may be acquainted to. Although he's not part of the team anymore, his contribution is not left unnoticed. Today, our services merge the corporate law expertise we have had for decades and the understanding of technology law required by fintech enterprises. We are aware that the financial sector and certain regulatory bodies are still adjusting to the fast-paced development of virtual assets and to blockchain technology. But we have noted a great incentive from the authorities since the enactment of VETOS, especially with the regulatory authorities having positioned themselves on areas which were previously left ambiguous. As was mentioned this morning by Mr. Ashwin Gopi, the FSC has already shown an incentive, for instance, to provide a framework on decentralized autonomous organizations through its consultation paper. Moreover, the NFT regimes were provided with interpretation guidelines, which have been issued by the FSC itself. It's fair to say that the blockchain and virtual asset trading is slowly moving upwards and in a positive direction. Although I myself was, to be honest, quite skeptical on whether blockchain and virtual assets were lucrative and worth monetizing in Mauritius, the variety of cases and clients we have encountered at the chambers shows the contrary, that the future is already here. For a bit of history and a bit of background, we have been involved in the fintech and technology sector from its early days by being one of the initial members of the Mauritius Africa Fintech Hub. We have assisted clients when the trading and conducting of business in virtual asset was still at an embryonic stage. We were at that time approached by investors of various jurisdictions to explore the possibilities of operating a virtual asset service in Mauritius. Obviously, with the VETOS, our services have expanded. We were in a position to establish and understand the legal scope of operations to clearly and better advise potential investors. Following the VETOS, we saw a notable rise in tech investors wishing to obtain virtual asset services licenses in Mauritius, and we assisted those investors in understanding the legal framework and the possibilities they have. Those investors included a major fintech payment service providers on the African continent, which was contemplating to expand its existing market to Mauritius and outside of Mauritius, but also considering the possibilities of migrating to a virtual asset-oriented system. We also had the opportunity to represent clients in front of the court in cases which involve certain assets, including Bitcoins, and also to represent an international trading platform in front of the Financial Services Commission. So a bit of summary of what happened, just to give you a bit of background, of practical case of where lawyers can come in handy with regards to virtual asset service providers. This particular client and different entities were using a trading platform. They received direction letters from the FSC requiring them to apply for a specific license in accordance with the VETOS. This was a requirement to provide services to Mauritian residents in the trading of virtual assets. Also, the local authorities requested to all involved entities to stop all forms of advertisement to Mauritian residents and to stop soliciting clients. Our involvement in such a case was with regards to the analysis of the trading system, of the contractual infrastructure, and understanding the platform to establish the liaising and relationship between the FSC and our client. Therefore, with these few examples, I believe it's safe to say that the future is already here, as already mentioned. Naturally, entities which engage in fintech or virtual asset services are at this stage and this point in time still form as traditional businesses and require the support of several interlinked fields. Our team draws upon the collective experience of several lawyers from relevant practices. Jurisconsult is first and foremost a law firm specializing in corporate law. Therefore, the fintech clients we assist also benefit from services in terms of corporate restructuring and corporate financing, establishing their contractual infrastructure, and support in terms of data protection. All of these are undeniable part of virtual asset services, which contribute as much as licensing to the smooth running of their services. In addition to the legal services we offer, we really believe that the best way for consumers, customers, stakeholders, and businesses to embrace the blockchain technology and virtual asset is through proper information and promotion. We have extended our continuous support to Wakanda up until now for blockchain training, as well as for this Cryptoverse Summit. We have also organized a fintech webinar last year with the support of the DLA Piper Network, the FSC, the Economic Development Board, and several banking and financial institutions. This webinar focused on showing why Mauritius is the next African fintech partner to consider by stakeholders. Virtual assets were also one of the main topics discussed during a panel at the Jurisconsult Investment Summit, which is a yearly summit organized to bring together different stakeholders to discuss various topics and how same contribute to investments in Mauritius. We are constantly on the lookout for future developments and how the law will interact with them. The metaverse, for instance, which is the next topic that will be discussed, is already a topic of discussion internally at Jurisconsult. We are trying to consider and understand how the rise of the metaverse may bring about totally innovative legal issues. All of the above, of course, has been achieved with the support of the DLA Piper Network, which itself has a strong presence in technology, blockchain, and digital assets. For those who don't know, you can type it in Google. I thank you for your attention and feel free to reach out for me should you require any further information on what we do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
A round of applause once again for Emmanuel Travailleur, dear public, for his engaging talk. Now I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker from the Mauritius Africa FinTech Hub. Please join me now in welcoming David Koum Kam King, the Head of Business Development at the Mauritius Africa FinTech Hub. David will be sharing valuable insights and perspectives on the intersection of FinTech and the African market. Let's give a warm welcome to David Koum Kam King. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think thank you first to Benito for helping us to come here. I think this event is well organized. So my name is David Koum, and I am here from the Mauritius Africa FinTech Hub. I'm the business development. So just 1 minute. Okay, so what is a Mauritius Africa FinTech Hub? Just want you to maybe focus on the 4 words. So the first one is Mauritius. So we are based in Mauritius, and we are We were created by the government. So we are the official association representing fintech in Mauritius. And I think that's very important. And then the next word is Africa. So we have access to 34 African countries in fintech. What that means is we are on the Africa FinTech Board. So that regroups 34 countries in Africa. And then the third word is fintech. So we don't focus just on blockchain or crypto. We focus on the whole of fintech. So fintech today could be AI. We have artificial intelligence, which is coming. We have payment gateways. Something very important as well in fintech is capital raising. So as you know, we are in a crypto winter. So a lot of companies need capital. So the MAF, the North Africa FinTech Hub, we connect with people that have funds, and so investors and also startups. And then finally, the word hub. So what that means is we organize events for our members. So what we do is we are the official voice, the national voice for anyone that has a stake in fintech. So this is us. So we're an association, and we were pioneered by the government and EDB. So this is myself, just a few words on myself. So I have 20 plus years of experience. So I'm a chartered accountant from London, if any of you was in London, so very corporate. And then I worked for an American company, a US company, 5 years in blockchain. So I was here when we had the whole ICO craze in 2017. We were the first to get the sandbox license, and now today it's been translated in the Vitos license. So I'm also an independent director on crypto companies. So one of the largest crypto company from South Africa is coming to Mauritius. So what we want to say is Mauritius is becoming really the hotbed for crypto, for blockchain, and we also met the CEO of EDB, and AI is coming as well. So what does a hub do? We are here to collaborate. So our ethos is really to collaborate with people, stakeholders in fintech. We can't do it all by ourselves. So what we do is we collaborate. So for example, companies from overseas who wants to come to Mauritius, when they Google and they want to come to Mauritius, they will find us and then they will talk to us. So for example, just give you a quick example. We have a very modern company in blockchain who wants to come to Mauritius. And what do? They do blockchain, but they are in business information. So that means on the blockchain, they are looking at business intelligence so that when we do AML KYC, they will be able to attach metadata on the blockchain. So you know what the transactions are for. We see this is coming. At the end of the month, we have Visa Africa, which is coming to Mauritius. We also met the London Stock Exchange Group as well, who is developing an innovation hub. So what that means is players from overseas wants to come to Mauritius, we talk to them, and then we'll see with which partners we can tailor. Give you another quick example. There's a large insurance group in Mauritius, and they are quite conservative, right? But they know insurance tech is coming, right? Insurance tech is coming, and we will be the first, we will be the portal to know if anyone is coming and they can partner. So this is how we connect the dots. We talk with regulators. So whenever there is a new regulation coming in, we talk with the regulators, we get their advice, we listen to our members, we do a sounding board. We talk with entrepreneurs in Mauritius, but also companies that have funds in Mauritius. So there's for example, I met an American company setting up in Mauritius, and they have their venture capital, they do seed capital, but you will not see these companies because they come and go. So we have a lot of these companies here in Mauritius. So as I was saying, so fintech is not just blockchain, it's not just crypto. That was 2017. Right now, we have AI coming up, ChatGPT bot coming up, payment gateway, more and more seed capital coming. So we have all this ecosystem. And that's why we believe at the Mauritius Africa FinTech Hub, we believe to do collaborations. These are some of our members, so maybe 50 plus, so some very interesting. So we have financial modeling, we have peer-to-peer lending, so all these is in the fintech space. These are our partners. So for example, we're talking to people in the Swiss fintech. I don't know if you heard about that. We are also talking with the UK. So shortly we're going to sign an MOU with Global FinTech Alliance, and they are based in the UK. So you get access to all the fintech startups in the UK. So I think that's very, very important. We also talk with French FinTech, Grain de Boss. I don't know if you heard, and we were on their jury as well. So Mauritius is really becoming, like we said, the Singapore of Africa, but without much better than Singapore. We have 4 pillars. So our keyword really is collaboration. So we collaborate with people. So you have something, you need the network, we are here, we connect you. You need the fund, we will connect you as well. So anyone can become a member, you can talk to me afterwards. This is our flagship program, FinTech Champions. So what that means is we have the largest bank who is sitting on our board, and we have devised a program for them. So the graduates in Mauritius, while they are doing their graduate, they can be like me and become an accountant, but right now they want to be in the fintech space. So we train them, we give them courses, we connect them. But the most important thing is we give them a problem statement. So as you know, the young people of today, they think differently from us. I'm not on TikTok, they're on TikTok, they have different ways of thinking. We give them a problem statement, and then we have a graduation so that they are ready. And what we do is we do tailored program for our members. So we do a digital literacy program. Next week, we're going to meet the University of Mauritius. So it's very exciting to be here and to meet a lot of people here. I think that's very good. We met a lot of contacts today. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm walking around if you want to see me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for your outstanding speech today. And ladies and gentlemen, we now have an exciting panel discussion, I must say, ahead on the topic of metaverse and unlocking new opportunities for business. Our esteemed moderator for this discussion is Nilen Venkatasmy, the founder and managing partner of Juridis. Joining him as well, and he's here, joining him as well on this panel are 4 distinguished members of the World Metaverse Council. First, we have Dr. Jane Thomason, the interim chair of the World Metaverse Council, bringing her expertise and insights to the discussion. And we're also honored to have Tadej Slapnik, the interim vice chair of the World Metaverse Council and CEO of Tolar Hashnet, sharing his valuable perspectives. And last but not least, we welcome Steve Good, the co-founder of Dreams Quest, who brings his innovative ideas and entrepreneurial spirit to this panel. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for an engaging discussion as these industry leaders delve into the opportunities that the metaverse presents for businesses. Let's give them a warm welcome, and they're already here. Round of applause for them before they start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's getting late. I know your concentration levels are declining. It's the last panel for the day, and we'll try to keep it short, engaging, and exciting because we're tackling a very exciting subject, aren't we, guys? So
welcome to this final panel. How many parents do we have in the room? Show of hands, parents, young kids. Does Roblox ring a bell? Right? Does it?
Do you know how much money I'm spending on Roblox?
Well, Roblox was actually my first encounter as a parent of a young kid with
Minecraft.
I know, with the metaverse. And I mean, it's been like 4, 5, or 6 years since then, and how things have evolved. So let us jump right in on the subject, guys. So the panelists have been introduced. We have with us Dr. Jane Thomason, who's the interim chair of the World Metaverse Council. We have a good friend, Steve Good, who's the co-founder of DreamQuest. And hopefully we should have online Tadej Slapnik and Loretta Joseph. I'm not sure if they've joined yet. So let's see if they join in. Right. So Jane, my first question goes to you. Thank you for coming all the way to Mauritius for this exciting event. I've had the opportunity to meet you the first time in Dubai, one of the conferences, and we're very, very happy to have you here. So how has the idea of an immersive platform like the metaverse evolved so rapidly from, as I've introduced, essentially a world of fantasy like Roblox into a virtual platform of such an innovative nature with far-reaching consequences for businesses and for our daily lives?
Well, look, I think people have been working on this for a very long time. It was really Mark Zuckerberg making his announcement in October a year ago, saying that he was changing Facebook to Meta. Then everyone got very excited about it. All the investors sort of ran around and hyped it up and estimated it would be a $13 trillion economy by 2030. And then we went from, because every month I try and update my speech on how many companies are working on metaverses. And I think today I said 600. You know, 2 months ago, I would have said 100. And I'm sure by now it's probably closer to 1,000. So there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of excitement, but the different elements of the metaverse, AR, VR, AI, blockchain, token economies, Web3, people have been working on for years.
Now, we are joined by Tadej online. Hi, Tadej, how are you?
Hello, greetings to Mauritius.
You're joining from Tanzania, right?
Yes, from Tanzania. Hello.
So we've already introduced the subject while you were joining. Tadej, tell us, the metaverse, disruption is the word that comes to my mind when I think of such an innovative platform with immersive sort of characteristics that transcends us and takes us to a sort of a parallel world. So how do you foresee this technology transforming industries such as retail, entertainment, education, and so much more?
Well, I agree with you. Definitely a disruption. Why? Because actually metaverse is changing two-dimensional internet into the three-dimensional. As we know, until recently, we were consuming internet in 2D version. Imagine now with the 3D version of it, how immersive is becoming. And actually, yes, the parallel three-dimensional world is being built in various metaverse projects globally. And this, of course, gives a lot of opportunities to many companies. You mentioned retail, for example. We can see already the early runners, companies who are using the benefit of metaverse to completely changing their marketing approaches, not anymore presenting through two-dimensional web presentations, but preparing immersive 3D presentation of their products, of their services, but not just retail. For example, the serious production companies that they are developing the digital twins, not just technical part of digital twins, but also the one to present, for example, the cars that they are producing. It's really, really interesting, a lot of potentials that we see. To conclude to your question, I think that many new business models will arise, especially with the combination of metaverse solution and Web3, because and also AI now being implemented into the metaverse, we can see a completely new future, really exciting.
Let's talk a bit more about how the metaverse can disrupt traditional business models. Steve, you are practically a living example of how you've been able to leverage to enhance your business platforms. Tell us a little bit more about your experience.
Well, it's interesting because when the word metaverse first came out, I thought, isn't that just what open world games are? And are we just reinventing a term? Or are we looking at something different, as Jane talked about in your presentation? And I have one of my friends has a company that does virtual reality medical training, and they're doing extremely well. It's a UK, US company, incredible. So there are certain applications where I can see virtual reality having a benefit. I also have to caution people about AI. We saw the Terminator and many films that show how AI can get out of control. But I think that there are certainly practical applications. I've seen examples of engineering and learning how to, for example, fix the engine of an airplane. And these are really big, complex pieces of technology. And through augmented reality, using technology to be able to see with goggles, you can learn the insides of how these pieces of equipment work. But I think with any of this tech, especially some of the things we're getting into now, we have to be careful about how far it goes to. We don't want to be finding ourselves with devices on our heads all day long, trapped inside of a matrix per se, right? We want to be able to live our lives and experience the real world and walk through the forests and the nature and the trees and enjoy the beaches. I mean, look, Mauritius, why wouldn't you want to do that? I do observe how my children are also getting completely pulled into games, and we have to say, okay, guys, it's time to go play football or something else. But there are a number of really practical things for training and education, which is, I think, where, whether you want to call it virtual reality, augmented reality, or metaverse, I think there are very, very specific practical applications. For me, with the gaming space, as Jane said, it's been around a long time. We just renamed it. And I think there's for me, there's caution in like VR, because I don't want to sit with goggles on my head all day long and lose track of what's happening in my real world. But I think that there's ways to create these incredible virtual worlds and give people experiences. And if they have disability and they can't travel, and they can have a virtual experience to go to Mauritius and see it like we're all able to see today, why not?
But we'll certainly tackle the challenges and concerns.
They're all interweaving
in a minute. But I mean, very practically, and I'll just shoot the questions, and any of you guys can just chip in, right? For someone engaging in business in the traditional way, how is it possible for them to leverage on the technology to enhance, for example, customer experience and engagement? Anyone can react.
I saw an example Microsoft did some years ago, and they never implemented it. It was incredible. It was incredible. They had this character called Milo, and you'd walk up to the front desk and you could ask him a question about anything related to meeting somebody in a meeting room. It was a front desk based kind of virtual reality kind of character, more like a hologram. And it was pseudo self-learning, because it understood if you came before, it recognized you. Oh, hello, Mr. Good. Nice to see you again. Are you here to see, Joanna? And yes, I am. Great. I'll ring her now. I think she's waiting for you. So the idea of them having integrated calendar and meeting rooms with support desk was, for me, pretty incredible. They never implemented it though. They never rolled it out, but I saw this like, I guess maybe 15 years ago, and it was incredible tech. So that for me, that's the kind of thing I want to see more of, is that kind of practical application, not because I want to put front desk people out of work, but because I want the efficiency of not standing there and them calling and they don't know what's going on and they don't know what room you're in. And it should be much more efficient than that. And sometimes it's just little things like that that makes the best experience for when you visit a company and you have a good positive experience when you visit.
Yeah, you mentioned the ability to visit a destination through the metaverse. I mean, obviously, we've all read about this. So Jane, the metaverse has this ability to bridge geographical barriers and connect individuals globally. Now, how can businesses leverage this connectivity to expand their markets and obviously reach new customers?
Well, I think it does depend on what kind of business. And my message to businesses will be to stop trying to think about how to make your existing processes digital and think about how metaverse and all the associated technologies and AI can transform what you do and how you do it. And I'm just going to give you a medical example, because this is my field. But there's an AI-assisted diagnostic tool for retinopathy, which is an eye condition. So why I think about blockchain, metaverse, AI, and so forth is how can it help the humans do more to more people and have more people accessing the service? So there was a randomized controlled trial of this in Bangladesh. And what it enabled was, because the AI was able to do a lot of the initial triaging and the diagnosis, it allowed the ophthalmologist to see more patients and spend more time with the patients, because that combination of technologies was extending their ability. So I think if you think about technology as something that can augment and extend what humans can do and how they can do it, so we can spend more time thinking, being creative, imagining, rather than doing routine processing tasks. And this is what it will enable. So I think if businesses think differently and try and reimagine their future with technology as an incredible tool, then, I think that can change things. And I'd love you to give some time for Tadej, because he took me to some incredible immersive training environments in Slovenia that honestly blew my mind, that could be accessible to anyone, anywhere. So I'd just like to ask him to say something.
Great, chip in, Tadej. I mean, obviously, it's just not just a fashionable word nowadays, the metaverse, right? We've got like very concrete examples of how it's working globally.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to share with you what our colleagues from Velenje, a small city in Slovenia, are working now for years, where they're utilizing not just XR technologies, but also AI and others in practical way to teach children on completely different way that we used to teach them until now. Much more immersive, much more interesting, much more in line in the 21st century. They have a special center where daily more than 100 children is visiting, and they are teaching or being taught by playing, actually. And the last achievement that they did is it was the first smart classroom that they developed with more than 5 years of experiencing the implementation of new technologies, also XR. This classroom is the one that we also visit with Jane when she was in Slovenia visiting us, and it's actually combined with the AI solution, with video mapping, with XR, AR solutions. And to make it short, it completely redefined the way that children are learning, the time that they need to learn something. They encourage them to be creative, and also putting completely different role to the teachers. They now can really focus to support the children in their discovery and learning, because the technology do such much more that we could ever do. And I agree with Jane we should definitely use the technology tools also in the educational field. And if I may, I would like to share, sorry.
Please.
To share two examples. One is related to tourism. We also we always are getting the reactions from the colleagues from tourism sector. Oh, what you are doing? Actually, you are trying to replicate and pull our potential customers to this imaginary world. But for example, in Slovenia, we have one of the most important touristical attraction. It's Postojna Cave, that it's open, of course, each day in the week, some 12 hours per day, and that have maximum capacity to have 20, I don't know, 1,000 visitors per month, not anymore. And of course, the manager is aware that using the metaverse, making digital twin of the Postojna Cave, he and they with their company would enable much more people to visit, of course, in extended reality, in VR, to interact and to give opportunity to much more tourists. And this is also, of course, business opportunity. Second, let's say, good practice I'm getting from Belgrade, where we were this week now on the Tomorrow conference, where a team of All Art, together with the Nikola Tesla Institute, are actually already delivering the Nikola Tesla in virtual space using ChatGPT to power him, not just to having lectures in the metaverse, but also to answer the questions, to interact. And it's really unbelievable how a lot of potential we are already seeing being implemented on the fields of tourism, in the fields of, let's say, museums also, and also in everyday businesses.
Right. I'll have two last questions, and then we'll see if the declining audience has any questions for our panelists. Just rapidly, you mentioned the challenges associated with such a disruptive technology chain. What are those challenges, and are there any concerns?
Look, I think there's heaps of challenges, and probably you can talk about some of the infrastructural challenges that still haven't been solved, and you touched on them a little bit this morning. I think some of the challenges, and I mentioned them in my talk earlier, is some of the issues about privacy, data security, intellectual property rights in virtual worlds, children in virtual worlds, consumer protection in virtual worlds. I was actually thinking when the guy was doing his talk about wills and so forth. So like if my avatar's wandering around in a virtual world and I die, then what do we do? Like, does it keep on walking around and doing things forever? Or
that's actually a very good question.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that there's more questions than answers, but point of what we're trying to do with World Metaverse Council is pose those questions, and to the extent that we can, come up with the answers. But I've got to tell you, I've been inundated by legal panels over the last 6 months. So I think the lawyers are going to make a field day out of figuring out all the new laws in the metaverse.
Well, actually, I'm trying. Okay. So guys, where do we go from here? Do we like wake up tomorrow and grab our virtual reality mask and set our avatar to go to work in our place?
I was joking with Jane. I was joking with Jane over coffee, and I said, "Is it your avatar?" Hello. Is it your avatar or your clone I'm talking to now? The joke doesn't go very well when the mic does it. But I mean, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, are we in the matrix here, and then the reality is in our dreams? Oh, that's kind of alluding to something, isn't it? Because if our reality is actually in our dreams, we're exploring something else, then maybe that's our avatars, and maybe we're just clones, or maybe there's something else. I mean, you can start to open the whole series of questions about what's true, what's not. So I'm with you, Jane, on this. I don't like the idea of my avatar running around freely. I actually think that when I'm in there, I control it, and when I'm not there, it just stops functioning. And if you're not using it for a period of time, it might just get archived. I hope you're real though. You seem to be.
Right. So let's get some real questions from our real audience. So we'll try to take this really late. So we'll take at least 2 questions from the audience, if you have any, of course. Yes, there is a Mayan. You've asked enough questions for today. So we have I'll come back to you. We have a question from the back.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Lingachetti. I'm actually a XR enthusiast. I've been in VR, I've been using a VR headset since 2020 when we had the lockdown. So I'm quite experienced with the VR and XR universe. I wanted to know, like, we've seen movies like Blade Runner, like a very dystopian future where privacy is almost inexistent. Are there any safeguards that you guys are planning to, let's say, like, recommend to these companies that are getting into the metaverse? Especially you've been talking about Roblox, there's VR chat, there is Rec Room. These are like places where like a lot of children are hanging around. I've made a lot of friends over the world. I've been doing also like exercise through the VR because we had lockdown, we couldn't go to the gym. And like, I want to know about like privacy and how we are going to be moving on in the future.
Thank you. Very good question, actually, because I think Mike might be running around the metaverse while we're talking. Anyone wants to take it?
I mean, privacy is a huge thing, right? I don't think that's about metaverse. I think it's about we need to own our data. Full stop. I think blockchain has been a massive enabler for that. And we've seen exposure of people like Facebook or many other companies that just seem to somehow have lost our data, sold it off, or got hacked. And then our data is exposed, our passwords are exposed. I think that this is like a wake-up call for all of us, that to be owning our data, controlling our data, and choosing who gets to see our data. It's not the doctor that gets my data, it's me that should have my data, and I choose whether the doctor gets to see it, not the other way around. I can tell you I've gone to cases where I've asked for a doctor to give me some information and they've said, no, you don't need to know that because it's information that you won't understand. And if you Google it, it'll confuse you. And I said, well, it's my data. It's my body. So I think that we really need to look at, is blockchain transforming just technology, or is it also awakening us to the possibilities of we should have the ability to own and control our data? And yes, privacy is a huge issue. I've had a number of issues with it because of being in blockchain since 2016. Hacks, scams, attacks. It's just part of being in the space in the early stages. Doesn't happen now. It happened in the early days. But for me, I feel like it's a really important thing we need to be constantly vigilant about. Careful with our emails, careful with spams that are being sent to us saying, hey, you've lost your MetaMask account. Click here to get re-enabled. Oh my God, the biggest scam ever. But that's how they get your data. So it's up to each of us individually to take that ownership. It's not a company that can protect us. We need to stop looking for a savior because the only people that can save us is ourselves. That's my only answer to privacy, because that's the only way to do it, is we have to own it. Children, we need to be responsible for looking after our own kids. 100%. If you're a parent and you're letting your kids run around freely in these metaverses and playing online games and chatting with people and you don't know who they're chatting with, that's the responsibility of a parent. And unfortunately, there is a lot of bad stuff going on with kids. We just have to be responsible.
Thank you. Mahen.
Thank you, Nilan. Just one final question. I promise I'll shut up after that. No, I think Steve mentioned, and I know we can make money out of the metaverse, right? Real money, and not virtual, real.
What's wrong with virtual money?
No, I'm saying you still need the fiat currency at some stage, right? The question is, how is the value created to make the payout? And at some stage, we'll ask question about taxing rights, who get taxed, how, etc. Because I think the accountants are saying that with the previous panel, they haven't figured out the standards yet, right? But the question is, who is actually creating the value to make the payout? And if it's among the players or among the avatars, then it might be gambling. So then should it be regulated as a gambling platform?
I'll just give my 2 cents and then I'll let both of you guys respond. For me, if you're creating an environment where it's a gamble and everyone's betting on that gamble, it's gambling. But if it's me creating an asset, an inventory in a game, and then I sell that asset for an auction price, it's an auction. If I sell it for a fixed price and it's the price I've decided to sell it for, the market decides if they want to buy or sell it. That's no different than being on Etsy or buying something off of eBay. So I think there's that, for me, there's a very, very strict line. The moment that someone starts to say, I bet the price will be this at this point in time, and they create these alternative or secondary markets that are hedging on what their items might be in the future, I don't want any part of that because I don't want to get into the gambling regulatory space. And if I went into that space, I'd be anonymous because I don't want to get into that space. So I think there's a pretty fine line there in terms of those definitions already. I just think we have to be smart how we implement our technology.
Great. Wow. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks, Jane, Steve, and thanks, Tadei from Tanzania. I'll hand back the mic to Benito. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished guests for this informative presentation. I must say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree with me if I say it's been a fantastic conference today, and we've been really privileged to hear from some truly inspiring speakers today. So let's move on to the next and last item on this agenda, our final award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to have Nishle from ACCA and Mr. Leon from Ivory Coast, who will be presenting the prizes for this last round of awards at the Cryptoverse Summit. A warm welcome to them, please. I know you're tired, but you can go on with a round of applause. Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite each speaker who joined us earlier on this beautiful stage to come back up and receive a token of our appreciation for their outstanding contributions. Everybody that came on this stage earlier, you're invited to join us and to receive a little gift from us, from Wakanda 4.0, Sandrine, other speakers as well. Moderator that was just here, Nilen, invited to come on the stage for a little award ceremony. Everybody that was on this stage earlier, thank you. They're coming, ready to take their awards. Round of applause is a festive moment, dear public. I must say congratulations to you all for your achievement and wish you lots of success in the near future and in the future in general. A little smile for the official photo. Say cheese. Okay, that's the official photo. Thank you very much for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this remarkable conference, I want to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for being part of this extraordinary event. It was an event out of the ordinary. We've witnessed captivating keynote speeches, engaging panel discussions, and thought-provoking presentations from leading experts in the blockchain and cryptocurrency industry. We've also explored the potential of emerging technologies, discussed regulatory challenges, and delved into the transformative power. Sorry, a bit tired. Transformative power of blockchain in various sectors. So throughout this conference, we've been fortunate to have remarkable individuals gracing our beautiful stage. You've been our witnesses, from CEOs and founders to experts in law, finance, and technology. Their expertise and vision have shed light on this beautiful opportunities awaiting us and challenges that lie ahead. Thank you very much. As we leave this conference, that will be my last message. Let's carry the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and determination with us. Let us continue to learn, explore, and embrace the transformative power of blockchain. Thank you all for being part of this event. I'm Meling Baloo, a broadcast journalist, and I was delighted to be one of the hosts today. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.